From the New World. Volume 2. By Kishi Yusuka. Translated at Mon-Or. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Part 3, Deep Autumn. Chapter 1. We spent a sleepless night on the rocky banks of the river. As tired as we were, there was a lingering unease in our minds that prevented us from falling asleep. Still, we managed to doze off enough to recover a bit of energy. The next day, we set off as soon as the sun rose. As we traveled downstream, I realized that our camp had been right next to Kamisu 66. It was so close that we didn't really need to stop last night. But given our condition yesterday, maybe it was a good idea we hadn't continued. In the morning sun, the Tone River glittered a dazzling gold, as if celebrating our return. What happened to the black river of Hades we had been struggling with just a few hours earlier? We stopped paddling and let the current carry us along. The scenery gradually became more familiar. Although I was eager to go home, the closer we got to town, the more apprehensive I felt. I was sure that we would be met with an entourage of boats to take us in, but didn't see anyone even as we passed Ikisu Shrine. With such an anticlimactic response, we relaxed considerably. Though maybe we should have been more alarmed. It was actually very unusual to not see a single boat this early in the morning. As we arrived in Hayring at the dock we had set out from 4 days ago, someone finally came out to greet us. "You're back early." It was the Sun Prince, also known as Mr. Indu. His bushy beard concealed his face in such a way that I couldn't tell if he was smiling that we were back safe or scowling at us for breaking the rules. Quitting partway through the week-long camp wasn't that unusual. It was the reason for quitting that was the issue. "Sorry. Some unbelievable things happened," Shun said in a choked voice. The rest of us nearly started crying. Well, let's talk about this later, okay? Dock the canoes for now." We held back our tears and went ashore. The ropes tying our equipment undid themselves and our supplies flew through the air to line up neatly on the dock. "Oh, we'll do it," Satoru said. The Sun Prince shook his head. "It's all right. You're all tired, aren't you? Anyway, you should get to the children's center. Breakfast is being served soon." I vaguely wondered why we had to go to the children's center. It was right next to the docks and had a resting area as well as rooms for overnight stays, but none of us had set foot in it after graduating from Harmony School. "Sir, we'd really like to go home." Shun spoke for all of us. "Ah, yes, I understand. But before that there are some things we need to ask you about. Can't we go home and rest for a bit?" Maria pleaded. I was dying to take a bath, but the Sun Prince was adamant. "Listen to me, okay? Don't forget that you guys have broken some serious rules. I know you're tired, but we have to take care of important things first." He was smiling as kindly as ever, but the tip of his nose glistened with sweat. "I understand." We shuffled toward the children's center. "Saki, what do you think about this?" Satoru muttered in my ear. "'Bout what?" The Sun Prince's face is all stiff. "And isn't it weird how he's forcing us to go to the children's center?" "Yeah, but the entire situation is weird." I was so numb from fatigue that I felt disconnected from my body. Satoru was annoying me asking such obvious questions. Yes, it was weird. What the hell did he want me to do about it? Shun opened the glass door with his cantus. I was extremely grateful to him for this. No doubt he was just as tired as the rest of us and would have preferred opening the door manually instead of using even more energy to concentrate his cantus, but he wanted to show the Sun Prince, and anyone else who was watching, that we had not all lost our powers. As the Sun Prince said, breakfast was being prepared. There were pots of warm rice, salted salmon, tiger crab miso soup, raw eggs, seaweed, salad, and preserved kelp. Even dessert, brown sugar jelly, was in the works. I was suddenly starving. We filled our bowls and started eating voraciously. For a while, we were silent. "We actually made it back okay," Mamoru said earnestly. "Okay. We don't know what'll happen later on," Satoru said darkly. "But we're back, in any case." Maria put her hand on Mamoru's shoulder. I agreed with the two of them. "Yeah, we might have overthought the whole thing." "What do you mean?" Maria asked. "Well, even after learning all those horrible things from the false Minashiro, nothing's happened." Shun cut me off. Someone might be listening. Oh, sorry. I clamped my mouth shut. For some reason I was feeling happy and talkative. Wait. Maybe, in this, Shun eyed his half-finished breakfast with extreme distrust. As if by telepathy, we all understood what he was thinking. Could they have put something in the food? Something that would relax us and make us spill everything we were hiding. Satoru pointed decisively at the bowl of jelly. While everyone else had been eating the main portion of their breakfast, I had been unable to wait and already started on dessert. It did have a slight alcoholic smell, but there could be other drugs mixed in as well. Ha! As our attention was on the bowl of jelly, Mamoru looked out the window and made a strange sound. What happened? Ignoring Maria's questions, he started toward the window. At that instant, I saw a large shadow flicker across the window. Mamoru pressed his face to the glass and peered outside. He turned back. There was a bone-chilling look of fear on his face I had never seen before. The clock chimed 8 times. I realized something strange. Even though it was already 8 in the morning, I didn't hear any children around. And I couldn't, no matter how hard I tried. We were still the only ones at the center. The heavy silence continued. Mamoru still refused to say what he had seen. Thanks for waiting, you guys. The Sun Prince came in through the door, along with a middle-aged couple I recognized but had never spoken to. I was sure they were also from the Board of Education. I see you've finished breakfast. If you're tired, we can rest a while, the woman said, smiling. The forced smile magnified the horse-like features of her mouth. Starting now, you will be interviewed one at a time. So, who will go first? No one spoke. Come now, what's wrong? Team 1 is supposed to be the most assertive team. Aren't you always the first to answer questions in class? The Sun Prince said, sounding cheerful as always. But his eyes weren't smiling. In the end, we went by seat number. Shun Aonuma, Maria Akizuki, Satoru Asahina, Mamoru Itu, and me, Saki Watanabe. Until then I had never noticed the row of small, 2 tatami rooms at the back of the children's center. We went in one at a time, accompanied by the 2 interviewers. I've been thinking about what had happened then, but strangely enough, I can't remember a single thing. In the ancient psychology books, this is called lacuna amnesia. Satoru doesn't remember much either. The only thing I can recall is being offered a really bitter tea. So that, plus whatever was in the jelly, made it more of a drugged interrogation than an interview. In any case, we all finished their interview and were allowed to go home. According to Shun's plan, Mamoru, Maria, and I were supposed to pretend to be sick as an excuse to go straight to our rooms. But that turned out to be unnecessary, since all 3 of us developed a high fever that day and were confined to bed. My fever abated after a day or 2, but my parents forced me rest more, so I spent about a week lazing around in my pajamas. Since I couldn't meet up with the other 2, I dug up the charm hidden under the floorboards to find my mantra. I felt the rush of victory as I chanted my mantra and unsealed my cantus. After all, I had succeeded in fooling all the adults and recovered my godlike power. I never could have imagined how mistaken I was. To a 40-year-old adult, 2 years might not be a big deal. At most, their hair might become a little grayer, their bodies a little stiffer, a little heavier, or their breath a little shorter. That's what happens to most in 2 years' time. But for 12-year-old children of any era, drastic changes can happen within 2 years. For me, being 14 was more than just growing 5 centimeters and gaining 6 kilograms. Or for boys, an even more radical 13 centimeters and 10 kilograms. That's just on the outside. There were changes within us as well. I gradually became accustomed to looking up to Satoru and Shun. It wasn't a bad thing, but was a surprise to me. Ever since I could remember, they were my good friends as well as competitors, but at some point, they became something else. And it was a completely natural change. When I came to realize it, I was far behind them, chasing after their retreating figures. It was a strange sight, tinged with an unexplainable feeling. No, I know exactly what it was. Jealousy. Since the beginning, Shun has always been special to me. I couldn't tear my eyes from him that day as the sun set over the field and the wind ruffled his hair. His clear voice and sparkling eyes never failed to enchant me. I always believed without a shadow of doubt that Shun and I would be together. On the other hand, Satoru was as plain as you could get. I admit that he's smart, but compared to Shun, who overflowed with so much talent that you could sense it in the air around him, Satoru was nothing special. Still, ever since we had survived the ground spider attack together, my view toward him has changed as well. He was always friendly and the most comfortable person for me to be around. That's why my jealousy was so complicated. Seeing them together made me feel left out. But what had changed the most in the last 2 years was probably the relationship between Shun and Satoru. Although they were never on bad terms, Satoru always viewed Shun as something of a rival, and sometimes acted awkwardly around him. However, his feelings toward Shun had changed completely these past 2 years. Before, he would always turn away from Shun's bright smile, but now, more often than not, Satoru would smile back, gazing deep into Shun's eyes. I was always aware that I was in love with Shun, and I could clearly see the romantic feelings Satoru had when he hugged Shun. On the other hand, I couldn't tell what Shun thought of Satoru. Growing up with his good looks and intelligence, he was already used to people admiring him. So he had a calm, or to put it bluntly, a certain tolerant attitude toward his admirers. But watching the two of them, it wasn't just Satoru blindly longing for Shun. I would say that even though Satoru was the proactive one, Shun did seem to accept his feelings. The final conclusion came from what I saw one day in the field. I suddenly spotted the two of them walking along like lovers, hand in hand, unaware of the world around them. I turned on my heel and made to leave, but my curiosity betrayed me and I found myself following them at a distance. I knew I would be hurt if I saw them being intimate, but I couldn't stop myself. Once out of sight of the village, the two began frolicking like puppies. Or to be specific, Satoru pranced around Shun, hugging him from behind. I was suddenly keenly aware that I would love to have been born a boy. If I had been, Shun would choose me over Satoru in a heartbeat. The Ethics Committee and Board of Education were extremely strict about relations between adolescent boys and girls. So for kids of our age, we were limited to strictly platonic relationships with the opposite sex. However, they seemed to look extremely generously upon even the most intimate same-sex acts. So apart from a few people, everyone defaulted to a homosexual relationship. They crested the hill and lay down on a field of white clovers to talk. I hid in a clump of bushes 20 or 30 meters away and watched, not daring to breathe. It appeared that Satoru told a joke, as Shun threw his head back and laughed, showing pearly white teeth. Satoru stared for a second, then suddenly threw himself on top of Shun. For a while, they didn't move. I couldn't see them clearly from my position, but I had no doubt that they were kissing. Satoru held Shun tightly. For a moment, Shun simply lay there. Finally, he returned the embrace and began playing with Satoru's body, trying to flip him over so that he would be on top. Satoru resisted. They struggled, but Satoru had the advantage. Shun finally gave up and slumped back onto the ground with the expression of a girl who was resigned to her fate. Seeing this, Satoru went completely mad. He pinned Shun to the ground and kissed him passionately on his lips, cheeks, throat, and neck. I flushed just seeing this and started running my hands over myself unconsciously. I didn't know whether it was because of how affectionate Satoru was being with Shun or because I wanted to be in Satoru's position. Whichever it was, or maybe because I was the odd one out, my heart burned unbearably in my chest. Satoru traced his fingers lovingly over Shun's lips. Meeting no resistance, or perhaps getting carried away, he stuck a finger into Shun's mouth and made him suck on it. Shun allowed such a rude imposition with a generous smile, but still nipped Satoru's fingers with his teeth from time to time. Caught up in the heat of the moment, I leaned forward a bit too far. As Shun raised his head to pretend to bite Satoru's hand, I felt him notice me for a split second. With a start, I withdrew into the shadow of the bushes. But he had probably seen me. I thought I would die of shame. I stayed hidden for a while, but decided that I would look one more time to check on the situation. Satoru was lying on top, trying his best to pull Shun's pants off. An enraptured look came over his face as he uncovered Shun's thighs, as perfect as if carved from pure white marble. Then, as though handling a small animal, he gently began rubbing Shun's Shun laughed and squirmed as if he were being tickled, but didn't really resist. I guess I only imagined him noticing my presence. Without standing up, I turned and crept away. If I kept watching, I'd go crazy. I had a pretty good idea of what was going to happen anyway. Earlier I had accidentally seen two boys from Team 3 making love with each other. At that time, I had observed out of simple curiosity. It was obvious that the two were too crazed to notice anything else. They lay on top of each other in opposite directions, but it didn't seem to be enough for them. Obviously, as boys, they couldn't the proper way, but it didn't stop them from trying. The sight reminded me of Minashiro mating. I had zero interest in seeing Shun and Satoru engage in such a stupid act. Feeling miserable, I left the area. I wanted more than anything for someone to comfort me. One person came to mind. I went looking for Maria after I got back to town and found her at home on the back porch. Thankfully, all her family members seemed to be out, but there was still an annoying third wheel. Mamoru. Saki, what's wrong? She asked in a bright, clear voice. In the past 2 years, Maria had grown into a young woman with beautiful arched eyebrows, sparkling eyes, a straight, perfect nose, an expressive mouth who carried herself with confidence and determination. The only thing that hadn't changed was her flame-red hair. I just suddenly wanted to talk to you, I said, smiling at her while throwing Mamoru a cold look. Mamoru avoided my gaze and slid out of sight. Maria sat on the veranda, swinging her feet off the side. Mamoru sat a little distance away, concentrating on drawing Maria. He wasn't drawing with pencil and paper like we did in Harmony School. Instead, he had a wooden board spread with a thin layer of white clay and was using his cantus to draw with powdered stones such as garnet, fluorite, beryl, cordierite, and columbite. The portrait didn't just look like Maria, but also managed to capture her spirit. Even I had to admit that he had an amazing talent. Mamoru had lost his mother to typhoid fever when he was young, and seemed to view Maria as a surrogate since both had red hair, a rare trait in our town. According to Satoru, red hair was never an Asian trait, so Mamoru's mother and Maria's possibly mutual ancestors must have come from a distant country many generations ago. From what I remember, Mamoru became attached to Maria right after we entered Sage Academy. But even now, during puberty, he showed no interest toward his own sex, no matter how many cute boys approached him. He lived in the westmost village of Oak Grove while Maria lived on the eastern coast in White Sand. Even so, Mamoru took a boat to meet Maria at her house every morning. Although his devotion was touching, at our age, relationships with the opposite sex was a huge taboo, so Mamoru had to use drawing as an excuse to visit her. He was always with Maria and paid no attention to anyone else. As for Maria, she seemed moved by his affection and the two of them gradually grew closer. Actually, their relationship looked more like one between a master and her loyal dog. But since I was universally recognized as Maria's lover, Mamoru's life was sometimes rather depressing. "Hey, let's go for a walk," I said, hinting that I wanted to be alone with her. "Okay, sure," she smiled understandingly. "All right, we're gonna go for a bit. Mamoru, you should take a break." Mamoru looked miserable at the prospect of Maria and I going off alone. "Thank you, it's beautiful." "I love it," Maria said, taking a quick look at the painting. Mamoru's face lit up with joy for a second. He was always dead silent in front of me. Maybe he was embarrassed to let other girls see how devoted he was to Maria. Since he was always so quiet, I had gotten into the bad habit of completely forgetting his existence around Maria. We walked to a small boat anchored on the river. It was one of the town's communal boats, painted with a blue dolphin on the side, which anyone could use as long as they returned it to one of the designated docks when they were done. I pushed off with my cantus. As we glided over the water, Maria untied her hair and let it fan out in the breeze. She put her arms around my neck and whispered, "What's wrong?" Her gentle voice nearly brought me to tears. "Nothing, really. I just wanted to see you." She knew it was a lie, but didn't press further. Maria ran her fingers through my hair, untangling all my worries along with it. We were heading for a little hill overlooking the Hamasaki sand dunes that was surrounded by bushes and provided perfect secrecy. In Harmony School, we would often spend the afternoons there when the weather was nice. Back then, I was the first to suggest taking off our clothes, but Maria was the one who bravely stole a kiss from me as we lay naked together. After docking, we raced up the dunes. I was worried that someone may have discovered our hiding spot since we hadn't gone there for a while, but thankfully it looked untouched. Although I knew for sure that we were completely hidden from view, we still made a check of our surroundings before taking off our clothes. At first I felt a little embarrassed, but our laughter as we slowly undressed each other made me feel like I had returned to my innocent childhood days. It wasn't quite yet summer, so the air was a little chilly. We rubbed the goosebumps on each other's arms. "Saki, your breasts have gotten bigger." Maria suddenly grabbed me from behind. "That tickles," I squirmed away. She chased after me, putting her hands all over my body. At some point, she managed to take off my bra. "Ooh, stop." I couldn't stand the feeling and crouched on the ground, arms around my knees. "What are you talking about? Isn't this what you want? That's why you came to me, right?" I laughed, shook, and writhed under her relentless attacks. It was a fine line between happiness and suffering, loving caresses and torture. "Well, since I haven't seen you for a while, I need to inspect your body properly. What's changed since the last time? Have you fully developed?" "Enough. You don't have to." As I was talking, Maria ran her soft fingers up and down my body. Her fingers were so nimble it felt as if there were 1,000 hands touching me. Gem. Such a beautiful body. Not an extra ounce of fat anywhere, and so soft. "You are. Are you done? It's your turn now. I'll let you look as much as you like later. But I still need to check your sensitivity." She went on like this for 30 minutes. I laughed and begged her to stop until I was completely out of breath. "Amazing. You actually enjoy all this teasing, don't you? Your entire body is responding to the pleasure." I couldn't even come up with words to deny it. I glared accusingly at her through bleary eyes. "Ha, how cute." Maria smiled at me, her face only a hair's breadth from mine. She slowly pressed her lips against mine. Ah, how do I describe this softness? Until then, I had kissed a number of boys and girls, but never felt anything like this before. For many people, their mouths tense up if they're nervous or if they're consciously trying to control it, but Maria's lips were like marshmallows, slowly enveloping my own. Just this was enough to melt me, but then she parted my lips and slipped her tongue in my mouth. This raw sensation always gave me goosebumps. She explored my mouth, running her tongue over the backs of my teeth, the insides of my cheeks, and finally, my tongue. Our senses melded together, touch with touch, taste with taste. I gave myself up to her completely. All I wanted was to remember the sensation of her tongue. Maria's every move was an expression of her own desires, and soon I would be expected to reciprocate. The two of us lay entwined, knees bumping against knees, pressed against each other. She slid her hand below my stomach. I was embarrassed and tried to pull away. It was a fruitless attempt, of course. Why are you so excited?" Maria asked innocently, as if she didn't know that it was entirely her fault. Ewan, I tried to protest, but no words came out. Without waiting for an answer, my mind went blank. I had melted to the very core of my body. Time passed, flowing thickly like honey. Maria and I forgot about the rest of the world, lost in our intense lovemaking. For the second half, I took charge, rendering Maria speechless, tears flowing down her face as she writhed with pleasure. Our actions were not considered taboo, but one thing was strictly prohibited. At the end of every term, the school nurse would check to make sure that all the girls were still virgins. If discovered, the student would be questioned, and if the reason was that it was caused by impure heterosexual intercourse, she would be expelled. At that time, there wasn't anyone around us who had been forced to leave school for this reason. There was only a rumor that it had happened to a girl about 7 years ago. It was said that she was never seen again after that incident, but like many of Satoru's stories, there was no source for the legend, so its legitimacy was questionable. After we were done, Maria and I lay back on the sand, covered in sweat. I suddenly remembered something the false Minashiro had said. In order to rid the society of violence, we had decided to change the structure of our society to one based on love, like the bonobos. Since that summer, many of the things central to our lives started to go slightly awry. But these warnings were ignored as we were busy struggling with all the changes in our bodies caused by puberty. What exactly was the first sign? I can't remember, but there seemed to be a general feeling of unease and unexplained irritation. Maria was plagued with frequent headaches, and I often felt nauseous when I was tired. Everyone else also had some sort of physical discomfort, though we all thought they were nothing more than growing pains. Meanwhile, one relationship was the first to meet its demise. I found out when I happened to come across two people in town. Shun was walking quickly along the path next to the canal with Satoru chasing after him. What caught my attention was Shun's attitude. It was considerably more distant than the last time I had seen him with Satoru. "Hey, give me another chance." Satoru touched Shun's shoulder but was brushed away coldly. "Shun, what's wrong?" His voice carried clearly on the wind. He sounded almost embarrassingly flustered. "Nothing. I just want to be alone for a while," he said flatly. "I know it's my fault. Please." Satoru grasped Shun's shoulders. "Your fault? For what?" Shun smiled coldly. Poor Satoru looked totally lost. This was the first time in my life I actually sympathized with him and felt slightly revolted by Shun. "Satoru, isn't it time to end this farce of a romance? I've had enough of being your doll." Satoru looked dumbstruck. "Oh, I understand. From now on, you don't understand anything. Having you follow me around the clock is suffocating. I want to be alone, so we should go our separate ways from now on." "Goodbye," Shun said quickly, pushing Satoru aside and coming in this direction. The expression on his face shocked me. The cold smile was gone and replaced with a look of agony that twisted his features. The next second, he became aware of my presence. All emotions drained from his face as he hurried past, pretending not to see me. Satoru was still frozen to the spot. I wanted to call out to him, but decided not to. Why? Questions whirled around in my head. Why did Shun have to act so cruelly? He was always the kindest and most considerate one in our group. And from what I had accidentally seen, he still was. He was obviously suffering. But when I saw Shun at school the next day, he didn't look particularly disturbed. On the other hand, Satoru was visibly hurt. Anyone could tell just by looking that he had been dumped. But once in a while, he still snuck hopeful glances at Shun. It was painful to watch. A few days later, another bad omen appeared. At that time, all our practical courses at Sage Academy were based on each student's aptitude. Although the general technique for using Cantus was the same, there were hundreds of levels of difficulty, from simple force exchange to something as advanced as cold fusion. Most of the class was somewhere in the middle, though there were some students who were able to tackle much harder techniques. Shun's progress was far ahead of the group. He was working on hatching a chick from its egg in under 2 hours, an incredibly difficult task since it normally takes an egg 21 days to hatch. In other words, he had to use his Cantus to speed up the development of something he couldn't even see by a factor of 250. To be given permission to use Cantus directly on a living being requires not only technical skill, but also recognition of outstanding character. In other words, there were incredibly high expectations for Shun in the future. Unexpectedly, Satoru was also part of the advanced group. His talent was in reflecting and manipulating light, and his task to create a mirror out of thin air was one of the most difficult skills behind Shun's. I've mentioned this before, but creating a lens out of a vacuum to magnify a distant image was something on the level of Shisei Kaburagi. Satoru's technique of using water vapor in the air to create a wall to reflect light was considerably easier than that though. On the other hand, the skill I was working on was reasonably difficult, but much more boring. I had to fuse together a broken glass vase. Maria was working on full-body levitation, making her the center of everyone's attention. Mamoru was, actually I can't really remember what he was doing. Saki, check it out. I looked up and saw an amorphous silver mirror floating a meter in front of me, reflecting my expression of intense concentration. Isn't it kind of distorted? I said shortly. Satoru, who had been expecting me to praise him, gave me a sulky look. No way, it's perfectly flat. My face isn't that sunken in. What? Isn't it your heart that's distorted here? With that snide remark, Satoru retreated. The mirror melted into thin air. After that, every time I wanted to talk to Satoru, I noticed him sneaking closer to Shun, watching him from behind. I thought Satoru was still blindly in love with Shun, but it seemed that he at least understood that there was no chance of them repairing their relationship. He shook his head sadly and walked toward Rei, a short boy from Team 5, who smiled flirtatiously at him. Rei had liked Satoru for a while, but never made a move because of Shun. Satoru created another mirror and Rei, the class narcissist, began admiring his own reflection and making cute faces like a girl. During all this, Shun concentrated on his project, ignoring his chattering classmates. In front of him was a simple egg stand with a single chicken egg on it. Everyone knew about the difficulty of his assignment and gave him a wide berth. Someone came in from the back entrance of the classroom. When I glanced over casually, let me say first that I'm not actually that easily distracted, I was shocked. It was Shisei Kaburagi. His eyes were covered with goggle-like sunglasses, but his thin nose and chin plus his smooth skin gave the impression of a very young man. The Sun Prince, who was supervising our practice, approached him confusedly. They talked too quietly for me to hear, but it seemed that Shisei Kaburagi was here to observe the students. The two of them started walking around the classroom. Suddenly, the entire class became extremely nervous. If everyone had been concentrating this much from the beginning, they probably would have finished their assignments already. Shisei Kaburagi came closer to us. I thought maybe he would show interest in what I was working on and started trying to fuse my vase in earnest. I fit the broken pieces together and imagined the cracks disappearing like ice refreezing. I peeked at him to observe his reaction and saw him walking right past me. That was disappointing. I knew this assignment was too boring to catch anyone's interest. Shisei Kaburagi stopped in front of Maria and gazed up at her for a good amount of time. There wasn't anything particularly interesting about her technique, so maybe he was just admiring her beauty and youthful body. Although he looked young, he was around our parents' age. No matter how powerful he is, I couldn't help feeling a little disgusted by the way he looked at her. He also spent a long time evaluating Satoru's mirror and giving him advice. Satoru looked completely blown away by the attention and turned bright red. Finally, Shisei Kaburagi slowly approached Shun, who was still staring fixedly at the chicken egg. Everyone was waiting for an historic encounter. Shun was the one expected to inherit Shisei Kaburagi's mantle in the future. This could be the first time he receives advice from him. But Shisei Kaburagi's steps suddenly halted. What was wrong? He took 1-2 steps backwards, then turned on his heel and quickly left the classroom as everyone watched in a daze. Shun looked up at his retreating figure. The expression on his face scared me. I still don't know exactly what I saw. Something like a cold smile, but much more dreadful, without hope of salvation. Almost like the insane smile of someone who had been cast into a pit of endless despair. The Sun Prince, who had chased frantically after Shisei Kaburagi, returned. Due to unforeseen circumstances, we'll end today's practice here. Please put away your materials and return to your classrooms. He was smiling as usual, but his voice was hoarse and there was a sheen of sweat on his nose. Saki, Satoru caught up with me. Hey, what in the world happened? He didn't answer, but jerked his head toward Shun, who was still sitting in front of the egg. Satoru, let's go. Rei hugged Satoru's arm and tried to lead him away. Go on ahead. I'll catch up, he said gently, giving Rei a pat on the butt and pushing him toward the exit. Hurry and clean up, you guys. The Sun Prince clapped his hands at us. I put the broken vase back in its box. Shun, aren't you coming? Maria asked. Mamoru stood closely behind her. Everyone else had left, leaving only the Sun Prince and the 5 members of Team 1. Yeah, Shun stood. He looked pale, and there was still a trace of that twisted smile on his face. That, Maria pointed at the egg stand. As he reached out to pick it up, Shun suddenly lost his footing. His hands jerked and the egg fell from its stand. Everyone expected him to stop the egg before it hit the ground. After so much practice, all of us were able to mentally compress and chant our mantra in a split second. Of course Shun would be able to make it in time, but the egg fell to the floor and broke. What happened? Was he sick? We all stared at him. I was the only one who paid any attention to the broken egg. No, there might have been another person who noticed. Now, hurry along, you guys. I'll clean up the rest. The Sun Prince forced his way between us with alarming speed, pushing Shun and Maria by the shoulders. The next second, we found ourselves herded out of the practice room. Shun, are you okay? Satoru asked worriedly, apparently forgetting that he had been dumped. Yeah, he replied, not meeting Satoru's gaze. It's nothing. I'm just a bit tired. I think we should head home early today, Maria said uncertainly, brows furrowed. I was more worried about Shun than anyone else, but I didn't say anything. No, I couldn't say anything. What I had just seen come out of the egg was burned into my retinas. The thing, covered in a layer of mucus, was not a chick, or anything even remotely similar to a chick. It was a monster. Chapter 2. Shun had a pet dog called Subaru, named after the star Subaru in S.E.I. Shonigan's The Pillow Book, which referred to the constellation Pleiades. After more research, I found that the name Subaru came from the fact that it was many stars united into one image. One winter's night more than 2,000 years after The Pillow Book was written, a puppy was born. It was a difficult birth, and the mother, along with the rest of the litter, died. The one living puppy born under that starry sky was named Subaru. However, Subaru didn't live up to the beautiful image his name created. Most dogs in Kamisu 66 were purebred Japanese dogs, with perked ears and curly tails. Bulldogs like Subaru were rare or non-existent. The bloodline could have died out altogether for all I know. Compared to the other dogs, Subaru was ugly. I still don't know why that breed was even created in the first place. He had short legs, a stout body, and a wrinkly face. Right in the middle of his squashed snout was an upturned nose. Surprisingly, all of the books containing information about bulldogs that I found in the ruins of the library were labeled as Class 3, possibly dangerous, handle with caution, and forbidden to the general public. Why was information about the establishment of dog breeds treated with such paranoia? Satoru said that one book he had read stated that bulldogs were created in ancient England to fight bulls. If that was true, then there might be a connection with our own aggressive instincts, and it would make sense for those books to be banned. Although Satoru made up stories often enough for me to suspect what he said, it didn't mean he was incapable of telling the truth. But in this case, I just couldn't believe his words for a number of reasons. First, I couldn't figure out why dogs needed to fight bulls. Although the book Satoru read said it was for sport, I didn't believe that humans could be that senselessly cruel. Second, I'm not sure exactly how big bulls are, but they must be huge compared to dogs, making it impossible for them to actually fight. Third, the only bulldog I know of, Subaru, was extremely gentle. To have the descendant of a breed of fighting dog be this docile is something I couldn't imagine. And, to the best of my knowledge, Subaru has only ever acted violently once in his entire life. But that's a story for a later time. Shun was an only child, and he took care of Subaru as a surrogate mother. Since Subaru couldn't walk very quickly and got tired easily, Shun couldn't bring him everywhere he went, but once in a while I would see them taking a walk together. It was a funny contrast seeing Shun striding with his long, slender legs and Subaru trotting on his stout little legs to keep up. That's why I was surprised when I saw him walking alone on the hill overlooking the town one day. It was autumn, and the setting sun filled the air with melancholy. It was about 2 weeks after the incident in the practice room. "Shun," I called, as he walked toward me with his head down, deep in thought. "Saki," he said, sounding as if he were waking from a dream. The hazy evening light made it impossible to read his expression. "What's wrong?" I took a step toward him. "Stay back," he said sharply. I halted. We were 20 meters apart. "Why?" My voice rang with sadness. "Sorry, but I want to be alone." "Alone?" "Yeah." He looked straight at me, then averted his gaze. "Is that why you broke up with Satoru?" "Yeah, I guess." "But why? You want to be alone so much that you'd abandon all your friends?" "That's, even if I explain, you won't understand." Shun took something out of his pocket. Metal orbs glittered in the setting sun. Wasp balls. You use your cantus to levitate them and spin them around at high speed to produce a buzzing sound. It was one of the first toys we used at Sage Academy to develop our powers. No one in our class bothered with them anymore, so it was strange to see someone as skilled as Shun using them. I don't think we'll be able to meet for a while. The 3 balls orbited Shun's head, catching the light of the sun and buzzing discordantly. What do you mean? I can't go to school for the time being. I have to get treatment. Are you sick? I was extremely worried. Was he contagious? Was that why he couldn't come near us? Sick. It's not like a cold or a stomach flu. How should I say this? It's not my body that's sick. It's my mind. At the time, I didn't understand what sickness of the mind meant. Was he infected? Was it some bacteria or a virus? Well, I have to go. Wait, I called out as he turned away. Even if we can't meet at school, I can still visit you sometimes, right? I don't know about that. He seemed to be hesitating. I won't be living at home anymore. I gasped. Where are you going then? To a small bungalow for rehabilitation, or that's what they call it, but it's really just a small house. I'm moving there in a few days to start living by myself. Where is it? I can't tell you that. I was speechless. Until then, the idea of keeping secrets from each other was an impossibility to me. If he really couldn't tell me, then the truth must be worse than I could imagine. Shun. My mind was completely blank. I didn't know what to say. Are you really going to be totally alone? What about Subaru? I asked, mentally prepared for the worst. He's at home, he said simply. I wanted to take a walk, so I snuck out by myself. I was slightly relieved that Subaru was okay, but I was still getting more worried by the second. What in the world had happened to Shun? Is there any way I can help you? He didn't answer. The only sound was the buzzing of the wasp balls. Shun, I've always low dash. I was so close to confessing my feelings for him, but he interrupted. Saki, I don't know if I should tell you this, but I think it's for the best. Remember the summer camp 2 years ago? We thought we managed to hide the fact that Regine sealed our cantus. But we didn't. What? I didn't understand what he was trying to say. They probably knew everything. I don't know why, but I think they simply decided to delay punishing us. I don't know where you're going with this. They've been watching this whole time. I just recently noticed. My body felt heavy, like a sinking ship. Cold sweat rolled down my body. There's probably no need to warn you by now, but, Saki, watch out for the cats. Cats? What cats? You mean copycats? Shun moved his head ambiguously, neither a nod nor a shake. Oh yeah, here, take this. He took off the choker he was wearing and threw it to me. It was a lot heavier than I expected. The thick leather band was inlaid with metal rings that opened up on hinges. It looked like a neck cuff for prisoners. What is this? A charm against cats. I made it. Subaru has one too, doesn't he? Actually, it looked nothing like Subaru's collar. He smiled briefly at my joke, but didn't laugh. He started to walk away, but stopped all of a sudden. Some small white animal was coming toward us. Subaru. Running as fast as his little legs could carry him. Silly dog. I told you not to follow me, he said quietly to himself. Then he turned away from me, away from Subaru, and walked quickly down the hill. The little bulldog ran after him, wagging his tail. He wasn't very good at running to begin with, but his steps looked even more unsteady now. Then I noticed that Subaru's right hind leg seemed to be injured. No, that wasn't right. There was something weird about it. But before I had a chance to take a closer look, he had disappeared into the deepening twilight. In other words, we have to find out where Shun went, Satoru said quietly. But how? I asked uncertainly, though Satoru's words did cheer me up a little. How? With every possible method, he said, completely unfazed. Are you still trying to get back with him? Maria said, giving him a cynical look. Now that we know he didn't break up with you because he hates you. That's not my intent, Satoru answered levelly. Anyway, don't we all have a lot of questions to ask him? Are we really under surveillance? What did he mean by watching out for cats? Satoru's hand clenched into fists. What in the world is going on with Shun? I felt my heart twist painfully. I hadn't told anyone about what I had seen in the broken chicken egg. I knew instinctively it had a direct connection to whatever problems Shun was facing right now, but if I said it out loud, then my fears would become reality, so I couldn't say anything no matter what. Shun hadn't gone to school in 4 days. We gathered behind the school building after classes were out and were having a huddled discussion. But if they're really watching us, wouldn't it be better not to do anything that stands out? Mamoru said carefully. Yeah, he's right. I think it's too dangerous. Maria took Mamoru's side. So you're just going to abandon Shun? Satoru asked angrily. I didn't say that. But... She looked around nervously. Even now I feel like I'm being watched. There's no one around. Stop being stupid, he sneered. I suddenly thought of something. Hey, remember when we were running from Kirumaru? There was this creepy bird following us around all night. You too, Saki. Those were nightjars and crows trained by the Quirots. If the Quirots could do that, then the ethics committee would have even more clever tricks, right? Yeah, I've heard stories too. Geniuses like Shisei Kaburagi, Kufu Hino, and Utatabe can control genes and create animals from their imagination. I wouldn't be surprised if that weird bee over there were watching us right now. Everyone fell silent. The oppressive mood weighed heavily on us. If they did use surveillance bugs, and we didn't notice, then we were done for. Plus, where the bug sends its report after it returns to its hideout was a whole other issue. Okay. I'm going to look for Shun anyway. You don't have to help if you don't want to. I'll help. I said immediately. Wait. You're making it sound like we're not worried about Shun at all. Don't, Maria protested. I'm just saying it's too obvious if all 4 of us start snooping around. Right, Mamoru? Mamoru opened his mouth. It looked as if this wasn't what he meant at all, but in the end, he nodded without saying anything. You're right. Let's split up and look then. We divided ourselves into 2 groups. Maria and Mamoru went to talk to Shun's friends from other teams. Satoru and I went directly to his house. Luckily, there was already a public canoe available when we arrived at the dock. We set off down the web of interconnected canals. The village of Pinewind is situated in the northernmost region of Kamisu 66, and Shun's house was on the northern outskirts of the village. It was a huge gabled building supported by a thick pillar a meter in diameter, over which a 30-meter-long beam held up the ceiling. I used to play there a lot as a child, and it always gave off a somewhat scary aura I didn't expect from wooden houses. Once we got older though, we started playing outside and stopped visiting each other's homes. The canoe sped nimbly through the waterways, but Satoru suddenly slowed down way before we were even close to the junction leading to Pinewind. What's wrong? Look at that. I followed his gaze and saw numerous boats moored near the junction. They were all much bigger than the canoe we were in. An image of God's eye, the town's seal, along with a red number were drawn on the side of each boat. These were boats used by town officials, and the different Sanskrit words painted on the side showed which division they belonged to. These had the word free, symbolizing Amitabha or the thousand-armed goddess, so they were probably from the Department of Health or Environmental Protection. Just go past them. Our canoe headed straight on the waterway. I glanced at the junction out of the corner of my eye and saw, 20 meters above the water, a black and yellow striped rope. A clear sign that entrance was forbidden. What's going on? Does this mean we can't enter Pinewind? It looks like it. But it can't be. Did it have something to do with Shun? I wanted to ask, but was too scared to open my mouth. Guess we'll just have to walk in. Don't you think there'll be guards on the road? Let's go around, through the forest. We disembarked at a dock about a kilometer away and started walking in the opposite direction. On our left was a grassy field and on our right a forest of ferns, camellia, and evergreen trees. We made sure we weren't being watched, then slipped into the forest. I have a bad feeling about this. Yeah, me too. The feeling grew stronger with every step. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, as if there were a magnetic field ahead pushing all the particles in our body away from it. How far had we gone? After a while, the black and yellow stripes came into view. The rope had been extended all the way into the middle of the forest. You're kidding. Who even comes through here? I guess this thing goes around the entire village. Satoru folded his arms and stared at the rope. It was tied around the trees in a zigzagging pattern, but didn't look as if it curved around anywhere. Well, we'll just have to go through here then. Satoru ducked under the rope that was stretched out at eye level. I followed right behind. My heart was pounding and I knew we seriously breaking the rules, but there was no other choice. Sure, Satoru suddenly stopped and gestured for me to be quiet. I froze. There was movement in between the trees some 30 meters ahead. Satoru turned around and mouthed something to me. Chewie rat. It appeared to be a sentry. We crouched in the shadow of the trees, trying not to breathe. I created a gentle breeze with my cantus to blow our scent away. It felt like an eternity, but in reality probably only 10 minutes passed. A sharp call echoed through the woods. The Quirat sprang to attention and rushed off. All right, let's go. We started forward again. Finally, we came across a dirt road cutting through the evergreen forest. On the other side was a large red pine forest for which the town is named after. After double-checking to make sure that there were no people or Quirots around, we darted across the road into the pine forest. Suddenly, all the little hairs on my body stood up. Panicking, I looked around wildly. I only saw trees and grass. Nothing out of the ordinary, but something felt completely wrong. Just as I thought, there's something weird going on. Something bad in the air. We shouldn't stay here for too long, Satoru said, apparently getting the same vibes as me. What do we do? We've already come this far. We can't turn back now, right? Satoru whispered, though he looked uncertain. We went another 40 or 50 meters into the pine forest. An unbelievable sight appeared before us. There was another rope stretched out at eye level. But it wasn't a simple black and yellow striped one. The holy barrier. Why? It was a pure white rope hung with lots of streamers. Why was the holy barrier, which was supposed to protect Kamisu 66 from the outside world, here in Pinewind? Did the town's borders shrink? No, that's not it, Satoru said, inspecting the rope. This is obviously newly made. The old holy barrier is probably still where it always has been. Then what is this? Another barrier inside the town that goes all the way around Pinewind. It didn't make sense no matter how I looked at it. The holy barrier was supposed to keep bad things out, but now it seemed like it was holding something in. Satoru sighed deeply. Anyway, if we want to keep going, we'll have to cross the barrier. I nodded. Going beyond the holy barrier was completely different from crossing a simple entrance prohibited rope. If we were found out, nothing we could say would help us. But I already knew that this was the only way to find Shun. We ducked under the rope, careful not to touch any of the streamers. At first it seemed that nothing had changed, but as we kept going, abnormalities began to appear. The usually lush undergrowth in the forest looked as if it had been mown down by a hurricane. Everything was twisted and dying. I couldn't read Satoru's expression. We continued in silence. The sky was only slightly overcast, and the sun was still high in the sky, but our surroundings grew darker and darker. The trees were blocking out the light, their thick branches seemingly fusing together to form a roof above us. In comparison to the undergrowth, the trees seemed to have grown much more than was normal. Satoru broke off a branch and lit it with his cantus. Even though it was still broad daylight, we couldn't see where we were putting our feet without a torch. After a while, we saw a sliver of light between the trees. We tried to get closer, but were stopped by the roots of the trees. They rose out of the ground like giant snakes, coiling this way and that, over and around, making it impossible to walk through. It looked like an alien world. I was just about to suggest that we cut through with our cantus, but realized that it would leave obvious proof that we had been here. I reluctantly started picking my way through the gaps in the trees. Saki, Satoru turned around, holding the torch aloft. Look. He was pointing at the tree trunks. Their bark didn't have the usual tortoiseshell pattern like normal red pines. Instead, they were covered in lumps that looked like tumors or cancer cells. Then, I saw that some of them resembled human faces. Faces twisted in unimaginable pain, screaming faces, faces of the dead. I shivered and looked away. Let's hurry. I was almost prepared to face even more horrible sights ahead. Instead, I was amazed by what I saw. There was a slope that had been more or less cleared by falling boulders. The trees were sparse and the ground was full of mountain azaleas. What was weird was that even though it was already autumn, they were all in full bloom, covering the slope with red and pink flowers and filling the air with the most fragrant aroma I had ever smelled. "How pretty," I said, breathing in their perfume and going for a closer look. "Stop. Don't touch them," Satoru caught me by the arm. "There's something wrong with these flowers. Look," he pointed down at his feet. The ground was littered with the corpses of innumerable ants, bees, beetles, spiders, and other insects. "Don't you think this smell is way too strong? There's probably some toxic substance in it. In the azaleas. They're not normal flowers, no matter how you look at it." His words seemed to break the spell. I looked at the flowers I had thought so beautiful until now, and shuddered at their deceptive poison. No, that wasn't the only reason I had shuddered. Where is this chill coming from? There was a cold wind blowing from the depths of the forest. "Let's take a look," Satoru said, looking as if he were preparing himself for the worst. As if possessed, we made our way toward the source of the wind. "Snow," he shouted. "It can't be. It's still autumn. It's not snowing anywhere." I couldn't believe my eyes. Satoru touched the white powder that covered the roots of the trees. "No, wait. It's not snow. Then what is it?" I didn't have the courage to touch it. "Frost. There's a lot of it, so it looks like snow. I don't know why, but the ground is much colder than it should be, so the water in the air froze. The only place where frost never melted was in the permafrost layer deep underground. It's all messed up," I whispered to myself. Everything here had deviated from the normal rules of nature. We took a detour around the frosted area. 100 meters later, the forest ended abruptly. "Careful," Satoru said quietly. We lay on the ground and crawled toward the forest's edge. It was a dizzying sight. Beneath us was a bowl-shaped hole in the ground 200 meters in diameter and 150 meters deep. It looked like a giant antlion pit. Unbelievable. Did a meteor do this? Sure, Satoru put a finger to his lips. There are people over there. There were human silhouettes at the bottom of the hole. It wasn't a meteor. One that's big enough to make a hole this size would cause a huge explosion. "We never heard anything," he whispered in response to my earlier question. "Then what is this hole? Stop asking me about everything." "What? You don't know the answer?" Satoru looked offended. "I can only hypothesize. The hole was probably made by those people down there." "What for?" "Sure," Satoru shushed me again. The two people were slowly floating upward. I was afraid they were going to come toward us, but they landed on the other side of the hole and started walking away. When they were out of sight, Satoru began talking at a normal volume. They were definitely trying to excavate something. I stared down into the bottom of the crater. There was something down there, but it was hidden in the shadow cast by the hole. If I were on the other side, I would probably be able to see it. Suddenly I had an idea. "Satoru, make a mirror over there," I pointed. He immediately realized what I had in mind. The air shimmered and blinding rays of light flashed in all directions. They gradually converged and a silver mirror appeared. "Point it down more." "I know already." "Yeesh." He slowly angled it downward. Soon we were able to see what was at the bottom of the hole. We were stunned into silence. Hadn't I come here time and again? Why did I not realize where we were until now? The mirror reflected a large building almost completely buried in the dirt. Just one glimpse of the dark wood and I knew it was Shun's house. We didn't talk much on the way back. Even though we had come across many strange things in the pine forest, most of our thoughts were focused on Shun. I didn't know what had happened, but it looked like the earth had tried to swallow Shun's house whole. It seemed impossible to survive something like that. So why was I convinced that Shun was still alive? Where was he now? Was he okay? Did he need help? All these unanswerable questions whirled around in my head. "You said he left home, right? So he's gotta be okay," Satoru said, more to himself than to me. "Let's go look for him tomorrow morning. I'm sure we'll find him." "Shouldn't we go right now?" The sun's going to set soon. We don't have a clue where Shun is right now. I know you're worried, but we'll have a fresh start tomorrow. How could he be so calm? Wasn't he worried? Unlike Satoru, I wasn't confident at all. We arrived at the park where we were supposed to meet up with Maria and Mamoru, but there was no sign of them. We waited for a bit, but decided to go home. See you tomorrow, then. The words were unsuited for the situation. It sounded like we were parting after a picnic in the park. We went our separate ways. Satoru headed toward Heiring and I took my canoe back to Waterwheel. Shadows stretched across the village as the sun went down over Mount Tsukuba. Braziers were lit all over town, making the waterways sparkle with orange reflections. This was always my favorite time of the day, when I could enjoy the scenery as I reflected on the day's events and looked forward to what the next day had to offer. I tied up the canoe behind our house and went in through the back door. I was surprised to see that both my parents were home early. "Welcome home," Mother smiled. "Dinner is ready. It's been a while since we've eaten together." Father stared at me as I sat down at the table, then grinned broadly. "Look at you. You're all covered in dirt. Go wash up." When I came back, I expected my father to ask where I had been, but he didn't. He was talking about the plans to install street lamps in the center of the village, as it seemed that using only braziers was not enough. But incandescent bulbs would require electricity, which was only allowed to be used to power the loudspeakers in the public hall. So in order to move forward with the plan, they first needed to revise the code of ethics. No matter how many times we petition, the higher-ups at the ethics committee never agree to it. My father, the mayor, grumbled as he poked at a piece of fish with his chopsticks. "It would be nice if you could do something about the lights in the library first," Mother said. Her job as head librarian put her in a position even higher than the mayor's. "The library already uses a fifth of our annual budget." "I know. But we've had to work late recently, and the phosphorescent lamps are too much of a hassle." She pointed at the light above the dining table. At that time, phosphorescent lamps were widely used for lighting. Often called bontan balls, phosphorescent lamps are large circular vacuum tubes whose insides are coated with a special paint containing platinum or iridium. After you charge it up with your cantus, the lamp would shine for a specific amount of time. However, it only lasts for about half an hour before the light starts dimming and you have to charge it up again, so that was annoying. Right now only Waterwheel has electricity to spare, but it's impossible to lay down cables all the way to the library in Heiring. "Can't you just build a new Waterwheel next to the library?" "That would be difficult. It would obstruct traffic, and the canals there flow too slowly to produce electricity." The more they continued their spirited discussion, the more I felt that something wasn't right. It was as if they were purposely putting on this show to prevent the conversation from moving in an unwanted direction. "Hey, do you know what happened to Shun?" The two of them fell silent instantly. I felt my pulse speed up. I knew full well this was a dangerous question, so why did I say it out loud? Was I angry at my parents for carrying on such a useless conversation at a time when we were so worried about Shun? Or was I gambling on the chance that I might discover some sort of clue? "You mean Shun Aonuma?" Father asked quietly. "Yeah." He suddenly stopped coming to Sage Academy. My voice cracked a little. "It's forbidden to talk about these things. You know that too, don't you?" Mother smiled chidingly. "Yeah, but..." I looked downward, on the verge of tears. "Saki. Sak-chan." Father weakened as he saw my tears. Sak-chan was a nickname he hadn't used since I was 4 or 5. "Dear," Mother said worriedly. "It's okay. Saki, listen. You will have to face many hardships in life. One of them is parting with your dear friends." "What happened to Shun?" I shouted, interrupting him. Father frowned. "He's missing." "Why?" "A few days ago, there was a big accident in Pinewind. Shun Aonuma and his parents have been missing ever since." "An accident? What was it?" "No one told me anything about it." "Why has?" "Saki." "Enough," Mother said severely. "But we're worried about you. Okay? Don't talk back, and listen to us. You have to stop prying into things that don't concern you." I nodded reluctantly and stood up. "Saki, please," my mother said tearfully as I was about to leave the dining room. I can't lose another. No, I don't want to lose you. Please do as we say. All right. I'm tired, I'm going to bed. Good night, Saki, father said. He put his arms around mother, who was pinching the bridge of her nose. Good night. As I climbed the stairs, all I heard were my mother's words. I can't lose another. No, I don't want to lose you. And something else I had heard long ago. A pained voice shouting, I don't want to lose another child. I lay in bed with a million thoughts running through my head, unable to fall asleep. I've always wondered whether I had an older sister. The first time the thought crossed my mind was when I was around 10 years old. My mother had accidentally left me unsupervised at the library, and I came upon an old dictionary, Class 3 material. In Harmony School, we had talked about how our names reflected our parents' wishes and expectations, so I wanted to know what my name meant. Sa had 3 definitions, dawn, early, and young, but I didn't know which one mine was. Since I was still a kid, I thought it was obvious that I was young. Next I looked up ki, very young, time, little. Just when I thought that the 2 words meant exactly the same thing, I noticed the last definition. Youngest child. Of course, this wasn't definitive proof that I was the youngest child. But my mother was more sensitive to the meaning of words than anyone else. I got the feeling that if I were the oldest child, I wouldn't have had ki in my name. As I thought about this, dim memories from my childhood began to resurface. I think I was 2 or 3 at that time. There was a person who always took care of me wherever I went. That person was older than me, but much younger than my mother. My parents called me Sakchan and that person Yokan. That's right. My sister's name was Yoshimi. There was no evidence that this wasn't just a false memory created by autosuggestion, but after hearing my mother cry that she didn't want to lose another child, the idea that I once had a sister was becoming more and more convincing. If this was the truth, then why was my sister no longer here? Had she really been eliminated? And did it have some connection with what was going on with Shun? I couldn't come up with any conclusions. I was trapped in a cycle of convoluted thoughts. Then I heard something hit the window. My head jerked up. Moonlight shone in through the open curtains and I saw someone floating outside of the second-floor window. For a second I thought I was having a paranormal experience and felt my legs go weak with fear. Then the light fell on a head of red hair and I realized it was Maria. What's wrong? I opened the window. Sorry. I dropped by the park but there was no one there. I got a good scolding when I got home earlier. It would be bad if my parents saw her. Hurry, come in, I gestured at Maria. Why did it take so long? You were only going around to interview people, right? Maria clung tightly to me. Maria. I was so scared. We were so close to being killed too. What do you mean? Explain properly. Maria was trembling, but managed to collect herself. She sat down next to me on the bed and started talking. At first, they had wandered around randomly looking for Shun's friends. Fortunately, Mamoru seemed to have unusual luck in finding things and they managed to run into and question 2 or 3 people this way. But they didn't discover any clues. They realized something strange. Outside of Team 1, most of Shun's friends were from Pinewind, but over half of them were absent from Sage Academy. And the one person they did manage to find refused to say anything at all. They were about to head to Pinewind when they realized that Satoru and I were already on our way there, so they went back to Sage Academy. But as usual, there were almost no students that stayed behind after school was over. The 2 of them were about to go home when they remembered something that Shun and Satoru had been talking about in the past. That story about how there were weird structures in the courtyard that smelled like ammonia and you could hear animals growling inside them. So we decided to check the courtyard. Of course we didn't believe that Shun was there, but we thought we might be able to find some clues. Somehow, Maria and Mamoru managed to get in on nothing but luck. But how did you get into the courtyard? Shun and Satoru had to memorize the position of the locks. Did you forget? I can levitate. I went over the wall when no one was looking. Of course, Mamoru can't, so I had to open the door from the inside for him. Anyway, Shun was right. There were about a dozen little bolts arranged radially. Who cared about the locks? Forget that. What happened? I said impatiently. Same as when Shun and Satoru were there, nothing. Apart from the 5 little brick rooms in the back. I remembered what Shun had said back in Harmony School. There are wooden doors on the buildings, but they look super sturdy. Probably made of oak, 4 or 5 centimeters thick, and there are cast iron bars over it, with these hinges. I don't really care about the doors. Get to the point and tell me what you saw. I shouted in irritation. Maria had great concentration and observational skills, but sucked at summarizing what she saw. Sorry. Anyway, we wanted to find out what was inside, but couldn't open the doors without destroying them. I'm sorry too. I just really wanted to know what you guys found. Yeah, so we put our ears against the door. We heard something. What did it sound like? A low growl. And then footsteps like some big animal walking back and forth. I could tell that whatever it was had noticed us too. Wait a second. Is there that much room in that shed? Ah. I think the building is just an entrance that connects to a basement or a cell underground. The presence of that thing seemed to come from below. Chem. But in the end you still don't know what was making that noise. Don't jump to conclusions. We did see it afterwards. Though not its entire body. I resisted the urge to snap at her to hurry up and listened quietly. Mamoru and I were about to peek into the building when I heard the bolts on the door turning. Someone was coming into the courtyard. There was nowhere to hide, so we jumped behind the buildings. Just in time too. The door opened the next second and they came in. Who? I couldn't see their faces, but I could tell from their voices that there were 3 of them. One was probably the Sun Prince. The other 2 were a man and a woman, and the woman sounded like the one that interviewed us after we came back from summer camp. I swallowed. What did they talk about? I could only hear bits of the conversation, but the man was saying that they needed to hurry and settle this before he was completely demonized. And if they failed, it would be a disaster, and stuff like that. I don't know what he meant by demonize though. Part of me had been prepared for this. Still, it felt like I had been hit over the head with a metal bat. Demonize probably meant turning into a karma demon. And after that, I forced myself to speak. The woman said to send out the tainted cats immediately, and the Sun Prince asked if she meant the black and striped ones that they've been using. Maria's voice shook. Then they opened them. The 2nd and 4th rooms. And these big animals came out. I only caught a glimpse of them, but they looked as big as the lions in the old zoos and a lot skinnier. The animals, the tainted cats, didn't they sense you hiding there? Yeah. But someone immediately restrained the cats with their cantus and transported them elsewhere, so we weren't discovered. But, this the most important thing, the Sun Prince let slip where the cats were being sent. He said it's a pity for such a talented child. I already knew who it was. I heard it with my own ears. Shun Aonuma. Chapter 3. After that, I don't really remember how I calmed Maria down. In any case, I had to say something to make her feel that Shun wasn't in grave danger. I'm not as good at lying as Satoru is, but I can do a good enough job if I have to, so I promised Maria that we would go look for Shun the next morning and somehow convinced her to go home. I knew I would feel much braver if the 2 of us were together, but I couldn't put my friend's life in danger. After she left, I dressed hurriedly. I put a windbreaker on over my sweater and clipped my hair up with a barrette. Since I did a lot of outdoor activities, I already had a pack prepared with things like medicine, a compass, and other emergency supplies. I stuffed it into my backpack, and at the last minute remembered to bring the charm Shun had given me. I snuck quietly out of the window and onto the roof. Unlike Maria, I didn't know how to levitate yet, so I muttered my mantra and jumped as hard as I could. The instant my cantus kicked in, the rush of air that hit me was as heavy as water. It was like falling in a dream. I lost my balance and landed badly on my foot, but luckily didn't hurt myself. There was no time to waste. I got up and made my way swiftly to the back of the house, untied the canoe from the dock and set off down the dark canal as quietly as possible. When I was a good distance away, I set the canoe going at full speed. I wasn't sure if I would make it in time. It was dark, and I was going so fast that if I made the slightest mistake, I would crash and sink. Still, I didn't hesitate. I would save Shun no matter what. I have to make it in time. The whole of my being was concentrated on it. As I sped along the dark waterway, I was enveloped in a strange sense of déjà vu. It was the first day of summer camp, when Shun and I were night canoeing. Shun had stilled the surface of the river and turned it into a mirror reflecting the starry sky above. Shun had propelled Hakuren 4 on the waves through the infinite fragments of shining stars. The flow of the water and the banks of the river on either side were a blur in the darkness. I couldn't tell how fast we were going, just like how I felt now. The boat I was using now was also called Hakuren 4. We technically weren't allowed to register boats with identical names, but I couldn't think of anything else to call it. I arrived at the junction leading to Pinewind in no time. I stopped. Earlier this afternoon, there had been quite a few boats docked here, but now that it was the dead of night, only one remained. There was a lit brazier on the boat, but no sign of anyone. This time around, I didn't have the time to take a detour through the forest. I had to go through the junction. I started forward slowly. I concentrated as hard as I could on muffling the sound of the waves. Hakuren 4 glided forward into the circle of light and under the rope blocking the way. If someone came out from the boat now, that would be the end. I held my breath until I thought Hakuren 4 had gone far enough to be hidden in the darkness. The watchman on the boat probably thought that no one would dare break the rules and enter Pinewind. Otherwise, it would never have been this easy to sneak in. I continued onward quietly and soon passed under the second holy barrier. There was no patrol here. The moonlight illuminated 2 large pines in front of me. This should be the center of town. Peering through the darkness, I could see the silhouettes of houses along the river, but none had lights in the windows. Pinewind had turned into no man's land. I turned and followed a narrow canal north. I didn't know exactly where Shun lived now, but had a general idea. His home was already on the northern outskirts of Pinewind. If he was going to move to a small bungalow even more isolated from people, there was a good chance that it would be way in the north, near the holy barrier. I could keep going in that direction by following the compass, but the question was, how far would I have to go? The narrow canal ended 500 meters ahead. The dock was already full of boats, so I tied up Hakuren 4 to a wooden pile and hopped over the other boats to get ashore. One of them sported a fancy torch that caught my eye. Instead of the usual round log, it was made of strips of bamboo tied together and stuffed with straw, cloth, and magnesium wires for fuel. I lit it with my cantus and it flared to life, illuminating everything around me in dazzling light. I wasn't familiar with the geography of Pinewind and didn't know where exactly I was now, but turned and headed north. As I walked, the torch revealed what appeared to be a long-abandoned ghost town. Pinewind had been evacuated not too long ago, yet the streets were filled with trash and bits of wood, and the buildings were rotting away. But the creepy vibe of the town was interrupted with an even more unsettling feeling. The light of the torch was so strong that everything outside its circle of illumination was pitch black. I had no idea what I was walking into. On the other hand, anyone could see me coming from miles away. The logical part of my brain told me that keeping the torch was dangerous, but the primal part said that light meant safety. I tried dimming the flames, but it was too difficult to control. I could either put it out entirely, or let it burn at full force. I looked at the branches littered at my feet. If I gathered these and lit them as I went along, then I would always have a small source of light. Thinking that I should have done this right at the beginning, I put out the torch. Everything plunged into darkness. Red and green after images flickered in front of my eyes. I lit one of the branches. A huge black cat stood in front of me. Actually, huge doesn't even begin to describe it. As Maria had said, it was at least as big as a lion. Its legs and neck were extremely long, and though its head was comparatively small, about the size of a leopard's, it was tall enough that its glittering eyes were at the same level as mine. The black cat purred contentedly as it came toward me and put its front paws on my shoulders. Then in an instant, its huge jaws were around my neck. I heard its teeth crunch. My mind went blank. I couldn't even remember how to recite my mantra. So this was a tainted cat. That was the only thought my panicked brain could produce. I felt its hot breath stirring my hair, and its drool running down my neck. All I could smell was the disgusting stench of ammonia. Slowly, I became aware that I was still conscious. The cat was biting down on my neck with tremendous force, but its teeth didn't penetrate my skin. It was the charm Shun had given me. The thick metal rings in the collar had saved me from decapitation. The moment I realized this, I instinctively whispered my mantra. I tried to loosen the jaws clamped around my neck. Apparently, once a tainted cat bites down on something, a special joint in their skull causes their jaws to lock, making them extremely difficult to force open. However, it could never compete with the overwhelming power of Cantus. The bone creaked and shattered, its lower jaw hung open uselessly, and I was freed. Backing away quickly, I held up the flaming branch and the light fell upon the cat's terrible face. It glared and hissed threateningly like a snake. Its long teeth, like those of a saber-toothed tiger from eons ago, dripped with blood. I visualized a pair of powerful arms floating before me. One hand held the tainted cat by the neck and the other closed around its body and wrung it like a towel. There was a dry snapping sound. The cat shuddered violently and fell still. For a while, I sat there breathing heavily. I couldn't stop crying. My neck was hurting, and I discovered that the metal collar had been deformed and wouldn't unhinge. I tore at it with my cantus and finally got it off. After a moment, I collected myself and stood up to examine the tainted cat's corpse. It looked exactly like the copycats that were always the subject of schoolyard legends. About 3 meters long, slimmer than tigers or lions, with abnormally long limbs. A face like a normal cat's, except for the fact that the mouth could open many times wider. I touched the long fangs arcing out of the wide-open mouth. They were over 15 centimeters long, with elliptical cross-sections, and felt rough like a shark's skin. It looked like the teeth were usually folded inside the mouth to keep them hidden. Unlike saber-toothed tigers, the tainted cat had fangs on both the top and bottom jaws that were blunt at the ends. They didn't kill by impaling prey, but by pressing down on their jugular vein and strangling them. There was only one reason for this method of killing that I could think of. In order to perpetuate the copycat legends, children needed to be taken without leaving behind blood or any other evidence so that there would never be any proof of murder. No matter how I looked at it, the tainted cats were bred for the sole purpose of killing people. I threw up. As monstrous as the cat was, I still felt instinctively revolted at killing a warm-blooded animal. But more than that, I was disgusted at the existence of this cursed creature. After an hour, I finally arrived at the giant pit that used to be Shun's home. I had to hurry. I was covered in sweat and the tainted cat's saliva had soaked into my sweater and ran all the way down to my socks. It was cold and extremely nasty, but I didn't have time to stop and wipe myself off. Having learned my lesson from my near-death experience earlier, I didn't carry a torch. If I became too accustomed to the light, I would be left blind if the torch went out. It would be better to let my eyes adapt to the dark as much as it could and make the best of it. Although I kept following the compass north, the first sign that confirmed I was going the right way came from a moonlit spiderweb. The threads were twisted so that they resembled faces and words. Although I didn't know at the time, spiderwebs are the most sensitive things in nature and are the first to indicate that things are going wrong. As I got closer to the holy barrier, the trees began to show signs of deformation. Most of them leaned in the same direction, as if they had been bent over from an unceasing wind. For a while now I had been plagued by an uneasy feeling. Leave. Now. Run as far away from here as possible. That was what my gut was telling me. I didn't want to stay here a second longer, but I thought about Shun and tried desperately to encourage myself. I couldn't turn back now. I was the only one who could save him. I kept going, using the deformed plants as guides. The forest seemed to be twisted in a spiral. If that was the case, then Shun had to be at the center. The silhouette of the trees resembled giant, tentacled monsters, beckoning toward me. I continued onward, ducking and dodging under the branches. Before I knew it, I had been enveloped in a thick, milky fog that obscured everything more than a couple centimeters in front of me. I kept hearing whispering noises. The wind, sounds of laughter, and occasionally what seemed to be words, though I couldn't make out what they were. The information I was getting from my senses were vague and distorted. Even the ground beneath my feet seemed soft and unreliable. The compass needle spun around and around uselessly. Soon, I couldn't even tell whether it was light or dark anymore. My eyes had stopped working. What was happening? My head began to ache as if someone was squeezing it with a clamp. Even thinking was becoming too much of an effort. I stood paralyzed, all feeling draining from my body. I couldn't tell whether I was standing or sitting. What was this place? Shan, where are you? I shouted. My mind cleared for a moment when I heard my own voice, but it soon clouded over again. Just as I felt my consciousness fading away, I heard a voice. Saki, what are you doing here? I don't know. I don't even know where. The mist suddenly vanished as if it had been sucked away and the ground returned to its familiar solidity. Shan. A young man stood 20 meters ahead, wearing the purity mask that the Shinsha wear during the demon-chasing festival. But the voice was unmistakably Shun's. You shouldn't have come. Go home, Saki. I shook my head. Look at this, he pointed at the ground. At first it was too dark to see, but then the ground began to glow softly and I saw that it was covered with writhing insects. All of them were deformed. Moths of all sizes unable to fly because of their wilted wings and bulging abdomens. Beetles with the legs on one side of their bodies elongated as if on stilts, stumbling around in endless circles. And centipedes with their front and rear ends fused together so that they were literal rings. If you don't want to end up like this, leave now. No, I said stubbornly. Tell me what exactly is going on. I won't move an inch until you do. Don't be stupid, Shun said sharply. I'm fine with being stupid. I came all the way here to rescue you. A tainted cat almost killed me along the way, I said in a choked voice. You met a cat? Yeah. I was saved thanks to the charm you gave me, but there's probably another cat around. I see. He took a deep breath. Fine. 10 minutes. You can stay for 10 minutes and I'll explain as much as I can. But you have to leave once time is up. I couldn't stand here and argue with him forever, so I nodded. Suddenly the area was lit as if by a spotlight. I looked up and saw that the aurora filled the entire sky. A curtain of pale green hung across the sky, blended with ripples of red, pink and purple light. How? Shun, are you doing this? I knew that the aurora only appeared at the north and south poles. Although I didn't understand how it worked with solar wind and plasma and whatever, I could tell that pulling off a stunt like this was something not even Shisei Kaburagi could do. I would have to break our promise if a tainted cat attacked us while we're talking. Let's go to the bungalow. He jerked his head at the building behind him. I noticed it for the first time. The wavering light from the aurora shone upon a small house, strangely crooked, as if seen through a distorted lens. The beams supporting the building were twisted, and the straw on the roof stuck out in all directions like an angry porcupine. Why is the house all weird? Even now, I still keep trying to change it back to normal. He went in through the oval doorway and I followed. 10 minutes. I think I can keep it under control for that long. Wasp balls that had been strewn all over the floor lifted into the air. I felt like I had walked into a hornet's nest as the balls hummed loudly. What is this for? It's so noisy. It can't be helped. Bear with them for now. Shun crossed the dingy room and sat down at a large wooden table. Its warped surface was covered with books and piles of paper. Will you sit over there? He indicated a chair at the other end of the room. I shook my head and stood in the middle of the bungalow, looking around. Everything was deformed in some way, even things made of what were supposed to be sturdy materials like wood and stone. I felt like my senses were malfunctioning or that the fabric of reality was wearing thin. Where should I start? All problems stem from the human mind. I frowned, completely lost as to what he was talking about. The conscious self is just the tip of the iceberg. The subconscious that exists below the surface is many times greater. That's why we can never fully understand our thoughts and feelings. I didn't come for a psychology lecture. I want to know what's happening to you. I'm explaining right now, he said in a muffled voice. Why are you wearing that mask? Take it off. It gives me the creeps. I can't, Shun said curtly. Besides, there's no time. Listen. No matter what people do, they can never completely control their mind. Even if they think they can control their conscious thoughts, they don't know what's going on in their subconscious. Our cantus is the most tangible manifestation of that. What do you mean? For physical actions, there are multiple stages between forming an idea and completing it. Motive comes from our subconscious and must pass through our conscious mind before it can be realized, so logic and reason can change or stop an action from being taken. However, for our cantus, the inception and execution of an action is more or less simultaneous. Even if it's wrong, there's no time to correct it. But don't we have to follow prescribed methods and picture very specific things to use cantus? Those images are consciously created, but there are still things hidden in the darkness of our subconscious. The pitch of the humming wasp balls seemed to rise slightly. I don't understand what you're saying. Even if there were images we weren't aware of deep in our minds, we wouldn't be able to make use of them. For one thing, if we don't chant our mantra, our cantus wouldn't work. You don't understand. No matter how strictly you try to control it through hypnotic suggestions and mantras, cantus always leaks through the holes in our subconscious. Leaks? Yeah. Cantus is constantly leaking out. In a sense, we are always subconsciously changing the world around us. That's... I was speechless. I thought the idea was ridiculous, but couldn't get the words out. Saki, what do you think the holy barrier is for? Do you think it can protect us against threats from the outside? I don't know. What do you mean? I was totally confused. The holy barrier was created to deal with internal threats, not external ones. And the threat is our leaking cantus. Whether it's karma demons or fiends, all the things we are afraid of come from within. Shun's voice was calm, but the spinning wasp balls began to quiver. Of course, the power that leaks out is feeble and won't wreak havoc overnight. But if we are continually exposed to these thoughts, there's no telling what the result will be. That's why we need to direct it outside. How? We've been conditioned to fear the outside world since childhood. The image of that dark boundless world merges with the dark universe that is our subconscious. In our minds, the subconscious becomes directly linked to the outside world, and the cantus that leaks out is directed outside the holy barrier. The barrier is a psychological device that helps purify us. I didn't really understand all the difficult things he was saying. So, what happens to the cantus that is directed outside? It probably takes effect on various things. No one has researched this, so we don't really know. Shun spread out his hands and the swarm of wasp balls began cruising slowly around the room. But I think it does explain some things. For example, the minor Shiro. It didn't exist 1,000 years ago. In evolutionary terms, 1,000 years is equivalent to one night. The ancestor of the minor Shiro was probably the sea slug, but how did it manage to evolve so drastically in such a short amount of time? Our cantus created the minor Shiro? Not just that. Possibly tiger crabs and hate hatchers as well. I've looked up all the new species that have been discovered in the past 1,000 years. This extraordinary rate of evolution starts and ends around the holy barrier. What he was saying was so strange that I immediately rejected it. Whatever leaks out is just a scrambled collection of thoughts, right? How does that create a clearly defined creature like the minor Shiro? There are templates in our collective unconscious. Jung, a psychologist, calls this an archetype. The shadow, the great mother, the wise old man, the trickster, and more. These characters appear in myths all over the world because they are projections of the archetype. It would be really interesting to study which archetypes minor Shiro and hate hatchers come from. I thought over everything I had just heard, but still wasn't sure if I understood it all. I don't know whether you're right about all that or not, but to be honest, I don't care. What I want to know is what's going on with you. Shun was silent. You. At that moment I noticed something come waddling toward us from a corner of the room. I screamed. It's okay. It's just Subaru. Shun went over and rubbed Subaru under the chin. What happened to him? Nothing, really, I never meant to do anything. The wasp balls began streaking chaotically around the room, but settled down when Shun looked up at them. You understand, don't you? All this is the result of what's happening to me. Subaru's back was covered with a hard, spiky shell like some sort of monstrous armadillo. My cantus won't stop leaking out. It's growing in intensity and I'm becoming less able to control it. My unconscious is running wild, causing extreme leakage of my cantus, which wreaks havoc on everything around me. This is what Hashimoto-Applebaum syndrome is. I've turned into a karma demon. That can't be. You're lying, I shouted. Unfortunately, it's true. Shun picked up Subaru, being careful not to touch the spikes on his back. All the books here are Class 4. Knowledge that was supposed to have been consigned to oblivion. Usually, they're stored in a secret room in the basement of the library. Your mother went out of her way to lend them to me. She did. Reading these books is the only way to learn what it's like to turn into a karma demon. This is all we know. The dusty books all had the Class 4 seal burned into the covers. Class 4 was divided into 3 subcategories. The first was bewitching, short for bewitching words, the second read disastrous, and the most dangerous third category read catastrophic, meaning divine catastrophe, transgression, worse than death. In return for lending me the books, I also have to record my own experience. After all, I'm just the most recent case. Don't say that. What about treatments? Isn't there any way to cure you? There aren't any now. Shun put Subaru down. The little dog waddled toward me. They used to think that Hashimoto-Applebaum was related to schizophrenia, but that's been disproven. If anything, it's closer to having panic disorder, he said indifferently, as if talking about someone else. If reality were an absolute, unchanging thing, then delusions and irrational fears would be curable. But since anxiety warps our perception of reality, there's nothing that can be done. The negative feedback caused by the discrepancy between delusions and reality creates a vicious cycle. What's even worse is that all this occurs on a subconscious level, making it impossible to deal with. Can't we seal your cantus? Sealing it only prevents you from consciously using your power. It has no effect on the unconscious mind. Still, I thought that maybe having a mental restraint would lessen the leakage, so I had head priest Mushin seal my cantus. It was ineffective. My cantus is like something with a broken lid, nothing can hold it back. I was terrified. Could it be? I didn't restore your cantus properly, so it can't be sealed again. Unlike Satoru, Shun had been aware that he was being hypnotized at the time. Furthermore, he had already known what his mantra was. Forcibly unsealing his cantus under those conditions could have permanently removed the hypnotic anchor buried in his mind. No. There was never really any hope in trying to seal it in the first place. It's not your fault, Saki. Tears spilled from my eyes. I couldn't do anything but reach down and pet Subaru. It's about time. You should go home now. I shook my head, still crying. I can control the leakage for a short while by concentrating on a task and redirecting my cantus to it. During that time, most of the ill effects can be suppressed. Right now, I'm focusing on controlling 700 wasp balls so that it doesn't affect you. But I can only keep this up for 10-15 minutes at most. Once my concentration starts to wane, my subconscious could go out of control at any time. No, I'm not leaving. I want to be with you. Saki, my condition has already caused my parents' deaths. His words pierced my heart. They wanted to help me however they could. But there was nothing they could do. I tried my best to control my cantus through pure willpower, but that's the worst method to use. In the end, it rebounded with even greater force. Shun. I thought I heard the house creak, and suddenly the ground liquefied and swallowed it whole. I was saved, probably because one of my parents used their cantus to eject me from the house at the last second. I heard him sob into his mask. So hurry and leave. Please. I don't want to see anyone else I love die. I stood up slowly. Despair and helplessness weighed me down. I can't save Shun. I can't do anything. At the door, I turned back to face him. Shun, is there anything you want me to do? He shook his head. Suddenly, a gigantic animal slipped by me and into the bungalow. It was a tainted cat with grey tiger stripes, twice as large as the black one I met earlier. It paid no attention to me and advanced on Shun, purring loudly. Slowly, the cat stalked closer. Its sharp glare was petrifying, but the purring in its throat conveyed no sense of enmity. Anyone who encountered the cat would be confused by these conflicting signals and temporarily be at a loss for what to do. This was the double bind technique that tainted cats used to trap their prey. Having already experienced this tactic, I reacted first and quickly muttered my mantra. "Saki, don't." Shun's voice echoed. "It's enough already." His words stunned me. What should I do? I couldn't stand by and watch him be killed. But the 3.5-meter-long cat reached out as if to kiss Shun, and opened its mouth wide. I was about to release my cantus. At that instant, Subaru leapt forward with a terrifying howl. The tainted cat glanced at Subaru and brought its right paw up to meet him. Its razor-sharp claws cut into Subaru and blood sprayed everywhere. But thanks to the hard shell on his back, the wound wasn't fatal. Subaru didn't falter for a second and went straight for the cat's throat. It dodged with startling agility, but Subaru still managed to sink his teeth into a leg more than 10 times his size. Even now, I don't understand what happened. After generations of selective breeding, bulldogs should have completely lost their violent tendencies. The Subaru I knew was always aloof toward other dogs, and never went beyond barking or occasionally baring his teeth at them. You could almost describe him as being sullen. So what was going through his head at that moment? What had happened to suddenly reawaken in him the bloodthirsty nature that his ancestors were known for? As he viciously attacked an animal that, in all probability, was going to kill him, I remembered the legends that named bulldogs the strongest fighting dogs that would take on animals many times their size. Subaru clamped his jaws tightly and shook his head from side to side. His upturned nose made it possible to breathe no matter how deeply he buried his teeth into enemy. The tainted cat yowled with pain, but as a beast created to hunt humans, it had been endowed with more cunning than normal animals. It deftly flipped Subaru over with its other paw and held him down on his back. "Stop!" I screamed. Razor-sharp claws came slashing down on Subaru's soft belly. Everything that happened next seemed extremely surreal. The cat flew up to the ceiling, legs spread wide like a giant flying squirrel. All 18 of its claws were extended and its fangs were bared in a furious hiss, but its body was as stiff as if it had been crucified. 1,000 sparkling crystals appeared out of thin air and covered the cat completely. The crystals melded together and turned into a half-transparent, shining jewel. The tainted cat vanished. Air rushed into the vacuum it left behind and created a small whirlwind. What in the world did Shun do? All I could think of was that he had transported the cat to a different dimension. Moving something without touching it probably meant surpassing the laws of physics. However, under normal circumstances, we are unable to manifest anything we can't picture in our mind. In the short time since the door to Shun's unconscious had opened and turned him into a karmic demon, he had acquired skills beyond any Cantus expert's level. I realized that Shun was kneeling beside Subaru's corpse. Poor thing. He had already stopped breathing. The floor was covered with blood. The cat had split Subaru open from stomach to heart in a single stroke. "Shun," I crouched next to him. He tried to save me, despite how futile it was. Shun said quietly. I tried to leave him behind so many times, but he kept following me. No, perhaps I was the lonely one. I'd be all alone without Subaru. He rubbed Subaru's chin. I should have made my decision sooner. If I hadn't been so indecisive, Subaru wouldn't have had to suffer like this. "It's not your fault," I said vehemently. "It wasn't the cat's fault either. It's here simply because it was ordered to end my life. I've taken too long to decide on what I should have done." Shun pointed at a cupboard on the wall. "There's a bottle of pills in there, filled with different types of poison. They gave it to me before I came here. Don't you think it's a cruel parting gift?" So that was how the adults handled Shun's situation, by making him end his own life. The thought didn't surprise me. Maybe I had been exposed to so much shock in rapid succession that I was now numb. "I'm glad you didn't take any. You should throw them all away." I took them all. But they didn't work. It was too late. I guess it's easy to change poisons on a molecular level. Though I was surprised when even arsenic couldn't kill me. It seems like my shadow, the part of my unconscious that doesn't want to die, is capable of altering even basic elements. I put my hand on Shun's. I think it's coming, he said to himself. What is? Saki, hurry and get out of here. He drew his hand away and stood up. The house gave a loud thump. The wasp balls rose high in the air, vibrating intensely, then clattered to the ground. It's the same as that time, when my house was swallowed up. Isn't it funny? It's almost like the spirit of blessing. But instead of blessing you, it brings death. He pushed me from behind. Hurry. I tried to resist, but he overpowered me. I'll put an end to it now. I've had enough. Before my eyes, the walls began to warp and shake. What looked like bubbles appeared and burst one after another. It was a chaotic scene. My head began to hurt again. Saki, Shun said quietly as he pushed me out the door. His mask started melting even though there was no heat. I've always loved you. Why are you saying this now? Shun. Goodbye. The next second, I was hundreds of meters above the ground. I looked down at Shun's bungalow in the moonlight. There was only a deep crater. The earth around the crater started caving in. The air was filled with a low rumbling and sharp snapping sounds as trees were ripped up by the roots. This apocalyptic scene slowly grew farther and farther away. I realized that I was flying backwards in a large arc. A strong wind buffeted my clothes this way and that. It blew away my barrette and my hair trailed out behind me in the night sky. If I just crashed into something and died, that wouldn't be too bad. With that thought, I closed my eyes. And opened them again. Shun had saved me with the last of his strength. I had to live. I turned to face forward. The wind stung, but I didn't close my eyes. My tears were blown away behind me. It looked like I would land in a wide, grassy plain. I wondered if Shun had had this destination in mind when he flung me across the sky. Slowly, the ground grew closer and closer. Slowly, as if I were in a dream. Part 4, Winter's Distant Thunder. Chapter 1. Commotion surrounded me. The screeching of chairs being pushed back. The rhythm of footsteps on the wooden floor. The vibration of students jumping around. The sound of steam whistling from the pot on a stove in the middle of the classroom. Voices with strange accents. Boisterous laughter. Conversations muffled as if I were listening underwater. Low mutters from an unknown person. Everyone wanted someone to hear their words. But when all these voices joined together, they filled the air with a meaningless buzz. Even if the thoughts of every person in the room were spoken aloud, they might all be the same thing. Each individual's thought has meaning, but when you put them together, they lose direction and become nothing more than a chaotic blend of noises. Just like our leaking cantus. I was lost in a sea of incoherent thoughts. Leaking. What was it? What are you daydreaming about? The words appeared on my notebook. The O in you had a winking face drawn in and the U in about had been turned into a happy face. I turned and saw Maria looking somewhat concernedly at me, just thinking about something. Let me guess. It's about Ryu. Ryu? I frowned. Maria took my confusion to mean something else. No need to hide it. You're worried about whether he'll pick you, right? Don't worry. He definitely likes you. Ryu Inaba. A cheerful boy who I had known since childhood. A natural leader everyone looked up to. But I was suddenly filled with a sense of discomfort. Why him? Ryu's in team 2 though. Why would he choose me? What are you saying, all of a sudden? Maria exclaimed. That was only in the very beginning, wasn't it? Ever since he joined Team 1, he's always hung out with us. Oh right. Ryu had been added our team partway through. Because Team 2 had 6 members and we only ever had 4. But why weren't there enough members to begin with? Saki, are you okay? You're acting kind of weird. Maria put her hand on my forehead as if to check if I had a fever. Then she suddenly closed the gap between us and kissed me on the lips. Stop it. I turned away hastily. No one was looking at us, but I felt embarrassed all the same. See? Now you're all better, she said. I wasn't asking you to do that. You're hoping someone else would, huh? I wasn't thinking that. You two are pretty close. Ryu appeared behind Maria. I felt my face turn red. Maria was going to misinterpret this too, I thought, and turned even redder. We're living out our love here. You jealous? Maria asked as she hugged me to her chest. A little, to tell the truth. Of who? Both of you, I guess. Liar. Simply put, Ryu was smart, tall, and well-liked. You just couldn't ignore his existence. On the other hand, he wasn't the type to think too deeply about things. He wasn't dumb by any means, but his responses never went beyond the surface of the issue at hand. And he wasn't particularly stellar at using Cantus either. This made me feel uneasy too. Who exactly was I comparing him to? Saki, can we talk before the afternoon classes start? He asked. I'll get out of your way then. Maria floated up in the air and pirouetted, her long red hair fluttering behind her. Mamoru has only ever had eyes for you, you know, Ryu said to her. When you won the preliminary poll by a landslide, it really shook him up. She chuckled. It's a sin to be too popular, isn't it? Maria flew away like a whimsical dragonfly and Ryu turned toward me. Let's go somewhere quiet. All right. I had no reason to refuse. I followed him out of the classroom, but stopped short when he made to turn left. Wait, I don't want to go over there. Why? He looked a little incredulous. What do you want to do over there? I wasn't entirely sure why I didn't want to go in that direction either. No one will bother us there. It just leads to the inner yard. Right. I didn't want to go near the inner courtyard. But why did I feel so opposed to it? Don't you want to go outside instead? The weather's so nice. Oh, sure. We turned right in the hallway and went out into the schoolyard. The weather was indeed nice, but there was a chill in the air. Ryu wrapped his arms around himself for warmth. No doubt he was thinking that I was some crazy woman who didn't know what winter was. I'm going to nominate you as my duty partner, he said, cutting right to the chase. Thanks. I wasn't quite sure what to say, so I used the safest reply. That's it. Ryu sounded disappointed. What do you mean? What are you going to do? Are you going to nominate me? He pressed. This winter, everyone in Sage Academy would be broken up into pairs to serve on duty. In theory, everyone would be in male-female pairs, but we didn't have the same number of each gender, so there would also be teams of 3 as well as pairs of the same gender. On the surface, our duties encompassed only day-to-day and event preparations, but for some reason, a pair could only be formed if boy and girl chose each other. So in our minds, this was a nothing other than blatant declaration of love. During that time, it was an undeniable reality that the school controlled all our romantic relationships. That was what the kanji represented. The usual definition was just to perform various tasks, but dictionary says that it also means couple. Given that the Ethics Committee and Board of Education seemed to be obsessed with word meanings, this idea probably wasn't too far-fetched. Point 12. Sorry. I haven't decided yet. Since Ryu had been so straightforward with me, I did the same. Do you have someone else in mind? He asked worriedly. Not really. Satoru's face popped into my mind, but I quashed the idea immediately. He was a good friend, but I didn't see him in a romantic way. Why are you choosing me? Isn't it obvious? Ryu answered confidently. You've always been the only one for me. Always. Since when? When? It's kind of hard to put a finger on something like that, right? But if I had to decide, I guess. Ryu suddenly looked a little uncertain. When we were together during summer camp, I remembered the star-filled night from 2 years ago. What's your favorite memory from camp? That, all of it. Being together in the canoe. Oh, remember when you were so into the scenery that you almost fell in the river and I caught you at the last second? That was a close one. I frowned. Did that really happen? There had been some dangerous situations during camp, but we had been separated during those times. So wouldn't it be more normal to remember our first night of camp, or the day we were reunited? What about night canoeing? Night canoe? Then he remembered. Oh yeah, that was fun. Fun. The memory of that night was important to me, and I didn't like that he summed it up with such a banal word. We passed by Satoru on the way back to the classroom. He was looking in our direction with a strange expression on his face, but his gaze wasn't on me. No surprise there since he and Ryu had been in a relationship a while back. But the look in his eyes gave me goosebumps. It wasn't a look of jealousy or infatuation. I can only describe it as an expression of pure confusion. Like someone who had seen something completely irreconcilable with reality. That night I had a long, rambling dream. Most of it was forgotten as soon as I woke up, but the final scene was burned into my mind. I was in a dim, empty place. In my hands I held a bouquet of flowers. I realized that I was in the school's inner courtyard. It was filled with gravestones as far as the eye could see. No matter how hard I tried, it was too dark to make out the words carved on the stone tablets. I put the flowers on the grave directly before me. It was new, but the stone had already been weathered away and it sank into the ground as if melting into it. It was impossible to read the name on it. As I stood there, an intense feeling of loneliness washed over me, like a hole had opened in my chest. "Have you forgotten about me already?" Someone spoke to me. A boy's voice. It was painfully familiar, but I didn't know whose it was. "I'm sorry. I just can't remember." "I see. I guess it can't be helped." I turned in the direction of the voice, but no one was there. "Where are you? Let me see your face." "I don't have a face," he said quietly. At these words, I recalled an infinite sadness. "I see, he didn't have a face anymore. But you should know it well." "I don't know. I can't remember." "It's not your fault," the voice said kindly. "They erased my name after burying me." "Who? Why would they do that?" "Look over there. They've all been erased." There was a strangely shaped gravestone that looked like a house of cards. Most of it had already crumbled away, rendering the name illegible. There, and there too. Farther on, more gravestones stood silently. Those had no names to begin with, only a disc inlaid in the stone. As I approached, I realized that they were mirrors. If I got closer, would they reflect my face? My footsteps faltered. "It's okay," the faceless boy said behind me. "Don't be afraid. That's not your grave." "Whose is it?" "Take a good look and you'll understand." I peered into the mirror. Light flickered in my eyes. I put a hand up to block the dazzling light. Then slowly, I opened my eyes. Daylight glimmered through a gap in the curtains. I stretched, got up, and pulled back the curtains. The rising sun dyed the window pane with yellow light. A few puffer sparrows flitted energetically from tree to tree. It was the same morning scenery as always. I wiped my eyes. Even as I was dreaming, I knew I had been crying. I went and washed my face to prevent my parents from noticing. The clock on the wall showed that it was not yet 7. I thought about all the dreams I had ever had. Who did the voice belong to? Why did it sound so familiar, and why did it fill me with such sadness? Suddenly I realized that the mirror in the dream was one I had seen before. Not in another dream, but in reality. My heart started pounding. I had seen it when I was very young. Where though? Considering my age then, it couldn't have been too far away. Somewhere near the house. No, somewhere in the house. There had been a large box stuffed with all sorts of odds and ends that I thought of as a treasure chest. I would spend all day digging through it and not get bored. The shed. There was a large shed near our house. The top half was made of plaster and the bottom half was built with corrugated metal. It was surprisingly spacious inside and I had spent much of my childhood playing in there. I put on a jacket, slipped quietly down the stairs, past the entrance hall, and out into the yard. The sharp morning air made my face sting, but felt thoroughly refreshing as I took a few deep breaths. I opened the large door of the shed with some difficulty. There was barely enough light coming through the wooden slats of the window to illuminate the inside. The room was about 8 tatami mats large, packed full of shelves, with a staircase to the second floor at the far end. Relying on my vague memories of the place, I went up the stairs. There were shelves along the wall, with sturdy wooden boxes on them. Each box probably weighed 100 kilograms or more. Using my cantus, I opened each in turn. It was in the 5th box. I took out a circular mirror about 30 centimeters in diameter. Unlike the usual silver-backed glass mirror, it was much heavier, absorbed heat very quickly, and appeared to be made of bronze. It was exactly the same as the one in my dream. Slowly, memories began to resurface. I had definitely seen this mirror in the past. And probably more than once. I examined it carefully. Bronze left out for a long time would begin to oxidize, and in extreme cases, turn completely green. But the surface looked only slightly cloudy. The last time I had seen the mirror was within the past 5 years at the very least. It must have been polished at that time. I put the box back and brought the mirror outside with me. I didn't want my parents to see, so I went around the house and set off down the waterway in Hakuren 4. Even though it was still early morning, there were already quite a few boats on the canal. The wind coming off the water was cold. Doing my best to be inconspicuous, I traveled down the less populated waterways and stopped at an empty dock. I rubbed the mirror with the piece of cloth it came with to try to get rid of the cloudiness. It was more difficult than I had anticipated. I used my cantus, imagining the dirt falling off of the mirror, and gradually the bronze regained its pinkish gold luster. Ever since I found the mirror, I had been thinking that it was a magic mirror. Magic mirrors are a kind of mirror created using a technique that has existed since the ancient times. You can't see anything by simply looking at it, but if you direct the light of the sun hitting it onto a surface, words or pictures appear in the projection. It worked by scattering light from micron-thin variations in thickness of the bronze. The projections only show up in sunlight. Candles, torches, and phosphorescent lights have no effect. In the past, the bronze first had to be ground down to the proper thinness, then the design was painstakingly scratched into the bronze and polished until it was invisible to the naked eye. But it was the subject of one of our first practical lessons at Sage Academy. In order to master the delicate touch needed to control our cantus, we all had to create a magic mirror. I remember completing mine in just one lesson. It said Saki and had arabesque designs on it. I thought I had done a splendid job. I tracked the sun with the mirror and directed it at the wall of a building near the dock. The letters that appeared in the circle of light were so clumsy that they seemed more like messy sketches. Still, they clearly spelled Yoshimi. When I entered the classroom, Ryu was chatting and laughing with his friends, as usual. Most of them were from Team 2. "Hey, I'm counting on you today," Ryu said when he spotted me, smiling with perfect confidence. "I need to talk to you." "Sure, where should we go?" "Doesn't matter, it won't take long." I stood up and left the classroom. Ryu, aware that his friends were watching, put on an air of self-possessed calm and followed. I stopped in the middle of the hallway that led to the inner courtyard. "There are a few things I want to ask you." "Okay, shoot," he said, casual as always. "It's about when we went night canoeing." "You're still going on about that," he said with a wry smile, shifting his gaze away. "You taught me the basic tenet of night canoeing. Do you remember what it was?" "Don't look at the fire." The faceless boy's words echoed in my mind. "Why?" "The first rule of night canoeing is to get your eyes adjusted to the darkness before you go. Otherwise you won't be able to see anything when you start rowing." It was so long ago, I don't really remember. Something about watching out for the rocks, I guess. "That's fine. Here's something more recent then. Why did you break up with Satoru?" Ryu was completely flummoxed. It doesn't matter anymore, does it? You guys were such good friends. It even made me jealous." "Oh really?" he said uncomfortably. "Okay, last question. It's about summer camp again." "Fine, whatever," he replied carelessly. "It's about the priest Regine. Do you remember how he died?" "Who's Regine? He died. What are you talking about?" "It's fine," I interrupted his confused babbling. "I guess it really wasn't you." "What do you mean?" "I won't be putting your name down for pair duty." Ryu stared at me in disbelief. "What? Why?" "I'm really sorry, but I thought it would be polite to tell you beforehand." I went back to the classroom, leaving him standing speechlessly in the hall. Satoru stood near the door. "Saki, are you going to put his name down?" he asked sourly. "Of course not." Why?" I stared hard at Satoru, suddenly seeing him in a new light. "Hey, why did you like Ryu?" "Why? Because," he looked horribly confused. "I wonder. Now that I think about it, I have no idea." "I see. I knew it. He's not a bad guy, but he's just not fit for the role." "What?" "I'm positive it wasn't him. The person we both love. It took a moment for my words to sink in. His cheeks turned red. Although he didn't say anything, I saw the light return to his eyes. Most pairs were decided in the first round of nominations. Although there were students who decided they had nothing to lose and put down the names of people they had no chance of being partnered with, most people had already discussed and decided their choices beforehand. When Satoru and I were paired together, Ryu didn't give either of us a second glance. Immediately after, he was partnered with a girl from Team 2, which was no surprise. The entire class was focused on who Maria would choose, and she decided on Mamoru without a moment's hesitation. This was probably Mamoru's just reward for being so devoted to her. What happened? Why didn't you choose Ryu? After class, we had gathered near the deserted waterway. Maria wanted to celebrate the four of us being paired off. Satoru and I told her the truth about what had happened. Rather than simply being doubtful of our story, she looked as if she suddenly thought we had gone insane. That's why it wasn't him. There were 5 people when we went to summer camp, but Ryu wasn't with us. That's impossible. I remember him. He was the first to find the hate hatcher's nest. Actually, I was the one who found it, but this wasn't the time to argue details. That wasn't Ryu. Then who was it? I don't know. I can't remember his name. What was he like? What did he look like? I can't remember his face either. I remembered him saying in the dream that he didn't have a face. Do you really expect me to believe this? Is there something wrong with you, Saki? Maria shook her head, smiling wryly. I was offended by her condescending attitude. But I can remember parts of what she's saying, Satoru said, coming to the rescue. I remember going out with him, but now that I look back on it, I just can't see it being Ryu. He's not my type. Well, we all know you go for cute little pretty boys, like Ray. Maria folded her arms, looking smug. Sometimes you don't know what you're doing. Maybe he was just persistent enough. No, I was the one who had to persuade him, Satoru said, turning red. Anyway, I'm sure that our memories have been manipulated. The details just don't add up. Like what? Ryu, no, that's confusing. Let's call him a different X. I remember going to X's house a lot when we were little. But it's different from Ryu's house. He lives in Outlook, right? It's up on the hill in an open area. But X's house is in the forest. I shouted without thinking. Right. Way in the north. I remember it being a huge, isolated house. Now that you mention it, I'm starting to remember as well, Maria said, frowning. Even with that expression, she still looked beautiful. I've never been to Ryu's or X's house. Mamoru suddenly spoke. But where would this forest to the north be? I had been thinking about this too, but couldn't come up with anything that fit. Hey, name all 7 of the towns in order, I said to Satoru. What? Now? Just do it already. Up until now, I never thought that Satoru would take orders from me, but he was surprisingly obedient now that we were duty pairs. Oak Grove, Withertree, White Sand, Gold, Waterwheel, Outlook, and Hayring, right? It was my turn to frown. These towns had been around all my life, but why did they sound so weird? If it's in the forest, would it be Oak Grove? But if it's in the north? Maria had a look of intense concentration on her face now. Withertree, I suppose. I'm not positive, but I don't think there are any big houses there. Yeah, it's hard to imagine it being there. And most of the area beyond that seems to be beyond the holy barrier. The corner of Satoru's eyelid twitched as he spoke. Seeing that, I gasped. This feeling. It was the same feeling I had many times in the past when I was on the cusp of remembering something. I wonder if other people noticed my eyes twitch during those instances. It was probably some sort of warning. A trigger buried in our mind that prevented us from remembering certain things. Let's go, I said. Everyone stared at me. Where? Withertree, of course. But we just had our pairs decided today. Everyone's out celebrating. Do we really have to go to that depressing place? Maria complained. It was true that Withertree wasn't exactly a lively town. There were houses lined all around the dock, giving you the impression that you were in the bustling center of town. But if you went farther in, everything instantly became darker, with rows upon rows of abandoned houses. It was more a ghost town than anything. Where did everyone go? Satoru asked, touching the closed shutters of the windows. Wasn't there a disaster of some sort and they all had to resettle in the other towns? Mamoru said. That was what I remembered too. Even in a small society like ours, there was still so much ambiguity surrounding the events that occur. Anyway, X's house should be even farther north. Let's try looking for it, I urged them on. We followed a narrow, inconspicuous path and met no one else along the way, which would have been impossible in any of the other towns. After about an hour, we gradually began to see the after-effects of the disaster that had befallen Withertree. There were large fissures here and there into which many trees had fallen. In some places, the ground had been vertically displaced a meter or more. It looked like the aftermath of a huge earthquake, but if there had been an earthquake of this magnitude, the entire district of Kamisu 66 would have been severely damaged. Spreading out over a large area was what looked like a giant wrinkle. It formed a miniature mountain range over 3 meters tall in some places. What in the world happened? Satoru whispered to himself. It must have been someone with a really powerful cantus to do something like this, Maria replied. Why, though? I don't know any more than you do. We stopped short as the path forward was blocked. The holy barrier. The red pines had fallen on each other like dominoes. At intervals, the trees had been pulled upright and tied with the thick rope of the barrier. Was Withertree always this small? We're already at the barrier, I said. Satoru examined the rope. No, this rope is new. He suddenly stopped and looked at me. As if by telepathy, I knew exactly what he was thinking. Deja vu. We had had this exact conversation before. I was sure of it. We walked along the rope and arrived at an open space on a hill that had been cleared of trees. I never knew something like this existed, Maria said, sounding awestruck. A deep blue lake stretched out before us. It was almost a perfect circle, as if it had been formed from a crater. Since it was on the other side of the barrier, we couldn't go nearer for a better look, but it was easily over 200 meters across. And beyond that was an even bigger lake, so vast that we couldn't see the opposite shore. It might even go all the way to Kitora. Unlike the smaller lake that was formed from collapsed earth, this appeared to be an old dam that had flooded a large part of the forest when it was built. That was probably where the name Withertree came from. There can't be any houses farther out, Mamoru said, sounding like he wanted to leave as soon as possible. You're misremembering. X doesn't exist. Then why? Maria said weakly. Do I feel like I know what Saki and Satoru are talking about? That the person I knew wasn't Ryu, but some other boy. It's just a trick of the mind. All of us are growing up fast these days, but it's not just that we're getting taller. Our looks and personality are changing as well. Satoru and I looked at each other. Mamoru's words were quite different from how we really felt. To me, it felt like time was crawling along slower than a snail. I was a bug trapped in amber, doomed to be suspended in eternity. Wasn't there someone else too? Maria said suddenly. We thought hard. It doesn't really make sense that we started out with only 4 people. Before Ryu joined, X should have been with us. But then we're still 1 short. I can't really remember, but I think there was another person. Slowly, the image of a girl surfaced in my mind. Then the gravestone shaped like a house of cards I had seen in my dream. There was. I remember, Satoru said, rubbing his temples as if he had a headache. Like with X, it looks like some of my memories of that person remains. But why does no one ever talk about them? Stop it. Mamoru shouted. It isn't right. We shouldn't be prying into this. If we keep talking about it. He stopped, looking terrified. What? You think we'll be disposed of? There was a cold silence after I said that. Saki, didn't we talk about this at summer camp too? Maria asked, her face pale. We did. I think we did. I can't remember anything specific though. I hit a wall or something when I pursue that train of thought, Satoru said. But I do remember talking to Saki about it. And also everyone else too. Around the campfire. X agreed with what I said then. Satoru was pushing on his temples with both palms as if trying to get rid of a horrible headache. Stop. I don't want to listen to this anymore. We shouldn't be talking about this. We're violating the code of ethics. Mamoru screamed hysterically. This was the first time I had ever seen him lose control like that. All right. Calm down. Maria put her arms around him and patted him soothingly. Let's drop it. Okay, you too, she glared at us. We nodded. The magic mirror projected its image onto the dark planks of the fence. Satoru and Maria were silent for a moment. Mamoru had gone home already, saying that he felt sick. What do you think? I pressed. Satoru finally spoke. It's pretty crude, but I think that's because the creator was a beginner at using their cantus. Yeah, it's basically the same as what we did for our assignment, Maria agreed. Now do you believe that I'm telling the truth? I never thought you were lying in to begin with. And I believe that it was possible you had a sister. Isn't it a bit far-fetched to assume that she was eliminated by the school? If she had died of an accident or sickness, they wouldn't have had to hide it from me, right? Maria avoided my eyes. I guess that's true. But maybe they just wanted to protect you from having sad memories. But look at the characters. Don't they seem too clumsy? Like Satoru said, my sister must have been bad at using her cantus. I won't deny the possibility, but it's still just speculation. Satoru took the mirror from me and adjusted the angle at which it projected onto the fence. Now that I look at it, I wouldn't say that it's all badly done. The characters are carved properly stroke by stroke. It's just that they're kind of crooked and overlap each other. At the time, I didn't understand what Satoru was trying to get at. Much later, I learned that this kind of writing was caused by a type of visual impairment, and was surprised at how perceptive Satoru was. I strongly suspect that my sister had been judged to be inadequate at cantus because of her vision problems, but now that most records have been lost, I would never know for sure. It appears that these vision problems had been called nearsightedness or astigmatism back in the old days. To treat it, people wore glasses with lenses of various prescriptions. This brought their vision back to normal and they could live life without any problems. Anyway, I did have a sister. I took the mirror back from Satoru and held it up high. This is the proof. Cut that out, Satoru said quietly. You'll get in trouble if anyone sees you. Saki, I understand how you feel, Maria whispered with her arms around my shoulders. But please don't stir up any more trouble. Stir up trouble? I just want to know the truth, I said indignantly. Not just about my sister, but also that girl in our team. And even more importantly, X, the faceless boy. The person I loved more than anyone else, whose face I could no longer recall. Our friend. I understand. It's not easy for me either. I have so many memories of him, but all the vital parts are missing. I want to do something about it just as much as you do. But I'm more worried about the friends that are alive right now. You don't have to worry about me. I'm not. Because you're strong, she said. Me? Yes. I can tell this is harder on you than anyone else. But you're enduring it. I don't think most people could bear that pain. What exactly do you take me for? I said, shaking off the arm she had around my shoulder. Don't take it the wrong way. I'm not saying you're heartless. On the contrary, you're more sensitive than most. But you're able to shoulder that pain and sadness and live on. My anger subsided as I saw the tears in her eyes. We're not as strong as you. I always act big, but I'm the first to run away when things get bad. But there's someone even weaker than me or Satoru. You mean Mamoru? Satoru asked. Yes. Mamoru is too kind and fragile. He would never recover from betrayal. Not just by people, but also by the world he believes in. Maria slowly put her arms around me. The world is full of things that should probably be left unknown. Don't you think that sometimes the truth is the cruelest of all? Not everyone can bear it. I'm certain Mamoru would lose it if you brought up any more of these frightening truths. Nobody spoke for a few moments. I sighed. Okay. Really? I promise Mamoru won't hear another word of it. I hugged her tightly. But I won't give up until I find the truth. Because if I don't, it would haunt me forever. The faceless boy. I wasn't going to let him be forgotten just like that. It would mean he had never existed in the first place. I would get back my memories of him no matter what. The three of us embraced, kissed, comforted each other and drew strength from each other's presence. We headed back to the dock just outside the town of Waterwheel. The place was usually empty, and the fence that ran along the waterway made it the perfect spot for our meeting. As we untied our boats, a voice called to us from behind. "Do you have a minute?" I turned to see a middle-aged man and women standing on the dock. There weren't many people in Kamisu 66 I had never seen, but these two were completely unfamiliar to me. The woman who had spoken was short and plump and gave off an aura of harmlessness. The man was also slightly chubby and smiled kindly at us. "You're Saki Watanabe, right? And Maria Akizuki, and Satoru Asahina," he said. "Yes," we answered confusedly. "Don't be so nervous. We would like a few words with you, that's all." Were we going to be eliminated? We glanced at each other, but didn't know what to do. Are you from the Board of Education?" Satoru asked bravely. "No, we're working under your grandmother." The plump woman smiled at him. "Really?" Satoru relaxed. What was going on? I had never heard anything about Satoru's grandmother before. The woman saw the confused expression on my and Maria's face and smiled again. Satoru Asahina's grandmother is Tomiko Asahina, the head of the Ethics Committee. Chapter 2. We rowed in a windowless houseboat like the one I took to the Temple of Purity. However, this time the boat went by the normal waterways and did not make pointless changes in direction to try to throw off our sense of direction, so I had a rough idea of where we were. The dock was a normal dock as well. That was a little anticlimactic since I was expecting to be taken outside the holy barrier. I spotted the town hall and library where my parents worked out of the corner of my eye as we headed toward a narrow alley branching off of the town's main street. The ethics committee was set up just outside the center of Hayring. It looked just like a normal shop until we entered the front gate. I saw a long hallway stretching out before me and realized it was actually a pretty big building. We arrived at a quiet inner parlor. There was sandalwood incense burning and a scroll depicting winter peonies hanging in the alcove. Next to a large lacquered table were 3 deep purple floor cushions lit by the light filtering through the paper windows. We sat down apprehensively. "Please wait here for a moment," said the woman escorting us, and slid the door shut. "What's going on?" Maria and I asked Satoru in unison. "You never told us your grandmother was the head of the ethics committee. You haven't been spying on us for her, have you?" "Hey, wait a sec," Satoru said, recoiling. "I didn't know either." "Didn't know what?" "That my grandmother, I mean Tomiko Asahina, was the head of the committee." "Liar. You've gotta be kidding me. How could you not? You're her grandson. Just hear me out." Satoru backed away from us so hastily that he fell off the cushion. "You guys didn't know who the head was either, right?" "Yeah, so? Unlike with other jobs, the members of the ethics committee aren't public knowledge. The members keep their own identities secret as well. Couldn't you tell somehow?" Maria asked, still suspicious. "Not at all," Satoru said seriously, sitting up cross-legged. "But she's your grandmother," she said obstinately. "I'm perfectly aware of THA. "Excuse me," a voice came from the other side of the door. Satoru hurriedly sat back on the cushion. Maria and I also turned and sat down properly. "Sorry for making you wait." The door slid open and the woman from before came in with a tray of teacups. She set them down in front of us along with some snacks. "We'd like to talk to you individually, so would you please follow me one by one?" I wondered what would happen if I refused, but of course that wasn't an option. "Well then, Saki Watanabe, please come with me." I was dying for a drink but had no choice except to follow her out into the hall. "The man who was supposed to talk with you all is Mr. Nimi, the man who was with you earlier." "Oh, I haven't introduced myself. I'm Kinomoto. Nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you," I said, giving a quick bow. "Anyway, when I informed the chairman of your arrival, she asked to speak to you directly instead. So we are going to her office now." "Oh, you mean Satoru's? Tomiko Asahina?" "Yes. She's very kind, so don't be so nervous." There was no point in her saying that. My heart, which had already been beating quite fast, began pounding even more vigorously. "Excuse me." Kinomoto bent down on one knee and knocked on the door. I waited with trepidation. "Come in," a clear female voice replied. The door opened and we entered what appeared to be a drawing room that was twice as large as the parlor we had come from. There was an elegant alcove on the left inside which was an attached study, and opposite it was a set of staggered shelves. "Bring her in, please." The gray-haired woman seated at the table spoke without looking up. "As you wish." In the middle of the room was a low table similar to the one in the parlor. I sat down on a cushion in front of it. "Well then, excuse me." Kinomoto retreated swiftly. I felt as if I had been abandoned in a cage with a wild animal. My hands and feet were cold and my throat was dry. "Saki Watanabe, Mizuho-chan's daughter," the gray-haired woman said. Apart from the lines around her mouth, she had no other wrinkles and looked younger than I expected. "Yes. Don't be so nervous. I'm Tomiko Asahina. I hear you're good friends with Satoru." She stood up gracefully and came over to sit with her back to the alcove. She wore a delicately patterned silver-gray outfit that matched her hair. Satoru-san and I have been friends since we were little." "I see," she smiled. She appeared to be in her mid-60s. With her large eyes and shapely features, she must have been very beautiful in her youth. "Just as I thought. You have wonderful eyes. They're full of light." People often complimented my eyes, probably because there was nothing else to compliment. I also often heard them say that there's light in them, but then again, people who have no light in their eyes are usually dead. "Thank you. I've always wanted to talk with you at least once." She didn't seem to be saying this out of mere politeness. I was confused. "Why?" "Because you will someday succeed me." My jaw dropped. I couldn't think of a response. Surprised. This isn't a half-baked idea or a joke though. But there's no way I'm fit for the role. Ho ho ho. That's what Mizuho-chan said too. Like mother, like daughter. "Did you know my mother?" I asked, leaning forward. Although I had been extremely nervous earlier, Tomiko Asahina had a special way of making you drop your defenses and open up to her. "Yes, very well. Ever since she was born," she said in a voice that went right to the depths of my heart. "Mizuho-chan has a special knack for leading people. She's doing an excellent job as librarian. But my position requires more than that. And it's something no one but you have." "But why me? I'm still a student, and my grades aren't that good." "Grades? You mean your cantus? You're not interested in being someone like Shisei, are you?" "Well, even if I wanted to, I couldn't. Your aptitude for cantus is not the only thing tested in school. There's also the personality index. It's something we never let the students know about." "Personality index." Tomiko smiled, revealing teeth unnaturally white for her age. "In every era, what is demanded of a great leader is not some special ability but their personality index." All at once, I felt everything become lighter. Until then, I had been oppressed by all the things I felt inferior about. "Do you mean things like their intelligence, or sensitivity, or leadership skills?" I asked fervently. But Tomiko shook her head gracefully. "No, it has nothing to do with intelligence or sensitivity. And leadership abilities are acquired through various social experiences. Then, the personality index is a number that indicates a person's stability. It is their ability to maintain a grasp on themselves and carry on without breaking down no matter what kind of unexpected situation or psychological crisis occurs. That is the most important quality in a leader." Somehow that didn't make me particularly happy. I recalled Maria saying that I was strong. Didn't that just mean that I was insensitive? "So my score is high." "Yes, wonderfully so. Possibly the best in the history of the academy." Suddenly a sharp look came into her eyes. "But that's not all. The most remarkable thing is even after all of you discovered the truth, there was no permanent decline in your score." I felt the blood rush to my face. "What are you referring to?" "From the false Minashiro, you learned the bloodstained history of our society, and the thin ice of peace upon which we now tread. After you returned, we subjected you to a thorough psychological assessment and monitored your subsequent behavior. Your personality index stabilized in a remarkably short amount of time after the initial shock. The other 4 took much longer to return to normal. So after learning the truth, we had been observed like guinea pigs. Although I had expected that to some degree, it was still a huge blow to me. Could it be, you had it planned out since the beginning? Hardly. The kind expression returned to Tomiko's face. We'd never take such a big risk. All we knew was that you were planning to break the rules. But catching a false Minashiro, a library terminal from the previous era, nobody could have predicted that. Was that true? I couldn't bring myself to trust her completely. So the results of the test? No. To be able to shoulder the fate of all the people as their highest leader, one needs to have a broad mind and nerves of steel when faced with the truth. You have both. Broad-minded was a convenient phrase. Anyone could accept something beautiful. The important thing was to be able to calmly accept the dirty and ugly things as well. We broke the rules and learned what we weren't supposed to. Why weren't we disposed of? Even though my tone had suddenly become accusing, Tomiko did not seem to mind. I understand what you're trying to say. This isn't an excuse, but whether or not you are disposed of isn't under our jurisdiction. That belongs to the Board of Education. Their chairman is Hiromi-chan. You know her, right? She's always been a worrier. I can't help but feel that her worrying has been even worse lately. Hiromi-chan. I had heard that Hiromi Torigai was on the Board of Education, but never knew she was the chairman. She was my mother's good friend, and I remember her often staying over for dinner. She seemed to be an introverted person, with a small, skinny build, and a voice almost too quiet to hear. So she had the power to dictate the life or death of any of the students, and frequently made these cold-hearted decisions. I couldn't believe it. The ethics committee is the highest authority in the district, but we usually don't interfere with the Board of Education's decisions. You guys were the exception. I asked them not to dispose of you. Because of Satoru? No. I would never let personal sentiments get in the way of such an important matter. You were the reason. You are indispensable for the future of the towns. So we had almost been murdered. Somehow even knowing that didn't disturb me. But what was the real reason we had been spared? It was hard to accept, but was it really because I was as important as Tomiko said? No one had ever said anything like this to me before, so I was completely confused. I wondered if it was possible that they couldn't easily kill off the head librarian's daughter. But if that was the case, then my sister should have been spared too. But don't think badly of Hiromi-chan and her people. They're driven by a sort of paranoia. Paranoia? Did possessing the power to end the lives of others cause abnormalities in their mind? Perhaps that was a bad choice of words. I have the same fears too. Fears of what? Tomiko looked surprised. Isn't it obvious? There are only 2 things in this world we really have to fear. Fiends and Karmic Demons. I was speechless. The 2 nursery tales I had heard again and again as a child came to mind. But Hiromi has never seen a fiend or Karmic demon. Unlike me. That's why I always say they're simply driven by paranoia. So you've actually... Yes, I've seen them. Up close and personal too. Would you like to hear about it? Yes. Tomiko closed her eyes for a moment and began speaking softly. Records detail the exploits of close to 30 fiends throughout the world. Apart from 2, all have been boys. I think this shows that no matter how much we try, we can't break the curse that is male aggression. This student was also a boy. Unfortunately, I can no longer remember his name. Although this happened a long time ago, I can still remember every detail, just not the name. That's always seemed strange to me. Maybe there was some reason I wanted to forget it. Although there's also a detailed file on the incident in the library, only the initials YK remain. We don't even know which letter represents the given name and which represents the surname. We're not sure why it was written like that, but one explanation was that the old Japanese laws were temporarily revived during the transitional period before the Code of Ethics was enacted. And in it, the 61st article of the Youth Protection Act that was in effect. Well, that doesn't matter now. Anyway, we call that child K. At the time, K was a first-year student at Leadership Academy. Leadership Academy is the predecessor to the current Sage Academy. He had just turned 13. That's right, he was a year younger than you are now. In the beginning, Kay appeared to be a completely average, inconspicuous student. The first sign of his abnormalities came from the Rorschach test that all new students took. The test is no longer given, but it entails having the student look at an ink blot made from a folded sheet of paper and analyzing their personality from the images associated with the blot. Based on his answers, it was determined that Kay was habitually under an unusually large amount of stress. But it was unclear what the stresses were. On the other hand, all of the associations he made with the ink blots were unusually violent. It was likely that the desire for destruction and murder was deeply entrenched in his subconscious. For some reason, his abnormalities were not taken seriously at the time. Even his test results raised no concerns until they were re-examined after the incident. Kay's abnormality became apparent as he learned to master his cantus at Leadership Academy. His ability to manipulate his cantus was average, or just below average. But in situations where normal students struggled, Kay seemed to come alive. There aren't any specific examples, but in various competitions where there was the possibility of injuring other people, Kay continued to use his cantus completely without hesitation. Kay's homeroom teacher quickly noticed this behavior and brought it before the Board of Education multiple times, saying that they should take precautionary measures. But no effective measures were taken. There were a number of reasons for this. First, the previous appearance of a fiend was over 80 years ago, and the memories of that incident had been largely forgotten. The sense of danger was dulled. Second, Kay's mother was known as an outspoken member of the town council. At the time, everything was decided by the town council, so it was extremely difficult to pass any extreme measures on the school. Third, the bureaucratic bodies governing the schools had a widespread policy of peace at any price. Though historically, it's questionable whether there was ever a time when this policy was not in effect. And fourth, there were no effective mechanisms to deal with such a situation at the time. So in the end, nothing was done except to give Kay regular counseling. He was not dealt with, and was allowed to continue while they watched from the sidelines. Then one day, 7 months after he entered school, it finally occurred. Tomiko looked up at the ceiling and sighed deeply. Then she stood up and went over a small cupboard and brought out a teapot and 2 cups. She poured hot water from a kettle on the table and started making tea. I drank the fragrant tea and waited for her to continue. To tell the truth, only a few records of the incident remain. In particular, the beginning of the incident is almost entirely unknown. What started it? What was the sequence of events that led to so much destruction? All of this is left up to speculation, but it did happen. Over 1,000 lives were lost. That was the grave reality of the situation. It's almost certain that his homeroom teacher was the first to die. Her injuries were so severe that it was difficult to verify her identity when the body was found. Then the 22 students in his year, the second years, the third years, the corpses of about 50 students were found in horrifying condition. Kay was a true fiend. He had reverted to the primitive state of his ancestors, a monster who had absolutely no attack control. Furthermore, the death feedback that he should have been born with failed to function. Statistically, the chance of a child who lacked both of these traits being born was about 3 million to 1, in other words, almost non-existent in a district like Kamisu 66. But statistics are only statistics. To some extent, Kay's family must have known he was abnormal. His mother in particular seemed to have been aware of it since he was a baby. She had him undergo various psychological and correctional therapies when he was young. One of these therapies was something similar to brainwashing. Maybe because of it, his aggressive instinct was suppressed during his childhood. But whether this was a good thing still remains a question. It is still suspected that the forceful suppression of his violent tendencies was the reason for his stress. What happened on that fateful day to make him snap? Or rather, what was it that caused his human disguise to break and unleash the fiend within him? Going by all the data we have on fiends, it seems like the first person is crucial. There have been a number of cases where fiends did not go on a rampage. After all, even without attack inhibition or death feedback, humans can still decide logically that it is wrong to kill. But once they kill their first victim, A switch flips in their brain and they will go on killing without end. The massacre only stops when the fiend dies. There is no exception to this. Kay ripped off his teacher's arms and legs, then smashed her head like a ripe fruit. Then he picked off the terrified students one by one, slamming them into the walls of the classroom with so much force they were completely crushed. It looked like a scene from hell. 90% of the people who helped clean up the aftermath suffered extreme PTSD and had to quit. The fiend left the classroom and wandered the school in search of more prey. The children who tried to run were picked off like flies. Others were rounded up, many were trampled to death in the process, and slaughtered en masse. No one could lift a finger against him. There were many students more adept at using Cantus than Kay, but they were tied down by attack inhibition and death feedback. In other words, no one could attack the fiend directly. Since Kay himself had no attack inhibition, it was possible he killed preemptively out of fear that others could also attack him. Another theory is that he became intoxicated by the endorphins released in his brain and simply could not stop himself. That's why Raman-Cloger syndrome is also called fox in the henhouse syndrome. By the way, Raman and Clogus are not the names of scientists. They are the names of two children, one from Mumbai and the other from Helsinki, who slaughtered tens of thousands of people. Two of the worst fiends in history who gave their names to the world's most abominable disease. Compared to those two, less than a tenth of the number of people died at K's hands. But I think it was no less brutal. Compared to the big cities from the previous era, Karmisu 66 has a considerably lower population density. So, fortunately, if you could call it fortunate, only 1,000 died. Also, there was someone who sacrificed himself to stop K. We owe everything to him. Tomiko paused and sipped her cold tea. I was so overwhelmed by the story that I sat rigid in my seat, all but forgetting to breathe. Everything I had heard so far was so terrifying and depressing that I hurt physically. But I was dying to hear the ending just the same. Suddenly, I wondered why she asked if I wanted to hear the story. Maybe she was telling the truth about me succeeding her someday, and this was some sort of test. Having killed every living being in sight, Kay left the silent school. He walked down the road as if nothing were wrong. During this time only one person Kay set eyes upon survived by some miracle. But he said that he didn't feel anything amiss at that moment. Just a short boy walking along the road. A scene you'd see any other day of the week. But what happened right after that was completely unbelievable. There were some people headed toward him on the road. A group of agricultural workers from Lotus Farms. When they were 40 or 50 meters away from Kay, the torso of the leader of the group exploded in a mist of blood. As the warm, wet fog clouded everything around them, the rest of the group stood frozen, not knowing what had happened. Kay continued walking toward them without changing pace, and one by one, the workers were reduced to bloody lumps of flesh. Gradually, Kay rounded a bend in the road and out of sight. The two people who first realized that something was wrong managed to find a place to hide. One was determined to run and get help, the other cowered on the ground, paralyzed by fear. Kay came to a halt. Perhaps he sensed them hiding and wanted to lure them out. Then, when one tried to escape, he snapped his neck as casually as if picking a fruit off a branch. Once again Kay went on his way, leaving the surviving witness in a state of shock so severe that he couldn't even move. He was rescued the next day, but after being forced to recount the events that had happened, spent the rest of his life in a nearly crippled state. I've thought about this incident more times than I can count. So I can say with confidence that Kay was truly the textbook description of a fiend. Earlier, I said that K's skill with Cantus was average at best. One of the comments on his remaining report cards says lacks imagination and creativity. But in using his power for murder, he was a genius. Perhaps it's a little imprudent to say that. But the ingenuity of his plans put all other fiends to shame, and it was apparent that he had been planning to eliminate the entire town right from the start. He started by destroying buildings and clogging up the canals. Then he set fire to parts of the town and cut off all but one emergency route. Once these preparations were done, he began his massacre. People ran around wildly, trying to escape, not knowing that they were already trapped in the palm of K's hand. If at the time people had scattered, each running in their own direction through the rubble and burning buildings, a good number could have survived. But no one did. In their panic, everyone ran in the same direction. It's typical mob psychology. They took the one open path they saw. The path led them into a forest, where the thick grove of trees gave them a false sense of security. But when chased by a cantus-wielding fiend, this was nothing short of suicide. Once he was sure that everyone had entered the forest, Kay created a ring of fire on its outer edge, trapping the townspeople inside. The ring gradually shrank as the fire spread. But true to his fiendish nature, he did not burn them all alive. Instead, he opened up a path in the burning trees. The townspeople had no choice but to run to their demise like mice in a maze. So, do you still want to hear more? I hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Even hearing about it is sickening, isn't it? I can tell from your expression. Why do you want to continue? I just want to know how Kay was stopped. All right, Tomiko smiled slightly. Once he had killed every last person in the forest, Kay returned to the town. He walked around searching for survivors and killing them in an almost trance-like state. It was the beginning of winter and Kay appeared to have forgotten to dress properly. In the middle of the night, he became aware that he had caught a bad cold. Kay first went to the half-demolished town hospital. Though he most likely didn't expect there to be any doctors there. He probably just wanted to look for medicine. But there was one doctor, trying frantically to save the few survivors who were on the brink of death. That man, Dr. Tsuchida, saved the town. And I happened to be there at the time, so I know the entire story. Surprised? I was a nurse then. Only Dr. Tsuchida and I were at the hospital with the severely wounded and sick patients when Kay came. It was obvious from just one look that he was the fiend. His eyes were different. They were rolled back, not like the so-called sanpaku eyes, but almost completely rolled back so that you couldn't see the irises at all. I wondered if he could even see. There was no light in his eyes at all. His hair looked oily and clumped, and his skin was splotchy. When I realized that it was because of all the blood spattered on him, my legs started shaking uncontrollably. Kay walked by me silently and entered the examination room. Without any explanations or threats, he said that he had a cold and wanted medicine. I couldn't see Dr. Tsuchida, but heard him tell Kay to sit down. I entered the room without being called, thinking that I couldn't leave Dr. Tsuchida in there alone. He glanced at me but said nothing. He opened K's mouth and examined his throat. It was a bright red color I had never seen before. He must have been in some pain. He also had a fever and shivered constantly as if he had a bad chill. I can't say for sure whether it really was a cold or not. As he had slaughtered all those people, he must have breathed in large amounts of blood as it sprayed everywhere. His symptoms could have been some sort of allergic reaction. If that was the case, you could almost say it was revenge against Kay from those who died. Dr. Tsuchida spread Luggle's iodine on K's throat, then told me to go to the farthest storage room to get antibiotics. I hated the thought of using precious medicine on a fiend, but did as I was told and went to find the penicillin. Most of the stock had been used for the wounded survivors, so I had to spend some time searching for more from the pile that was to be discarded for being almost past the expiry date. So I didn't see what happened during that time. But from the evidence left, it's clear what happened. Dr. Tsuchida had taken the potassium chloride tablets from the emergency medicine cabinet and mixed multiple times the lethal dosage in distilled water. Then, pretending that it was cold medicine, injected it into K's arm. Suddenly there came a scream, and I dropped the antibiotics I had finally managed to find. I ran to the examination room. Then I heard something explode violently, and saw that the entire room had been dyed a deep red. Kay had blown Dr. Tsuchida's head off. The terrible screaming continued. Kay was in the throes of death, but he just wouldn't die. He sounded as if he were possessed. But the screams gradually weakened until they became a child's sobs. Then silence. Tomiko finished speaking and stared into her cup. I should have had a million questions for her, but I was unable to speak. It took a lot of time and perseverance for the town to recover from the fiend's attack. The first thing we did was to eliminate everyone in K's bloodline. Eliminate everyone in his bloodline? I repeated. K's lack of attack inhibition and death feedback were two major genetic faults. There was a very high chance that everyone related to him carried the same defective genes. So we traced his ancestry back 5 generations and eliminated everyone in the family tree. Please don't mistake this for revenge. We had to do this because we couldn't risk anyone else becoming a fiend. But how did you eliminate? My hands shook slightly. Yes. Since I've already told you this much, there's no point in hiding anything else. We used Queerots. We created a troop of 40 Queerots from the most loyal colony, gave them weapons and instructions to kill the remaining bloodline in the dead of night. If these people were to learn of this, they could have dealt with the Queerots without any difficulty, so the plan was very carefully laid out. Even so, over half the Queerots were killed, but they would have had to be eliminated anyway, so you could say the plan was a complete success, Tomiko said casually, as if discussing a town-wide cleanup event. But that wasn't enough. Even with KS bloodline gone, there was no guarantee that fiends wouldn't appear again. So we completely revised the education system. We scrapped leadership school and created Sage Academy, where every aspect of the student was managed in terms of performance values. The Board of Education was given more power and answered to no one but the Ethics Committee. Finally, part of the Code of Ethics was rewritten to delay the age when basic human rights become applicable. What do you mean? Tomiko refilled the teapot and poured 2 new cups of tea. According to the old Code of Ethics, a fetus was considered to have human rights at 22 weeks of age. That rule was created in regards to the period of time during which an abortion could be performed, but the new code made it so that a child did not have human rights until their 17th birthday. This meant that up until a child turned 17, the Board of Education had the power to order their disposal. I can't even describe the shock I felt when I learned that under the law, I was the same as an semi-developed fetus, non-human. We were never told about this in Harmony School or Sage Academy. To begin with, I've never questioned at what age were human rights endowed, or whether I already had human rights. The method of disposal was also refined. Because no matter how loyal the Queerots are, giving a being with that level of intelligence permission to kill people was just asking for trouble in the future. So normal household cats were bred selectively with Cantus to created tainted cats. Tainted cats, that phrase brought up intense emotions that had been repressed for a long time. Fear. And sadness. And after that, thanks to the thorough measures we undertook to stamp out any dangerous factors before anything happened, no more fiends appeared. But another terrible incident occurred. I remember this one quite clearly, as it happened only about 20 years ago. Tomiko drank her tea in one gulp and started the story. The dangers of Cantus leakage had been identified as early as the final years of the ancient civilization. But destructive leakage, called bad spills, was overlooked and underestimated for a long time. At most, leakages would cause delicate machinery to malfunction, and objects would become a little warped, but it was never thought to pose any harm to humans or animals. And in truth, that was the case most of the time. It was around then that a girl, Izumi Kutagawa, proved us wrong. Her Cantus polluted everything around her like radiation. She was an only child who lived on a farm on the outskirts of Gold. Once she hit puberty and the spirit of blessing had visited her, the animals on her farm had an unusually high rate of deformities. Most of her crops withered, and in the beginning, we suspected that it may have been caused by a new virus. Even at Sage Academy, anything placed within 10 meters of her would show signs of deforming. Chairs and desks became unusable in a short amount of time, and even the walls and floor would begin to bubble and grow long whiskery mold like a scene from some nightmare. The Ethics Committee and Board of Education gathered a group of specialists to investigate the situation. When they determined that the bad spill of her Cantus could damage even human DNA, it caused a huge uproar. She was ordered to withdraw from school and told to study at home, but by then, the range of her spill had extended to unthinkable proportions. The gears of a clock tower 6 kilometers away were twisted out of place, causing the clock to stop moving entirely. We held counsel and reached the conclusion that she suffered from Hashimoto-Applebaum syndrome and would have to be disposed of as a karma demon. As the head of the committee, I wanted to tell her this in person, but it had already become too dangerous to approach her. So I wrote her a letter and had it delivered by a karakuri puppet. Even now it pains me to remember. Izumi was truly a kind and gentle soul. However, As history has shown, those are precisely the ones most in danger of becoming karma demons. Once Izumi learned that people's lives were in danger because of her, she proposed her own elimination. Since Kutagawa Farm was ground zero of the bad spill, every living thing on the farm had already died. We told Izumi that her parents and all the farmhands managed to escape from danger, but the truth was that they had already died from a strange disease that caused fibrosis throughout their bodies. The last time I saw the farm, it had transformed into an amorphous, amoeba-like thing that, to this day, swallows everything it touches. The puppet brought 5 pills to a small building on the edge of the farm that had not yet completely melted away. We told her that they were tranquilizers that could help control the bad spill, and only one was lethal. We instructed her to take one a day. Izumi took all 5 pills that same day. Being the smart girl that she was, she had already figured it out. She was probably afraid that her leaking cantus would alter the medicine. Tears fell down my cheeks. I wasn't sure why. Even though I had never met Izumi in my life, I empathized with her from the bottom of my heart. But it wasn't just that. The emotions I felt were so powerful I felt like a small raft being tossed about in a storm. My tears fell unceasingly. I understand how you feel, Tomiko said. It's okay. Cry as much as you need to. Why? Why is it so sad? I asked. Tomiko shook her head. I can't answer that yet. But when confronting our grief, we need to give ourselves time to mourn so that we can accept and overcome it. You need a chance to shed your tears. Does this have anything to do with the memories you've erased from our minds? Yes, that's right. I thought of the faceless boy. Please restore my memories. I can't do that. Tomiko smiled sadly. It wasn't just your memories. Every recorded instance of that boy has been erased, down to Maria Akizuki's diary entries. The incident was just too shockingly visceral. We're afraid that any memory of it would be traumatic enough to destabilize the minds of the townspeople and create a domino effect leading to further tragedies. A flicker of darkness passed over her face. You may be able to endure it, but if I restored your memories, you wouldn't be able to keep it a secret from your friends. In the end, everyone would find out. But please think about what I've told you. A chain is only as strong as its weakest link. We must give the most care and attention to the weakest ones. The weakest ones? Tomiko stroked my hair sympathetically. I wasn't joking earlier when I said I wanted you to succeed me. If that time comes, all your lost memories will be returned to you. I could never take your place. No matter what the personality index said, I knew that I wasn't strong enough. I understand what you're saying. I used to feel the same, but the time will come when you will have to do what needs to be done. It is a task only you can do. Do you understand? Remember what we must do in order to stop fiends and karma demons from appearing again. Tomiko's words echoed heavily in my chest. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 3. Mamoru ran away from home on a cold day in the middle of February. When his father went to wake him up after lighting the kilns in the morning, nothing seemed amiss. But when Mamoru didn't come down for breakfast, he went to check up on him again and found the room empty. There was a note left on his desk that simply said, "Please don't look for me." This was the message most often left behind by people who have run away, and also the most ridiculous. What should we do? Maria said tearfully, her breath a white puff in the air. Her hat was covered with snow and even her eyelashes had tiny icicles on them. Maria and Mamoru lived on opposite sides of town, but I knew that they met up every day to go to school together. Today, she had gotten tired of waiting and gone to his house. When she heard the story from Mamoru's flustered father, she made him promise not to tell anyone and came straight to me. Isn't it obvious? We look for him. I had already untied my canoe from the dock. If Maria had arrived any later, we would have missed each other. Let's go get Satoru and start following Mamoru's tracks. But wouldn't it be suspicious if everyone from Team 1 suddenly skipped school? Although Ryu was technically in our group, he usually spent all his time with the members of Group 2. Maria was right. If we all failed to show up, it would raise too many questions and we would be brought in for questioning. All right. Let's go to school for now. We have independent observation time during 3rd and 4th period, right? We'll sneak out then. Since it was Saturday, we only had classes in the morning. But we'll never be able to make it back before homeroom. Let's think of an excuse later. Good thing we'll have the genius bullshitter with us. In any case, we can't look for Mamoru any earlier than that. It was initially predicted that this winter would be rather mild, but at the end of January, a cold front came rolling in from the mainland and temperatures dropped to record lows. It had snowed so much the previous night that the town was covered in a thick blanket of it. I had no idea where Mamoru could have run off to, but packed my skis into my canoe just in case. I arrived at Sage Academy just before class started and managed to slide into my seat without the Sun Prince noticing. He also didn't seem to suspect anything when Maria said that Mamoru was homesick with the cold. The topic of class for first period was society and logic. It was mind-numbingly boring. We tried our best to hide our impatience and prayed for time to pass quickly. The instant the chime sounded to end the class, Maria and I cornered Satoru and told him everything. Second period was math, which always gave me a headache. Now there were at least 3 more irritated students in the class. And finally it was the long-awaited independent observation period where we were allowed to go off campus if necessary. As the 3 of us hurried out of the classroom, we ran into our first obstacle. "Hey, where are you all going?" Ryu said to Satoru, avoiding my eyes. "Isn't it free observation time right now?" Satoru shrugged. "That's why I'm asking where you're going. We're in the same team, you know. Don't you usually hang out with Team 2? Maria said impatiently. "But I'm still in Team 1. And anyway, I used to hang out with you guys a long time ago. I don't know why we don't anymore." Ryu seemed a little confused by the inconsistency in his thoughts. All right. Sorry, we haven't explained it to you yet." Satoru clapped him on the back in a friendly way. There was no intimacy in that gesture, and it was hard to believe they had ever been lovers. "We already decided on our observation topic earlier, but you weren't around to hear it. We're going to be observing the pattern of ice crystals in snowflakes." Snowflakes? Why? That's kid stuff. I did it one winter break when I was in friendship school. Although Ryu had been friends with us since we were little, he didn't go to harmony school with Satoru and me. Instead, he was with Mamoru at friendship school. We're observing the changes they undergo when we use Cantus on them. We've already divided up the work. Could you go look behind the school? What exactly are we observing? First, look at the snowflakes through a magnifying glass and sketch their pattern. You need at least 100 to start. Then divide them into broad categories by shape. Lastly, choose a few patterns and try to copy them onto another patch of snow. But can snowflakes change their shape once they've already formed? Ryu asked doubtfully. Exactly. That's the whole point of our observation, Satoru replied quickly. Most solid things are some kind of crystal, right? So if we can change the shape of a water crystal without melting it, it might be possible to change other things a lot more freely than we can now. Ryu said contemplatively. He seemed to have no immunity against Satoru's made-up stories and swallowed the explanation hook, line, and sinker. There was no way he had ever been close friends with us. I see. So you want me to check behind the school? Yeah, please. We'll be looking in the front. Oh, also, once you start the observation, you can't stop in the middle. If you do, you'll have to start all over. All right, he said, and left. You're so evil. I complimented him from the bottom of my heart. What? It was the best solution. We walked boldly out of the school and to the dock. The wind stung the parts of my ears that weren't covered by my hat, and it was snowing slightly. Satoru had to go home and get some tools. Maria and I took Hakuren 4 to Mamoru's house. The air was colder than the water in the canal, so wisps of steam hovered around us. There were sheets of ice in some places that we had to break through with our Cantus, and they knocked against the canoe as we passed. I felt like we were steering an icebreaker through the Arctic Ocean. Do you have any ideas why Mamoru ran away? I asked. Maria thought for a moment. I don't know, he just seemed a little depressed recently. I had gotten that feeling as well. Why? Did anything happen? No, nothing serious. I think I was the only one who noticed anything. Let's hear it. There was an assignment he couldn't really work out. It should have been easy for him. But he's such a pessimist. Once he considers the possibility of failing, it's hopeless. That's it. Did he run away from home because of that? No, I think the Sun Prince gave him an earful. Then I joked that they might send a copycat after him, and he went pale as death and took it really seriously. If that was true, then I was also partly responsible. It had probably been a bad idea to talk about the kids that had disappeared from school. Maria and Tomiko had been right that Mamoru was much weaker than me. Suddenly I remembered something that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. A chain is only as strong as its weakest link. What? She asked a little suspiciously. I said it was nothing, even as I tried to work out the confused thoughts in my mind. Just now, a frightening thought had flashed through my head, but I couldn't get a good grasp on what exactly it was. Oak Grove was on the western end of the district. During this season, it was directly in the path of the winds coming off the river, so it was unbearably cold. When we arrived, the frigid air had already completely numbed my face. I tied Hakuren 4 to a post, hoisted my backpack, and put on my skis, which looked like a combination of traditional round snowshoes and telemark skis. On the underside of the skis were thin, angled spikes that helped you brake when you pushed your foot back, making it possible to walk on flat ground. You could also skate by spreading your legs shoulder width, bending forward, and propelling yourself with your cantus. It was easy to go uphill this way as you could go as fast as you wanted. When going downhill, you simply used them like normal skis. Maria wore normal shoes and hovered in the air like a ghost. When we arrived, we went around Mamoru's house looking for footprints. At least now having snow everywhere was helpful. Hey, is this it? I hadn't found footprints, but sled tracks. Judging from their width, they appeared to be a child's sled. Mamoru was never great with skis. He hardly ever used them, in fact. It looks like he dug out the sled he used in friendship school. Look at how deep the tracks are. He must have brought luggage. Running away on a kid's sled piled with luggage wasn't a smart plan, but it seemed like something Mamoru would do. After a while, I saw Satoru's canoe coming toward us at breakneck speed. Sorry for making you wait. Which way are we going? He was already decked out in trekking gear. His skis were wider than mine, which meant they required more strength to use, but also meant he could walk on still water like a water strider. We started along the sled tracks. Even though Mamoru had over 3 hours head start, he couldn't have gone too far because his laden sled shouldn't be able to go very quickly without losing balance. And if he stopped to figure out where he was going, maybe he would only have 2 hours on us. The tracks started from behind the house and ran straight for a while before turning right and up a small hill. It looked like he was trying to find a path people don't usually use, Satoru said. But he didn't even bother to erase his tracks. That's just like him, Maria replied from above us. Why didn't he use a canoe? I asked. I had been wondering about this since the beginning. A canoe would have been more familiar to use, faster, and could fit his luggage much more easily. He didn't want to be seen. I guess that was the biggest reason. But it might also mean something else. It was easier to go by the canals, but that meant it would also be easier to pursue him. Perhaps Mamoru wanted to go past the holy barrier and into the mountains. The snow that had stopped for about an hour started falling lightly again. We hurried after the tracks. Satoru and I skied on either side of the sled tracks while Maria followed behind us, jumping lightly every 40 or 50 meters. It was easier to do this than levitate continually. Wait! Maria shouted. We stopped. What? I retraced my steps slowly. Maria stood 4 or 5 meters away from the tracks, staring at the snow. Look. What do you make of this? She pointed at a set of footprints. It was the right length, but too narrow to be a print left by a human, bear, or monkey. If I had to guess, I would say that it looked like a rabbit's track. But it was too long, and there was only one print, whereas rabbits jumped with both feet at the same time. These tracks alternated left and right like human steps. It might be Quirots. Satoru sounded out of breath as he peeked over my shoulder. What would they be doing here? How should I know? Maybe they're hunting. Hunting. I got an unpleasant feeling in my chest as I looked back at the footprints. That's not good. Why? Look carefully. They're parallel to the sled tracks the whole way, right? No matter how I looked at it, I couldn't shake the idea that they were following Mamoru. The two sets of tracks led us farther and farther out into the middle of nowhere. It was difficult to make out tracks over the layer of fresh snow. Eventually, we approached the bottom of a steep slope, more a hill than a snowdrift. That's an impressive slope to take on with a children's sled, Satoru said, sounding amazed. Never expected a guy like him to be so fearless. Or, if he were being chased by something even scarier, he might go up the hill without a second thought. We followed the sled tracks up, but the wind had blown all the powdered snow off the face of the hill, leaving only packed, frozen snow that made our skis slide sideways and almost made us fall over. If it weren't for having Cantus, I'd have fallen head over heels to the bottom of the hill in an instant. The slope arced endlessly before us. The valley below grew deeper. It seemed like Mamoru wanted to keep climbing, but the trees growing halfway up the hill blocked his way. If he had continued, he would have run into the rocks jutting out of the snow higher up. Having gone as far as he could go, he would have had no choice but to turn back, but even with the help of his Cantus, steering a heavy sled down a steep hill was a challenge. Mamoru was trapped in a sticky situation. He could only keep going. Hey, I can't see the sled tracks anymore. Can you? I stopped and shouted to them. Satoru shook his head. No. Even though the sled was heavy enough to leave tracks in the ice up till now. I'll go higher to look, Maria said and leapt up into the air, rising like a balloon. You can still faintly see the tracks leading up to here. I traced the lines in the ice, doing my best not to slip and fall down the hill. I felt a strange texture against my fingertips. Stone. Since most of it was still covered, it was hard to tell that there was a flat expanse of rock about the size of 3 tatamis underneath the ice. I cleared area with my Cantus and saw a thin metallic line scratched into the stone. Satoru, look. He turned deftly and stopped beside me. Maybe this was made by the sled. Maria descended toward us. I can't see any tracks from up there. And there's probably no use climbing higher either. Maria, this is bad. As she listened to my explanation, her face, white from the cold, began to flush. So you mean Mamoru slipped and, all the way to the bottom? We all looked down into the valley. Somehow, we had managed to come so far that the bottom was now over 100 meters below us. A fall from this height was most likely fatal, no matter how skilled you were at Cantus. Anyway, let's go down a little and look. Even if he did fall, it doesn't mean he went all the way to the bottom. At Satoru's words, we descended the slope. 30, 40 meters down, the ground suddenly felt different beneath our feet. A snowdrift. There was a hollow in the ground and soft snow had piled into it. Looks like there's still hope. It could have acted as a cushion and stopped the sled. But there aren't any tracks continuing from here, Maria said, and started swiping frantically at the snow with her Cantus as if she had lost all control. Careful. It's tricky for you to multitask with your Cantus. Let me do it, I said, stopping her. With one gust, I sent the snow flying up around us. Satoru backed away from the flurries whipping into the air. Although I had grandly offered to help Maria, the truth was that it was difficult, almost reckless of me to be standing on the slippery slope without the aid of my Cantus. After a few seconds, I really needed to use my Cantus to support myself again. Just then, Maria shouted, and I stopped the wind. There. Buried over there, she shrieked. She was pointing at the metal runners of the sled sticking out of the snow. I'll dig it out. Don't do anything. Satoru visualized a giant scoop and started shoveling large amounts of snow and dumping it down the cliff. When the sled was mostly uncovered, we switched to digging with our hands. When all the annoying snow was cleared away, we turned the sled right side up, scattering the luggage that had been piled on it. But Mamoru was nowhere to be seen. Where is he? Maria asked half hysterically. If he's not here, then did he fall all the way down? We have to go help him. I stayed silent, not knowing how to respond. If Mamoru had time to use his Cantus, he would have broken his fall here. If he had continued falling from here, he must have been unconscious the whole way down. In that case, there was only a slim chance of survival. No, wait. Satoru said calmly. Don't you think it's weird? Why was the sled buried so perfectly? At his tone of voice, a spark of hope kindled inside me. Because the snow covered it, I said. He shook his head slowly. It hasn't been snowing that much. If it did, we wouldn't have been able to follow his tracks this far. Then the impact of the falling sled must have driven it into the snowdrift. Even if that had happened, the snow wouldn't have covered it so completely. What are you guys talking about? Mamoru isn't here. Who gives a damn what happened to the sled? It's important. It means he might be okay, Satoru said. We fell silent at his words. Really? Why? Maria and I asked simultaneously. I can only think of one reason the sled was buried here, he said contemplatively. It was done on purpose so no one would find it. Mamoru hid it? Maria asked, sounding hopeful. Or the Quirots that were chasing him. Where would the Quirots have taken him after burying the sled? I tried to look for a possible route they could have gone by. After walking parallel to the slope for a while, I went up a gentle incline and through some bushes. There I discovered a small path running to the top of the slope. It looks like an animal trail, but there were Quirat footprints on the path, along with what looked like something heavy that had been dragged along. What did they do to Mamoru? Maria trailed off, as if imagining the worst. I think he lost consciousness and the Quirots brought him with them in order to help him, Satoru said. How can you tell? I asked. He pointed at the ground. Look, they were avoiding the tree roots. If they had been carrying a dead body, they wouldn't have been worried about him hitting the roots. Even though that explanation was not entirely convincing, it gave us a bit of encouragement. After following the path all the way up, the footsteps suddenly vanished. After some searching, we discovered what appeared to be the remains of tracks that had been carefully smoothed over. 20 meters later, the footprints, as well as the marks of whatever was being dragged, reappeared. I felt that we were nearing our goal and grew a little nervous. The tracks continued about 100 meters into a sparse forest. Hey, that! Satoru pointed ahead. Although it was hidden in shadow, I could see a wall of snow built up between two thick pine trees. We crept closer and saw it was a dome-shaped structure about 2 meters tall. It's a snow hut. Maria suppressed a shout. It was a snow hut like the ones we had built as kids. From the footprints on its surface, it had probably been built in the same way, first by packing the snow into a solid dome, then digging out the inside. With the pine trees supporting it on either side, it looked more durable than the ones we usually made. What do we do? Satoru asked nervously. Let's go in from the front. There was no time to discuss this. I approached the hut decisively. Maria and Satoru automatically spread out on either side of me. I didn't think that the Quirots would attack humans, but in this formation we could easily back each other up as well as avoid being attacked all at the same time. Is anyone there? I asked, standing in front of the hut. No answer. I went around to the back and saw a small opening like those you see in tea rooms. It was covered by a screen made of twigs tied together. I peeked in through the screen. Satoru. Maria. He's here. I shouted. They rushed over and looked into the hut. The interior was rather large. Mamoru lay in the middle, wrapped in a woolen blanket. It was hard to see his face, but his hair was unmistakable. His chest rose and fell slightly and he appeared to be asleep. I'm so relieved. Maria covered her face and started to cry. Mamoru's eyes slowly opened. Hey, you guys came. Don't give me that. We were worried sick, Satoru said sharply, but he couldn't help smiling. What in the world happened? Did you really fall down the cliff? I asked. Mamoru knitted his brows, looking like he was trying hard to remember. I see. So I did fall. I can't really remember what happened. Every time I try, my mind gets all hazy like I have a concussion. I also hurt my leg and couldn't walk, so Squonk had to dig me out of the snow and bring me here. Who? Maria asked, still smiling tearily. Squonk. Though I don't know how to actually pronounce his name. Oh yeah, you've all met him a long time ago. We did. When? There was a rustling sound behind us as the screen was pulled aside. Startled, we turned and saw a Quirat carrying a bunch of packages on his back. He seemed extremely surprised to see us. Satoru picked up the quirat with his cantus and he dropped the packages, squealing in fright. He was wrapped in layers of clothing, including a papery thermal garment that rustled as he moved. On top of it all was a thin, dirty cape that looked incredibly familiar. Could he be from that time? You know him? Maria sounded surprised. Yeah, you were all there too. Remember how right after I entered Sage Academy, we rescued a couple querots that fell into the canal? Slowly, the full memory returned to me. If I'm not mistaken, he should have the goat character tattooed on its forehead. Satoru and Maria appeared to remember too. Put him down. Squonk saved my life, Mamoru said. Satoru lowered him to the ground. Kiki. Gods. Thank you, he bowed low to us. No, we should be thanking you for saving Mamoru. It is nothing. Kakakakakak. Ka, a god was in trouble, naturally IPSSSSSH, should help. Squonk's speech was punctuated with squeaks and grunts and difficult to understand compared to Squealer and Kirumaru. But it was a great improvement from when we had rescued him from the canal. I'm grateful for your help, Squonk. But why were you following Mamoru? Satoru sounded almost accusatory. I happened to be passing by and saw the tracks in the snow. I wondered if they belonged to some other growling colony. Fsh. So I decided to go look, Squonk said with some difficulty, drooling as he talked. But why were you there in the first place? I asked. Maria interrupted before he could answer. Does it matter? He saved Mamoru. Why are you two complaining? I'm not, I said hurriedly. If I had pressed Squonk more at that time, maybe the outcome would have been different. But given the fact that the querots were so good at lying that even Satoru paled in comparison, I don't think the conclusion would have changed much. Still, I think it would have been a good idea to ask why Squonk was inside the holy barrier. At the time, we were strictly forbidden from going outside the holy barrier. If I had known that the querots could travel freely in and out, it would have heightened my sense of danger. Later, when I learned the reason they could enter and leave the barrier without consequence, what surprised me was that despite having culture, querots were still considered wild animals. More importantly, Mamoru, explain yourself. Maria turned on him. Sorry. Sorry isn't an explanation. Why did you go off on your own? He sat up, looking like he was about to cry. Because I had no choice. I didn't want to die. What do you mean? Maria frowned. I'm different from you guys. My cantus is fairly weak, and I have no real talents. I felt left behind. That's not true, I said, but he ignored me. The Sun Prince has these cold eyes when he looks at me too. I'm already on the list of people to be disposed of. Like X, or the girl who used to be in our team. Like Saki's sister. I looked accusingly at Maria. I didn't tell him, she said hurriedly. I know. You guys have been keeping secrets from me. Like the mirror. You didn't want me to hear about it, right? You were eavesdropping? I asked. Everyone ignored me. Being disposed, the list, you're thinking too much. It's not going to happen, Maria said soothingly. A copycat came. Everyone went silent at his words. What are you talking about? I mean. Maria trailed off, seeing the look on Mamoru's face. I saw it twice. The first was 4 days ago at night. I was coming home after dark and felt something tailing me. I went around a corner where there was a brazier, then turned around quickly. Was it there? Satoru whispered. I didn't see the actual thing. But I knew something was hiding around the corner. The fire cast its shadow on the road. It wasn't clear, but it was the shape of something huge. We swallowed, hanging on to his every word. I panicked and sparked the brazier. There was a blinding fireball and all the wood was burned up in an instant. But the shadow already disappeared. I ran all the way home in the dark. But are you sure you didn't just imagine it? Maria tried to soften her words with a smile. Yeah, if it really was a tainted or a copycat, it would have attacked you, I agreed. No, I'm not so sure of that. In one sentence, Satoru ruined our efforts to comfort Mamoru. There are a lot of tales about copycats, but there's one disturbing detail they all share. They practice tailing you first before they attack. Mamoru nodded, I didn't feel that it was going to attack me then, but yesterday it was different. Yesterday? You don't mean? Maria seemed to remember something. Yesterday after school. I was the only one who stayed behind for supplementary classes. When I was about to leave, the Sun Prince asked me to put some leftover printouts away in the storage room. The one in the hallway leading to the inner yard. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the weather. Yeah. So I did. There weren't that many. I think he was just looking for an excuse. I went inside the room, and when I was walking back, I felt something behind me. Tears began to fall from his face. There aren't any windows there, so it was pitch black. I started walking faster. I knew I couldn't look behind me. I knew that if I did, it would be the end. Then I heard it. Footsteps. They were almost silent, but the floor vibrated from their weight, he sobbed. When I stopped, so did the footsteps. I was too scared to move, then I heard what sounded like an animal breathing. It smelled like it too. I thought I was done for. I was going to be killed by a copycat. Then I think my cantus burst out of me unconsciously. The air gusted like a tornado and I heard a terrible cry behind me. I turned around and saw it. What was it? Satoru leaned forward in anticipation. I only caught a glimpse of it before it melted away into the shadows. It was an unbelievably huge, white cat. There were bloodstains on the floor. It might have been hurt by the tornado. We were silent. Yesterday, I wanted to wait for Mamoru to finish his supplementary classes, but the Sun Prince told me to go home because it would take too long. Anger flared in Maria's eyes. They were planning to isolate and kill him right from the start. Wait. Why do they want to get rid of Mamoru? His cantus is average, and there's nothing wrong with his personality. He's quiet and cooperative. How would I know? He saw a copycat. Twice. How can you still doubt him? As Satoru and Maria argued, a prickling unease began to grow in my mind. Based on the stories Tomiko told me, there wasn't anything strange about wanting to eliminate Mamoru. When he was being stalked by the impure cats, he had used his cantus in a dangerous way toward an unseen attacker. It showed that he might be reckless enough to attack other people if he were frightened. This involuntary confession posed another issue. His cantus couldn't be properly controlled on a conscious level, which meant that he was at risk for becoming a karma demon in the future. It scared me that I had unconsciously been thinking about it from the Board of Education's point of view. I remembered something when I saw the copycat, Mamoru said quietly. I'd seen it before. What are you talking about? Satoru asked dumbly. I can't remember clearly, the memory might have been erased, but I was hiding behind a storeroom in the inner courtyard. When the storeroom opened, a copycat came out. I remember that. Maria shouted. I was there too. There was a heavy silence. Our naive plan to find Mamoru and bring him back was crushed. What would we do now? We were at a loss. Since Mamoru's leg might be broken, it would be impossible to bring him back right away even if we'd wanted to. So Satoru went back alone to tell the Sun Prince that Maria and I had caught a cold and gone home early. Maria and I built another snow hut next to Mamoru's. I had brought a sleeping bag just in case, but Maria didn't have anything, so we went to dig out Mamoru's sled. Luckily, Mamoru had more than enough food and daily necessities, so we brought them back on the sled and built a cook fire. We melted snow for water and made dinner for the three of us. Squonk shared some of our dried meat. It looks it'll be clear tomorrow, I said, sipping tea. Guess so, Maria said, a little curtly. If the weather holds, Mamoru can ride the sled. Ride it where? Well. I stopped. I'm not going back. Mamoru raised his head. But I'll be killed. He's right. He was almost killed once already, Maria said. But realistically, there's nothing else he can do but go back, right? I tried to persuade them. I talked with the head of the ethics committee, Tomiko. If we tell her, I'm sure she'll understand. Actually, I had absolutely no confidence in anything I just said. Tomiko might decide that Mamoru was indeed a danger to the town, and even if she didn't, I doubted she would overrule the Board of Education's decision just to save him. No, we can't trust anyone in the town, Maria said, point blank. You may be right that the ethics committee isn't the one making the decision to eliminate students, but they go along with it. If they didn't, people wouldn't disappear, like your sister, or the girl in our team, or ex. I thought about the faceless boy. What would he say in this situation? So what will he do if he can't go back? Mamoru answered, survive on my own. What? This isn't like going to camp, you know? You'll have to spend the next few decades by yourself. I don't like it either. But I'll manage somehow with my Cantus. Somehow. I think we'll manage. Once again, Maria came to his rescue. With enough practice, a person can survive alone. But he won't be alone. I'll be with him. You can't be serious. My head spun. Mamoru can't do it alone. Plus, we chose each other as partners. Surprisingly, Mamoru disagreed. No, you have to go back. Your parents will worry. Why? Don't you want to be with me? Of course I do. I'm really, really happy. But living away from the town will be difficult. I don't have a choice since I won't be allowed to live if I go back. But you can. Don't worry about that, she smiled gently. So that's why you ran away without telling me. There's really no one as kind as you are. But it'll be the two of us from now on. Okay. Promise. Mamoru didn't speak, but tears welled up in his eyes. I sighed deeply. There was nothing I could say to change their minds. That night, Maria and I made love in the snow hut. I won't be able to meet you again, will I? I asked petulantly, with my head between her breasts. No, we'll definitely meet again, she smiled as she stroked my hair. I love you, Saki, from the bottom of my heart. But right now I'm worried about Mamoru. There's no one else who will protect him. I know, but... What? I'm jealous. Silly, she laughed. From now on, Mamoru and I have to fight to survive the harsh elements of nature. I should be jealous of you. You're right. I'm sorry, I apologized meekly. You're forgiven, she said, tilting my chin up and kissing me lightly. We kissed each other deeply and passionately, like we never wanted to be parted again. That was the last time Maria and I kissed. Chapter 4. The next morning, I returned to the village alone as a light dusting of snow fell from the sky. Even though I used my Cantus to propel the skis, I had to travel such a long distance that my legs were weak with fatigue. Thoughts of what Maria and Mamoru would do next, as well as all the unknown threats in their future, weighed heavily on my mind. I finally arrived at the dock in Oak Grove and found the place deserted. Even on Sundays there were usually a couple of people hanging around, but I thought nothing of it and simply felt lucky that there was no one to see me. I untied Hakuren 4 and headed for home. I had used so much of my Cantus to get here that I could no longer concentrate fully and my eyes were bleary with tiredness. The canoe drifted from side to side and bumped into the edges of the canal. Even as I left Oak Grove and made my way back to Water Wheel, I didn't come across a single person. I finally began to feel that things were not quite right. Nothing moved along the banks. It was as if Kamisu 66 had been completely abandoned. The gentle drift of snow became hard, wet flurries. It piled on the prow of the canoe. I was shocked when my house finally came into view. My parents were standing together by the dock, without even an umbrella to keep off the snow, which had piled up on shoulders and heads. Sorry, I said to them as I turned to dock the canoe. I couldn't come home yesterday. They smiled faintly at me. Finally, my mother spoke. Are you hungry? I shook my head. I know you must be tired, but the Board of Education asked for you. Come with me, my father said gravely. Can't you let her rest for a bit? My mother pleaded. No, I can't. It's an emergency, especially since they've asked you to come on such short notice. It's okay, I'm not that tired, I tried to sound energetic. Alright, let's go in Dad's canoe. Saki, you can rest for a bit until we get there. My father's canoe, the one he used outside of work, was twice the size of Hakuren 4. My mother wrapped a blanket around my shoulders and I closed my eyes, but my heart was thumping too quickly for me to fall asleep. There was someone waiting for us when we arrived in Hayring. It was the same middle-aged lady who had greeted us after we came back from summer camp 2 years ago, but this time she didn't meet my eye. I followed my parents onto the snowy street. The office of the Board of Education was next to the library where my mother worked. It was surrounded by a wall of bamboo that prevented you from seeing the inside. We entered through a side door, and although it was still snowing, the courtyard had been cleared and kept dry with cantus. The path was paved with stepping stones, and it was about 30 meters to the entrance hall. Inside, a narrow hallway stretched on indefinitely. Although the outside of it was quite different, the inside was similar to the Ethics Committee's building. "Only your daughter may proceed from here," the middle-aged lady said to my parents. "As her father, and as the mayor, I'd like to represent her on her behalf. I've brought a petition. You are not allowed to accompany her." She ignored my father's words. "As the person entrusted to manage the town's library, I must do my duty to record this event. Will you make an exception?" "I'm very sorry, but there are no exceptions." My mother tried to use her position as leverage, but this too was met with stubborn refusal. The two of them were defeated. "Saki, I don't think I have to tell you, but please answer all questions as truthfully as you can." My mother put her hands on my shoulders and looked earnestly into my eyes. "I know, it'll be okay," I answered. I understood what she really meant. Choose the truth carefully. From here on out, a wrong answer could mean death. I was taken into a large Western-styled room with a dark, shining wooden floor. The windows were small and high on the wall, giving everything a classic Rembrandt look. In the center was a table like those used at banquets, and about 10 people stood on one side. The head of the Board of Education, Hiromi Torigai, stood in the center. The people on either side must also be members of the committee. "Saki Watanabe, please sit over there." It wasn't Hiromi who spoke, but a large woman on her left. Obediently, I sat down in the only chair available. "I am the vice chairman of the Board of Education, Masayo Komatsuzaki. There are a few things I would like to ask you. Please answer all questions truthfully. Do not lie or withhold information. Do you understand?" Her tone was as kind as any schoolteacher's, but her eyes stared stonily at me. I felt the pressure of her authority and answered yes without any unnecessary words. "You learned that a boy in your team, Mamoru Itu, had run away from home yesterday in the early hours of the morning. Is this correct?" "Yes," I said faintly. "When did you learn about it?" I knew it was pointless to hide it, so I answered honestly, "Before school." "How did you know about it?" "Maria Akizuki told me." "And what did you do after finding out?" "We went to school first, and later looked for him when we had the chance." "Why did you not inform your parents or your teachers?" This was a good point. I thought for a moment. "Because we hoped to bring him back before it became a bigger issue." "I see. But it could be construed as an attempt to hide it from us. You disagreed with the Board of Education's decision and acted out against it, right? On those grounds, you..." Hiromi whispered something in Masayo's ear. She answered, "I understand." On to the next question. "You went searching for Mamoru Itu during independent observation period. Who went with you?" "Maria Akizuki and Satoru Asahina." "I see. So the three of you went looking for Mamoru Itu. Did you find him?" I was confused. Satoru had come back the day before and should have been questioned already. What had he said? What's wrong? "It might be your first time here, but this is an official court of inquiry. You must tell the truth." Masayo's voice was severe and a wave of uncertainty went through the room. Hiromi spoke. "Satoru Asahina has already testified that you found Mamoru Itu. That Mamoru had fallen off his sled and hurt his leg. He said he left you and Maria to nurse him and came back first." Satoru hadn't mentioned the Quirat. "Chairman." Masayo looked disapprovingly at Hiromi. "It's fine. This court was formed to establish the truth. Trying to trick her into contradicting herself is not the goal." She continued so quietly that it was hard to hear. "So, was Satoru Asahina telling the truth?" "Yes." I felt slightly relieved realizing that Hiromi was not as hard-hearted as I had thought. "Then what happened after? Why were you the only one to return?" "We were expecting you and Maria Akizuki to bring Mamoru Itu back safely," Masayo said. I looked over the faces of the assembled committee members. How was I supposed to dispel their suspicions? A lie might make everything worse. There was nothing to do but tell just enough of the truth to prevent any inconsistencies. I tried to persuade Mamoru to come back with us, but he refused. So I had no choice but to come back alone. Since we couldn't leave him alone, Maria stayed too. So Maria Akizuki is still trying to convince Mamoru Itu? Yes. I glanced away when I answered. So what did you plan to do once you came back? Were you going to come clean to your parents, your teacher, and the Board of Education? I don't know. You don't know? What did you? As Masayo grew visibly angry, Hiromi cut in. It's reasonable that you were confused. Anyone would be at a loss in this situation. But you know what to do now, right? All you have to do is answer questions honestly. Leave everything else to us. Okay. I understand. But why did Mamoru Ito refuse to return? Did you ask him? Yes, I nodded. What was his reason? I took a deep breath. Surprisingly, I was calmer than I thought I would be. I couldn't answer this question with a complete lie. If I fudged the details of Mamoru's story and left out the tainted cats, maybe. What's wrong? Answer the question. I hesitated. Do you know what is happening in Kamisu 66 right now? Masayo shouted. An order to remain indoors has been enacted and the people tremble with fear. All because of the selfish actions of one student. Why was there such an overreaction to a missing student? At the time, I simply couldn't understand it. Instead, an irrepressible anger boiled out of me. How dare they call Mamoru selfish? The Board of Education was the one who had driven him nearly insane and even tried to kill him. My silence seemed to arouse suspicion and the people at the table began to stir. What's the matter? Why do you remain silent? Say something. Masayo drummed on the table impatiently with her fingers. I believe Mamoru ran away because he didn't want to die. I finally said it. There was no going back now. What? Don't say something so absurd. I'm just answering your question. Was I really this brave? Even I was surprised by my response. I heard this directly from him. Recently, he had been approached by 2 tainted cats. The first time, it appeared to only tail him. Stop. Do you have any idea what you're saying? The second time was after school 2 days ago. The Sun PR. Mr. Indu kept Mamoru after school and sent him to the inner courtyard in a deliberate attempt to isolate him. I continued, ignoring her. There, Mamoru was almost killed by a tainted cat. He saw it clearly. He even said that it had white fur. So he... Enough. Quiet. You have made a farce of the Board of Education and this hearing. Your actions constitute a grave violation of the Code of Ethics. Masayo shouted hysterically to the entire room. I am very disappointed as well. Your parents are both splendid people. I'm sure they will regret that it has come to this, Hiromi sighed. Although her voice was still soft, I began to feel afraid of her for the first time. Are they in a different room? Yes, I understand. She spoke quietly with one of the committee members, then turned toward me again. Please leave the room. But you will not be allowed to return home with your parents. You will stay in this building. I truly regret that this is the conclusion we have come to. That was as good as a death sentence. Will I be disposed of? Hiromi looked disgustedly at me. What a repulsive girl you are. To say such things so calmly, she whispered. As she stood up, there was a light knock at the door. Who is it? The committee is in meeting. Await your time, Masayo said sharply. The knocker ignored this and opened the door. Everyone else froze. I relaxed. Perhaps I came at a bad time. But I'm afraid I must speak here. Wearing a fur shawl over her kimono, Tomiko Asahina smiled charmingly around at the room. I know you have all worked hard on this, but may I handle Saki's case? Unfortunately, the Board of Education has exclusive jurisdiction over matters pertaining to juveniles. Outside interference would not be wise, even if it is the request of one such as you. Masayo's voice was so low it was almost silent. You're right. My apologies. I never intended to do this, but I'm partly to blame for this. Please, Tomiko, let's talk about this elsewhere. Masayo glanced at me as she spoke. Tomiko ignored her and turned to Hiromi. What do you mean you are partly to blame? Hiromi asked. I've told Saki a number of things, including the tainted cats. That is quite unprecedented. I could see Hiromi turn pale even though her face was hidden in shadow. Yes, it is. But it is required to rear the person who may be the future leader of our town. She will, Masayo exclaimed. So, Hiromi, please be lenient with Saki. It's not that simple, Tomiko. It's not only the boy who is missing, now the girl has disappeared too, her voice shook. I know. It's a serious matter. But isn't it largely the Board of Education's fault? Our fault? The members of the committee stirred. Yes. I believe the decision to dispose of Mamoru Ito was rash and unwise to begin with. That plus your inability to successfully bring about the disposal is what caused this whole situation. That's... Hiromi went quiet, her face strained. No one here is free from fault, including me. Perhaps I must take the blame on an even deeper level. After all, I was the one who ordered the experiment to be performed on Team 1. But now is not the time to dwell on the past. We need to discuss how to proceed from here. Am I wrong? The members of the Board of Education, people with even more power than the mayor and head librarian combined, hung their heads like guilty schoolchildren. You are absolutely right, Hiromi mumbled. I'm glad we're on the same page. So, let me look after Saki. It'll be all right. I will consider everything you have to say. There was no room for disagreement. May I use the hearth in the inner parlor? I would like to talk to Saki. Right now, that room is. Well. Were you planning on taking her in there? Tomiko smiled sweetly. It's okay. Just leave it as it is. It was a large room about the size of 30 tatamis. There was a big hearth in the middle, full of crackling red flames. A steaming pot of water hung from a long hook in the ceiling. No need to be so uptight. Tomiko ladled out some water and warmed a pair of yellow teacups. She swished the water around 3 times with a tea whisk and poured it into the waste container. She wiped out the cups with a towel, opened a grey container and scooped powdered green tea into the cups. Once again, she used the whisk to quickly mix the water with the tea. I took the cup from her and sipped slowly. No need to follow such formalities. Drink. I nodded, but it only made me more nervous. As much as I tried to, I couldn't ignore the 3 tainted cats sleeping on the other side of the hearth. One had a tortoiseshell pattern, the other 2 were striped yellow-white and black-grey. Their eyes were closed contentedly, and every now and then their ears and tails twitched. The scene was deceptively peaceful. From the other side of the large hearth, it was difficult to tell how big the cats truly were. Well, I guess you can't help noticing the cats. But don't worry. They never attack unless ordered to. Why are there 3 of them? I asked the first question that came to mind. They are trained to work in teams of 3. It's an offensive strategy called the Trinity, based on the elements of heaven, earth, and man. All 3 attack at the same time? Yes. In cases like these, the target is usually unresponsive to hypnotic techniques. But no matter how powerful you are, it's almost impossible to defend 3 simultaneous attacks, she said, smiling. But the Board of Education had already decided beforehand that we were to be disposed of. Wouldn't 1 cat be enough? Even I was surprised that I could discuss this so calmly. You most likely don't remember, but you've repelled the cats before. Once, maybe twice. I don't remember at all. I fidgeted. Every time I was made aware of a missing memory, I got a bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. Can I ask something else? I broke the silence after a pause. Go ahead. Tomiko. Tomiko-sama. She chuckled. Tomiko is fine. Earlier, you said that you ordered experiments to be performed on Team 1, right? What did you mean by that? I see you were paying attention. She turned the teacup slowly in her hand. The white glaze on the clay gave it a beautiful pink glow. You all must have realized to some degree that Team 1 is special. Well, I guess. You are all very special. Most students are regularly hypnotized from a young age so that we can control their minds. They are unable to even think about bad or potentially harmful things. However, we did not, by and large, take the freedom of thought away from you and your friends. Why us? Because docile lambs alone cannot protect the town. Leaders must be broad-minded and tolerant. Their convictions must be strong enough to even do dirty work from time to time. To match the changes in the town over the years, the leader needs to be a highly adaptable individual who strives to survive no matter what. So I was put into Team 1 for that. Yes, she said simply. What about Satoru? Was he chosen because he's your grandson? My grandson. Tomiko smiled inscrutably. The name Asahina is just a string of syllables Satoru and I happen to share. Team 1 was a group of students with special qualities. Having all of you together made things much easier to manage. She stood up suddenly and went to the other side of the hearth. Crouching next to the orange-striped cat, she rubbed it behind the ears. It purred delightedly. But unforeseen incidents kept happening. My biggest regret was having to dispose of the boy we had the greatest hopes for. She glanced at me, then resumed talking normally. This time too. It would have been impossible for any other children to consider running away from the town and living on their own. They would have been paralyzed with fear at the thought of crossing the holy barrier. But those two are different. Threatened with death at home, they chose instead to live alone in the wilderness. I was speechless. Somehow, she had seen through everything. A very rational decision, if you ask me. It is the result of free thinking. But right now, it threatens the fundamental safety of the towns. Is their departure really such a big problem to the towns? I asked. I don't believe Maria or Mamoru will ever return. So I don't think they will be a negative influence. You don't see the true nature of the problem, Tomiko said sadly. What do you mean? She stopped petting the cat. Do you know the state of the population in the Japanese archipelago? I was confused by the question. Not really. In the past, it was the first thing taught in geography classes. But now, such basic information is treated as highly confidential. At present, the population of all 9 districts combined is estimated to be between 50 and 60,000. That many? I said, surprised. In the ancient civilization, this would be a startlingly small number. 1,000 years ago, there were over 100 million people in Japan alone. I couldn't believe it. 100 million was a unit used to count fish eggs, not humans. For one thing, it would be difficult to secure food for that many people. And if everyone were to live in the most accessible areas, there wouldn't even be room to breathe. Did you know? The ancient civilization had something called nuclear weapons. Through fission of radioactive elements, or nuclear fusion of deuterium, one bomb had the power to wipe out an entire city. An entire city. I couldn't imagine why on earth anyone needed a weapon like that. Just for argument's sake, even if they wanted to capture Mount Fuji, destroying the city protecting it would make the victory completely meaningless. Managing such a weapon was incredibly stressful. Which country had the most bombs, which country was developing new ones, but perhaps the situation we face now is even worse. I don't understand. I mean, those weapons don't exist anymore, right? Correct. Now, the world is filled with something that is potentially far more fearsome. What? Humans. Tomiko tickled the orange-striped cat under its chin and its purr rumbled through the floorboards like thunder. Think back to what I told you before. A single fiend could easily kill an entire district. Moreover, unlike nuclear bombs, a fiend slaughters for as long as its body permits. And as for karma demons, the mental imbalance of one individual could mean the end of life on Earth. But those are special cases, so if we guard against them properly No, that's not how it works. You are too preoccupied with the processes by which Cantus can go out of control. The real problem is that Cantus is unlimited energy. Right now, there are 50 to 60,000 people living on the Japanese archipelago, and you must imagine that each one has the destructive potential of a nuclear weapon. So when 2 of these weapons go missing, how would you deal with them? The tortoiseshell cat, twice the size of a lion, got up and stretched. It yawned, showing long saber-like teeth. It paid me no attention as it walked lazily away, making the floorboards creak under its weight. I would be lying if I said Tomiko's words didn't come as a shock to me, as I had never looked at humans that way before. Those in power probably looked at everything from that perspective so as to be prepared for the worst. But at the time, I thought it was simply the paranoid fears of an old woman. "Bring them back," she said. "If you want them to live, you must bring them back. I will vouch for their safety. If they continue to hide, they will not live long." "How come?" "The Board of Education will devote all their attention to their disposal. The nearby Quirat colonies would all receive orders to kill them. And that's not all. All the neighboring districts they might come into contact with, like Shiroishi 71 in Tohoku, Tainai 84 in Hokuriku, and Kumi 95 in Chubu would all receive letters asking for help in their disposal. They all have their own methods of dealing with threats, which they will naturally use to defend themselves. That's so cruel." "Yes, so bring them back before it happens. I will give you 3 days. I'll delay the Board of Education for 3 days. In that time, find them and bring them back even if you have to tie them up and drag them with you. Don't worry, I'm sure you can do it." I sat up straight and took a deep breath. There was no room for doubt. I had already decided. "I understand. I'll leave immediately. Good luck." I stood up, bowed and made to leave. My eyes fell upon the black and grey striped cat. Its eyes were narrowed and its tail was waving slightly from side to side. It appeared to be bidding me goodbye, but the look on its face was similar to that of a cat stalking a bird. I would have been prey for those cats had you not come, am I right? I turned from the doorway and looked gratefully at Tomiko. "I'm not too sure," she smiled faintly. A new question arose in my mind. "But why do you hold so much influence?" Tomiko didn't answer for a moment. Just when I was starting to regret that I had asked something rude, she stood and came over to me. "I'll take you to the dock. Afterwards, I'll tell your parents where you've gone." "Thank you." We left the Board of Education's office together, like a granddaughter accompanying her grandmother on a walk. It was still snowing slightly, and tiny flakes danced around us. Through the white fog of my breath, I looked back at the evil building. It was no small miracle that I had made it out of there alive. "Your question earlier." Tomiko held her hand up to catch the drifting snow. Her hands were unexpectedly youthful. There were no wrinkles on her wrist, and no veins showed under the skin. Flakes of snow melted in the palm of her hand. "I think this is a good chance to tell you about some things." I swallowed and waited for her to continue. "It's true that I hold a lot of power in the district. Possibly enough to be a dictator or absolute monarch if I wished." I didn't think she was bluffing. After all, she had dealt with the fearsome Board of Education like they were children. "Do you know what the source of power is? You were not taught much about the history of mankind, so the question may be a little difficult. In the past, men used violence, fear, wealth, religious brainwashing, and so forth to obtain power. I didn't use any of that. All I had on my side was time. Time. I didn't get it. Yes. I'm completely unremarkable as far as humans go, but I had a lot of time. We arrived at the dock. The boat Tomiko prepared for me was already there. When did she give the order for that? It was wedge-shaped, meant for quick travel, and was equipped with skis like the ones I had used a few days ago. "Saki, what age do I look like to you?" That was a difficult question. It would be rude if I guessed older than she actually was, but I couldn't come up with a good guess anyway, so I told her the truth. "About 67? Good guess, I'm surprised. You got the last 2 digits right," she grinned. "I'm 267 years old." "You can't be," I laughed, thinking it was a joke. But her expression did not change. My episode with the Fiend when I was a nurse was 245 years ago. And I've been chairman for the ethics committee for 170 years. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. But, how did you? I couldn't even finish the question. How did I live so long? Why do I look so young? Come now, don't look at me like you've seen a ghost. I shook my head. My grades in Cantus usage were always perfectly average. In today's Sage Academy, I might even stumble over some of the second-year lessons. But there is one thing I can do that no one else, not even Shisei, can. I can regenerate my telomeres. Do you know what those are? No. I see. So even this information is restricted. Telomeres are the parts at the ends of our chromosomes. Every time a cell divides, its telomeres are shortened a little bit because they can't be fully regenerated. Once the telomeres have worn down, the cells lose their ability to replicate and death is inevitable. So the length of our telomeres dictates the length of our lifespan, like the length of a wick on a candle. Since my knowledge of biology was limited by the classes I had taken, I couldn't fully understand what Tomiko was saying. But the image she created was clear enough. The nucleus of a cell divides the double helix of its DNA in order to replicate. With time, the ends of the strands of DNA shorten. If it were possible to reset these parts to their original length, eternal life was a real possibility. So even though Satoru is related to me, he's not my grandson, Tomiko said, sounding amused. I still remember the birth of my first grandson 210 years ago. And that saying that grandchildren are cuter than all other children is completely true. I can't remember them being anything but little angels. But the feeling doesn't really extend to great-grandchildren and great-great-grandchildren. Satoru is removed from me by 9 generations and so has only 1/512th of my genes. That's not to say I don't adore him, but the feeling of being blood relatives isn't really there. So it's possible that even though Satoru calls Tomiko grandmother, he doesn't actually feel that it's true. Plus, his 2 real grandmothers are probably still living, making it even stranger to call her that. I'll tell you everything when you return, she said. Before I left, she said something that sounded like a parting gift. I'll have a new lesson for you once you return. You must be bored with what you're doing at Sage Academy. It's, fixing a vase could come in useful. Indeed. But I'll share a little secret with you. The mental image to repair your telomeres is a little like the one needed to fix a broken vase. Remembering how naive I was back then always makes me break out in a cold sweat. Someone with that sort of knowledge could achieve any goal, or act upon any desire as easily as taking candy from a baby. I just recently came across that phrase in one of the ancient books and thought it was a terrible metaphor. Did people really do that back then? Anyway, I set off with the boat in high spirits. My 14-year-old body was filled to the brim with the conviction that I would find Maria and Mamoru and bring them home. Of course, saving my friends was the most important thing, but I couldn't deny that in the back of my mind, I was thrilled to have been the chosen one. Now that I think about it, since I had been appointed the successor to the current leader, I probably tried to act the part. At first, spurred on by the excitement of such a promotion, I tried to go as fast as I could. But after a while, the biting wind cooled my head a little. Traveling alone was dangerous. Mamoru was the prime example of that. If Squonk hadn't rescued him, he'd definitely be dead by now. I stopped the boat. I needed a partner. One way or another, I had to find Satoru, but I didn't know where to start. I do know he was questioned by the Board of Education after he came back, and he most likely made it out all right because Tomiko was there. I regretted leaving in such a hurry. I should have asked Tomiko for permission to bring Satoru with me. I struggled to decide whether I should go back. But something made me hesitate. Snow fell heavily, flakes melting as they touched the dark surface of the water. The sight reminded me of something. Tomiko's eyes. They were dark and fathomless, like she had seen all the mysteries of time. In the end, I decided to turn back. But as I was about to do so, a boat approached me from behind. It was hard to see through the snow, but I immediately recognized the silhouette of the person speeding toward me. He was probably using the same speedboat as me. "Hey," he yelled and waved as if trying to confirm the occupant of the boat ahead of him. It was Satoru. "Over here." I waved back. "Saki. Thank goodness I caught up to you," he gasped. "I was afraid I was going to have to look all over for you in this snow." "Why? Weren't you questioned by the Board of Education?" "Yeah, last night, by that awful Hiromi Torigai. It was bad enough the first time, but they called me again today and I was half ready to be killed. Good thing your grandmother was there." Satoru probably didn't know about his true relationship with Tomiko yet. "Yeah, she really saved me there. But I was stuck waiting in a tiny room all morning. When she finally told me to come out, she immediately told me to go after you. I had no idea what was going on, so it really surprised me. You know what we need to do? We need to bring Maria And Mamoru back, right? That was all he needed to know. Unlike before, we now knew where Mamoru's snow hut was, so we used the waterways and stopped as close to our destination as possible. We went all the way to the edge of Oak Grove, then traveled 200 meters over land, skimming through the snow on the boat skis. We ran over quite a few rocks along the way, and the bottoms of the boats were probably badly scratched, but there was no time to worry about that. It was a relief when we arrived at the Tone River. We slipped into the water and traveled 2 kilometers upriver before landing again. We moored the boats on some rocks to keep them from drifting away. I finally noticed that they had the God's Eye seal on the sides, along with a red number and a Sanskrit character. It was the first time I had ever seen the word ban, the symbol of Vairocana, used. The boats probably belonged to the ethics committee, and had undoubtedly never been handled so roughly before. We unloaded our skis and shouldered our backpacks. Let's go. It was barely past noon, but the sky was slowly filling with clouds, making it look like the sun was about to set soon. It was still snowing, and the cold wind felt like knives on our skin. As if pulled by an invisible rope, we skied straight up the hill, snow flying out behind us as we went. Chapter 5. To be honest, I have absolutely no sense of direction. Some time ago, when Satoru and I were wandering through the Quirat nest, I remember saying that I wasn't good at remembering the twists and turns of the tunnels. It's actually a lot worse than that. The truth is that I wouldn't even be able to get from one place to another in my own town if it weren't for the street signs on the canals. Is this the right direction? Unlike me, Satoru has the navigational abilities of a homing pigeon, but since we were following a different path from the previous trip, he often stopped to make sure we were going the right way. It's right. I think, I agreed. It's not like I could actually tell, so I couldn't respond in any other way. But that seemed to annoy Satoru. Saki, you're not even really thinking about it, are you? That's not true. You sure about that? I told you I thought about it. Satoru shook his head disbelievingly and continued climbing the hill, grumbling to himself. I followed in his tracks. I felt pretty optimistic about the situation. I thought that as soon as we arrived at Maria's snow hut, our mission would be half completed. Plus, joining up with Satoru was an accomplishment too. I thought we passed through here before. As we crested a snowy peak and left the bamboo forest, a familiar scenery appeared before us. Did we get it wrong? We did leave ski tracks in the area last time. Satoru looked disappointedly at the powdery snow all around us. In just one day, enough snow had piled up to erase our tracks. No, it's the right place. I'm positive. I was confident, but Satoru said slowly, "Why do you say that?" "Because I remember it." "Really? Because you didn't remember anything on the way here?" "Well, that was the path." I didn't really want to admit that, but I needed to convince him I was confident. "I remember the place. See? Like those trees." I pointed to the rowan trees growing off to the side. "You don't see those around here often, right?" "That's why I remembered them." "Are you sure?" he asked doubtfully. "And that rock too. It looks like a snake coiling around itself. It's easy to recognize." "Actually, it looks more like a pile of shit," Satoru said. But he seemed to believe me anyway. "If this is the place, then we're getting close." We started along the slope. Even without any trails to follow, I gradually started recognizing my surroundings. Excited to be on the right track, we sped up. The hill became steeper. We were now much higher up, and the valley on our left looked like an infinite drop. The snow continued to fall and we were forced to slow down as visibility decreased. "Where's that flat rock?" "The place where Mamoru's sled fell," Satoru asked. "I have no idea. I can't see it at all," I answered honestly. There was nothing memorable on the hill, and the falling snow made everything look different. It wasn't light, powdered snow either, but big wet flakes that stuck to everything. We stopped. "It's dangerous to keep going like this. We might end up falling from that rock too," Satoru said as he rubbed his numb fingers together. "We should be okay if we go slowly. That'll take too long. And no matter how slowly we go, if we fall, we fall." We looked at one another. Each of us hoped that the other had a secret plan, but of course it wasn't that easy. To make things worse, The snow was coming down harder and thicker than before, and the wind was picking up. The bare hill provided no shelter, and we suddenly realized how cold it was. Skiing up the hill, though largely Cantus assisted, had kept us warm. But I hadn't eaten since morning, and all the energy I had burned made me lightheaded. The important thing is to just avoid the rock, right? Even without taking the exact same route, we'll still be able to find the next part of the path. I could still clearly remember the animal trail in the bushes higher up on the hill. Sure, but how are you going to do that? Make a path with our Cantus? I see, yeah. That'll work. I wonder if our judgment had been impaired by fatigue and anxiety. The plan was just as reckless as Mamoru hauling a child's sled up a steep hill. We cleared a path in front of us using the image of a giant shovel. The path that cut through the snow looked much safer than the slippery road we had been using. All right, let's go. We went single file along the narrow path. The cleared path was only about 40 or 50 meters, so when we reached the end, we had to stop and remove more snow. Then, there was an unpleasant creaking sound. Shit. An avalanche. We stood, petrified. Come to think of it, we had cleared a horizontal path right in the middle of a steep hill. I'd have been surprised if there wasn't an avalanche. A roof. Split it. We shouted over each other. A terrifying torrent of snow was rushing toward us with the intent of burying us alive, but was diverted by two invisible wedges right above our heads to either side. The snow fell to the bottom of the valley in a glistening shower. It was over in less than a minute, but felt like an eternity. The avalanche stopped before we even realized it. Most of the snow on the hill had fallen off and only small dustings of snow continued to trickle down every now and then. Saki, are you okay? Yeah, you? Totally fine. Both of us had used the image of a gabled roof. Instead of trying to stop the entire mass of the snow coming toward us, diverting its path was a better alternative. Luckily, our Cantus did not touch, and the two of us were uninjured. Still, it took us a while to calm down and stop shaking. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Yeah, right. Look. He pointed at the top of the hill. Now that all the snow was gone, all that was left was the rough, frozen snow from yesterday. If we had caused an avalanche right at the beginning, we would have been able to travel more safely. But there's no point dwelling on the past. Soon, we found the place where Mamoru's sled had fallen. We took the faint animal trail in the bushes up the hill. Almost there. There were no footprints to follow, but Satoru knew where he was going. At the thought of being reunited with Maria, I sped up unconsciously. Satoru stopped without warning and I almost crashed into him. Don't stop all of a sudden like that. I don't see the snow hut. No way. I looked around at the sparse forest. I thought this was the place, but I wasn't completely sure. It might be just a little farther ahead. My eyes fell upon two pine trees about 30 meters ahead. Over there. It was between those trees. We searched the area carefully. There was no trace of the hut, but something looked off. There were clumps of snow stuck high up on the trunk. Someone destroyed the hut and leveled the snow. Satoru rubbed his chin, a sign that he was deep in thought. A Quirat couldn't have done it. There was a lot of snow. I don't think it could have managed to pulverize all of it and spread it around. Either Maria or Mamoru did it with Cantus. I felt slightly relieved. At least they had been fine when they left here. But which way did they go? I looked around again. There were no footsteps or sled tracks. No idea. It looks like they made sure that no one would be able to follow them. You think they went to the trouble of erasing all their tracks? The Quirat probably did. Maria can fly quite well even when carrying Mamoru. I was at a loss for words. I had thought everything would be fine once we made our way here. Now I realized how ridiculously naive I had been. I don't suppose they went back home? I asked hopefully. Satoru shot me down immediately. If they did, they wouldn't have had to erase their tracks. What were we supposed to do? I was about to cry, but managed to hold it back because Satoru was with me. We have to look for them. Even as I said that, I was painfully aware that we didn't really have a plan. I know, but we should rest a little first. Let's build a fire and make lunch. It's no good trying to do anything when you're half starving. Satoru brushed away the snow on a fallen log, sat down, and opened his backpack. Feeling just slightly relieved, I sat down beside him. Having to retrace our path back to the boats felt like a colossal waste of energy. But I couldn't complain. There wasn't a lot of time left. The sky had grown darker as the cloud-covered sun moved slowly west. It was probably just after 3 in the afternoon. The snow had mostly stopped, only the occasional flake fell here and there. Our speedboats flew up the dark grey river. Compared to 2 years ago, our steering skills had improved dramatically. That, plus the fact that the boats had been engineered for speed, meant we traveled at a blistering pace. We passed through the holy barrier at some point, but since the rope didn't extend out onto the water, I'm not sure when exactly we did. Our landing point wasn't clear, but we managed to do all right based on Satoru's sense of direction. There was a map in the boat, but we didn't have the time to study it, so we pressed on ahead. Satoru slowed the boat and shouted across to me, "I think this is the right spot. Are we going ashore?" He pointed ahead to a wide bank with a snow-covered plain extending all the way north from it. This wouldn't be a bad starting point. We moored the boats and went ashore. Since we had been using Cantus the entire time, my head felt hot and stuffy. I wanted to stop and rest, but there wasn't time. We strapped on our skis and started moving immediately. We went up a hill and soon crested the ridge. From there we descended a gentle slope, letting gravity pull us down. Once we were on level ground, we shuffled forward using only our legs. My head felt better after a while, but now the physical exertion made it hard to breathe. I gasped and wheezed desperately for air. "Wait a sec." I managed to call out as I stopped. Satoru slowly turned around and came back toward me. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, just let me rest for a bit." I collapsed onto the powdery snow and waited for my breathing to return to normal. The wind felt good against my burning face, but soon my sweat made me clammy and uncomfortable. Wisps of steam rose from my body as I dried it with Cantus. "Try to stay hydrated," Satoru said, handing me a cup of tea from his bottle. "Thanks." I looked up at Satoru as I drank. For the first time I saw how kind and reliable he was. "What are you staring at?" "I was just thinking about how nice you are." He turned away abruptly. "Hey, do you think we'll find them?" "We will," he said firmly, looking back at me. "That's our only chance of saving them, right?" "Yeah. That's why we've come all the way. What's wrong?" I had frozen with the tea halfway to my mouth. "Don't turn around. About 100 meters behind you, there's something on the hill." "What?" "A Quirat, I think." All I could see was a dark shadow, so I wasn't sure. It wasn't a bear or a monkey, and it was too small to be human. I couldn't think of any other creatures that would be in this area. Satoru used one of his special Cantus techniques to create a floating mirror about 30 centimeters square and aimed it carefully at the hill far behind him. "There it is," he said in a flat, quiet voice. "Can we catch it?" "It's too far away. We'd have to get closer." Just then, the sun came out from behind the clouds and its light glinted off the mirror. The dark shadow vanished. It noticed us. Satoru clicked his tongue in frustration. "We have to chase it." We flew over the snow. The short break had restored my strength for the time being. There was no way we'd catch it skiing as leisurely as we had been earlier. We put all our Cantus into making the skis go faster. We crossed the open field in an instant and were barreling up the hill. "Which colony is it from?" "Who knows? But it isn't Squonk, is it?" It couldn't have gone that far in such a short amount of time. The Quirat was nowhere to be seen when we got to the top of the hill. We hurriedly scanned the ground for tracks. There, at the other end of the hill, was a line of small footprints. "This way," I said, and immediately set off following the trail. "Wait," Satoru shouted. The second I turned, the ground dropped out from under me. I felt myself floating gently, falling through the snow. Satoru's voice came from far away. Then everything went dark. I opened my eyes. Above me was a ceiling made of woven bamboo. Light came from a paper lamp, making the shadows on the ceiling waver. I was in a small room, lying on top of a thin futon. There was a small hearth right next to me, on top of which was a bubbling iron kettle. Saki. Satoru's voice. I turned toward it. What happened? Satoru smiled with what seemed to be relief. You stepped through a cornice. A what? An overhang of snow that collects on the edge of a mountain. From the top it looks like normal ground, but it's really just snow, so if you walk onto it, you fall through. Did I fall all the way to the bottom? No, I managed to stop you just before you hit. So you shouldn't have any injuries. I was worried because you didn't wake up though. I moved my arms and legs slowly. Everything seemed to work. After the surge of fear, all I felt was weariness. I wanted to sleep. What is this place? Take a guess. You'll be surprised. It's the place we've been looking for. No way, seriously? The robber fly colony? Yeah. It's a small place, but this is the colony's guest house. Satoru explained that the Quirat we had been chasing was a soldier of the robber fly colony. When it saw me fall, it had hurried back to report the incident. The colony had sent out a rescue team and brought me back. So you've met Squealer already? Yeah. But he's been promoted and has a different name now. I heard a voice outside the room. Thank goodness you've awoken. Squealer. Appearance-wise, Squealer looked no different from other Quirats, but his voice was unmistakable. 2 years ago he had been wearing shabby armor, but he now had on a comfortable bear fur robe. It has been a long time, gods. It really has. Have you been doing well in the meantime? Yes, thank you. Lately the chances to show devotion to the gods have been plentiful, and I was honored to be bestowed with a most noble name, he said, puffing out his chest a little. What is it? I am now Yakumaru. It's written with the characters 4 wild fox. It seemed that Squealer, Yakumaru, really had been promoted. Since he was more of a strategist than a warrior, it was fitting that his name had the word fox in it, in contrast with Kirumaru's wolf. In the past 2 years, the robber fly colony has made great strides towards recovery. Once, our very existence had hung in the balance, but we have merged with a few neighboring colonies and our numbers now reach 18,000. This was possible only because of the favor of the gods. I'd love to hear about the colony later, but we have an emergency right now, Satoru said, interrupting the beginning of what sounded to be a long-winded speech. We need your assistance. Certainly, Yakumaru agreed without even listening to the request. Leave everything to your servant Yakumaru. I will always lay down my life to aid the two that I am most indebted to. He sounded almost too willing, but at the time that was the reassurance we wanted to hear. Where's the goat moth colony? I cut straight to the point. About 4 or 5 kilometers northwest of here. It's not affiliated with the giant hornet colony, and has been unwilling to join our coalition, one of the few independent colonies. His eyes flashed. What would your business with the goat moths be? Satoru and I looked at each other. We needed Yakumaru's help, but that meant we had to reveal a certain amount of information. We're looking for our friends, Satoru said, trying to summarize the situation without giving away more than he had to. I understand. And the fastest way would be to locate the individual called Squonk. We'll go to the goat moth colony first thing tomorrow. I'd rather go right away. I understand your feelings in the matter, but the snowy paths are dangerous at night. I fear that the goat moths might also construe our approach as a raid. There are only 4 or 5 hours until sunrise, if you don't mind waiting. I was surprised that it was already so late. I looked over to Satoru, and he nodded, agreeing to postpone our departure until morning. We have prepared a simple meal. It's not much, but I hope you will enjoy it. At his signal, 2 Quirats came in bearing lacquered trays. It reminded me of the rice gruel I had eaten at the giant hornets camp 2 years ago. Soft rice, miso soup with burdock, taro and other ingredients, unidentifiable dried foods, and grilled fish. The dried food was tasteless and hard as shoe leather, but everything else was all right. Yakumaru stayed with us as we ate and pestered us with questions. It was obvious he was only pretending to chat with us in order to glean more information, and that annoyed me. When we finished eating, I decided to make a request. When we came here 2 years ago, it was nighttime too, wasn't it? Yes. I'm very fond of that memory. Though, to be exact, it wasn't at this location. That time, We paid a visit to the Queen even though it was already very late. I would like to greet the Queen now, too. For some reason, Yakimaru looked perplexed. I see, very well. I suppose the Queen would be resting right now, but let us go anyway. If you like, I could show you the colony at the same time. It has changed considerably. We left the guest house and followed him into the colony. We were stunned by what we saw. 2 years ago, the Quirots had mostly lived underground. The only things close to above-ground structures were small towers that resembled anthills. But now, the collection of dwellings they had looked just like a town. The most common buildings were shaped like giant mushrooms. Yakimaru explained that the framework was made of wood or bamboo, and then covered with clay or processed manure. Lights glowed in the round windows and doors. Since we're subterranean creatures by nature, all the houses are connected by a network of tunnels. There were factories for smelting, weaving, dyeing, and papermaking all crammed together and bustling with night workers. There was even a cement plant in the center of it all. Limestone brought all the way from Mount Tsukuba was pulverized, mixed with clay and baked at high temperatures. It was then mixed with gypsum and pulverized again to make cement. Sand or gravel was added to make mortar or concrete. And this is the first of our buildings made with concrete. Yakimaru gestured to the center of the colony. It was a round, flat-topped structure 30 meters in diameter. I could only stare in wonder at this building that was as dignified as any building from the ancient civilization. This is Assembly Hall of the colony, Yakimaru said proudly. The 60 representatives of the 18,000 of us discuss and decide matters in this building. 2 years ago, the colony was centered around the Queen's nest. How was it possible to bring about such a drastic change in such a short amount of time? What happened to the nest? His tone darkened a little at my question. As you can see, we have moved most of our activities above ground. As such, restructuring of the nest was also inevitable. In addition, as colonies joined, they each brought their own queen, and it became necessary to consolidate them under one roof. Then let's go. We have to ask her about tomorrow too. As you will, but colony matters are decided by the assembly. In this particular case, I, Yakimaru, will act as the representative and take all responsibility of Dash. Whatever, Satoru snapped. We just want to say hello. Yakimaru looked defeated. Very well. I will show you the way. Just then, the servant that had been sent ahead to check on the Queen returned. He made his report in a squeaky voice and Yakimaru dismissed him with a wave of the hand. If you will follow me. Lantern in hand, Yakimaru led us away from the factories toward the nearest of a row of dirt buildings. What's this? I frowned in confusion. The Queen's dwelling was extremely shabby. It was fairly large, but had only rough dirt walls and a thatched hay roof. It looked like a building for livestock. An offensive smell greeted us as the heavy doors were opened. I remembered that the nest had a pungent, animal smell when we last visited. But this was different. It was a more bearable stink, but there was also the tang of disinfectant in it, creating a strangely repulsive scent. To be more specific, the old nest had a terrifyingly strong scent of life. But this building smelled like a hospital filled with compost from the lotus farms, an unnatural, sickly odor. The building had a long, rectangular shape, with a passage running down the center of its length. It reminded me of a barn. Sturdy wooden enclosures were built along both sides, but it was too dark to see inside them. But I felt the presence of a number of giant creatures. They stirred as they caught our scent, but made no other noises, not even a sigh or a groan. Over the rustling sounds, I heard the jingle of chains. I looked toward Yakimaru in surprise, but his face was outside the circle of lamplight, so I couldn't see his expression. Here lives our queen, he said, stopping in front of one of the enclosures. Your Highness, it's been a long time. I'm Saki, we've met before, I said quietly. There was no response. Please enter. Yakimaru opened the door and walked in briskly. We followed timidly. He shone his lantern on the queen who crouched at the far end of the enclosure. What looked like a giant hornworm appeared. A wrinkled, pale body with 4 stubby legs. There was a quiet puffing sound, like a pair of bellows. It was the regular breathing of someone sleeping. I felt relieved. She was asleep. Of course, it was past midnight, after all. Gently, so as not to wake the queen, I touched her abdomen. It moved up and down in a slow, leisurely way characteristic of most giant animals. Sleep well. As we walked, I ran my hands over her head. On her forehead, I felt a strange joint. The queen did not wake. Careful. Satoru sounded worried. She might bite even if she's sleeping. It's okay. I'll be able to tell if she's about to wake up. Just as I said that, my hand slipped and poked the queen's eye. I jumped and jerked my hand back. Her head twitched, but there was no other response. A feeling of horror welled up inside me. The eye I had just poked. Bring the light over here, I commanded. Yakimaru hesitated for an instant, then turned slowly. The queen's eyes were open. She hadn't been asleep, but her pupils were dilated, and there was no gleam of intelligence in her eyes. No, more than that, her eyes were dry. She was probably blind. Her mouth hung open, revealing teeth even bigger than an impure cat's, and drool soaked the hay she was lying on. I snatched the lantern from Yakimaru and approached the queen. On the right side of her forehead was a V-shaped surgical scar. The thick sutures rose up like a ridge on her skin. What the hell is this? Satoru demanded. We had no other choice, Yakimaru said dejectedly. No other choice. What did you do to your queen? As our voices echoed in the barn, the sounds of rustling and clinking chains grew louder. I will explain. Let us go outside. We left the building. The wind chilled me to the bone, but blew away the stench that clung to our clothes. It was not our intent to treat the queen so cruelly. She is, after all, the mother of the colony. Then why? I drew closer to him. As I did so, Quirat soldiers appeared out of nowhere and surrounded us. Yakimaru dismissed them with a slight shake of the head. Did you not feel it when you last saw her? The queen has not been mentally stable for a while now. Yes, somewhat. In any colony, the queen holds absolute power. Our queen has always been rather tyrannical, but she became more and more violent as her illness worsened. She attacked innocent servants on a whim, injuring and killing them on a regular basis. On top of that, she became increasingly paranoid and executed all the ministers who had been working tirelessly to help us recover from the ground spider attack. If we had allowed this to continue, it would only have been a matter of time until our colony became extinct. That's why Satoru started to say, but stopped. We swear absolute loyalty to the colony and the queen, but we are not tools to be discarded. We are second in intelligence only to the gods of this planet, and are unlike other social animals such as ants or bees. And so, based on this belief, all who worried for the future of our colony gathered of their own volition and formed a union. A union? Yes. It was necessary to negotiate with the queen to preserve our most basic rights. But the queen was enraged. She regarded our actions as an act of treason. There were a number of complications, and it was with great reluctance we chose this path. This path, you joined forces and completely crippled her. Wouldn't it have been better just to kill her? Satoru asked. Yakimaru shook his head. No. We did not wish to completely destroy her mental faculties. We only performed a frontal lobe lobotomy. After the surgery, her aggressiveness declined greatly and she became submissive. She continues to bear children and contribute to the growth of the colony. I'm sure the queen herself is much happier like this compared to when she was trapped by her mental illness. However, since it was our first time performing the procedure, there were several complications with regards to hygiene. Shortly afterward, she began suffering from encephalitis and her mental functions declined considerably. That's terrible. I whispered. It is natural to think that, I suppose. How regrettable. Yakimaru looked at us accusingly. Should not all intelligent individuals be given equal rights? That is what I read in the books of the gods. It is the core principle of democracy. We looked at each other, bewildered. I never thought I would hear such words spoken by these creatures. Even if your queen was a tyrant, what about the others? Was it really necessary to lock them up like animals in that barn? All the colonies who joined us were dealing with the same problem to some degree. Only the queen can reproduce, so her existence is indispensable. Even so, She should not be able to claim the entire colony as her possession on those grounds. The queen is responsible only for childbirth, whereas intellectual pursuits such as governance and military leadership are handed to those with the greatest aptitude. That is the foundation of the robber fly colony. The two most powerful colonies at the time, the giant hornet and robber fly colonies, had very different philosophies. The giant hornet colony had over 30,000 members, making them the largest colony. Although General Kirumaru led the colony, he was a traditionalist who was deeply loyal to the queen, thus preserving the traditional social structure. All traditionalist colonies held to the idea that the queen was an absolute monarch. On the other hand, the robber flies disregarded bloodline purity and joined with other colonies in a highly unorthodox, rapid bid for power. Traditionalist colonies viewed them as heretics and had started to become wary of them. I see. Well, I have no intention of interfering with your business, Satoru said, stretching. I'm kind of tired. We'll go rest until dawn. As you wish. I will have beds prepared immediately. Yakumaru's eyes glowed faintly green in the dark. We returned to the guest house. Once Yakumaru left, Satoru stoked the fire in the hearth and sat down to warm his feet. He sighed loudly. I don't like this. I really don't like this. Why? The colony, Squealer. Yakumaru, it's all really fishy. What they say and what they think seem to be completely different. I can't trust them. But we need their help if we want to find Maria and Mamoru. That's true, he said, still looking troubled. But you saw what he did to the queen. She's his own mother. How could he do something so terrible? Well, I mean, it shocked me too. I shivered as I recalled the empty look in the queen's eyes. But, no matter how articulate Queerots are, they're still beasts in the end. No matter how much their emotions resemble ours, they're not the same. What Yakumaru said has a certain logic to it. They only did what they had to do to survive. Look at you defending them. I'm not, I said, sitting up straight. Don't humans always project their own values onto animals? We say they have a gentle personality, or that mothers should sacrifice themselves for their child. But that's not realistic. I've read books on animal behavior from the ancient civilization. Since my mother was a librarian, I probably had more chances to access restricted books than anyone else. And what they said was really surprising. Take hippos for example. In the picture books from Harmony School, they show hippos making a circle around one of their dead in order to grieve. But the truth is that hippos are omnivorous, and they surround dead hippos in order to eat them. Yeah, I know that. Kangaroos are the worst. We all think that they keep joeys in their pouches in order to take care of them. And when they're being chased by predators, the mother will throw the baby out of her pouch and escape as the predator eats the joey. Satoru frowned. That's kind of what Minashiro do. But worse, because they give up their own body parts. That's why it's a mistake to judge Queerots through the lens of human ethics. Satoru clasped his hands behind his neck. But that's not what I meant when I said I don't like this. It's more like they seem too similar to humans. It's true that there are no other animals like them. Satoru shuffled over to the door to make sure no one was outside. I have the strange feeling they're trying to replace humans. There aren't any concrete buildings in Kamisu 66. When I saw their factories, I could only think that they are trying to claim for themselves the material culture that we've abandoned. I asked the question that had been gnawing away at me. I wonder where Yakumaru gained all that knowledge. He said he read about it. But he couldn't have simply come across a book that explained everything he wanted to know. Then how? This is just my guess, but maybe he captured a false Minashiro. False Minashiro can hypnotize people with its lights, but they might not have any effect on Queerots. The more I talked with Satoru, the more frightened I became. The existence of Queerots has always been viewed as something ominous, but now I suddenly felt the full weight of this sentiment. Queerots couldn't possibly be planning to overthrow humans, could they? Isn't that impossible? I mean, just the two of us could easily crush the entire colony. Indeed, no matter how much Queerots developed their material culture, there was no way for them to defeat a human with Cantus. Besides, Cantus was what had destroyed highly developed culture in the first place. But I couldn't shake off my feeling of unease. Hey, what would happen if Yakumaru did to a human what he did to the queen? Satoru furrowed his brows. I suppose they'd become just as disabled. I know what you're thinking. If they perfect their technique, they might be able to produce humans they can control. I felt a chill. If that happened, wouldn't it be a disaster? Nope, it would be fine, Satoru grinned. The frontal lobe controls our will and creativity. That means our cantus is also controlled by the frontal lobe. Someone who has their will and creativity taken away would never be able to use their power. So there's no need to worry. We stopped there and spent the next few hours trying to get what little sleep we could. I might have gotten a lot of sleep earlier, but Satoru hadn't. As I drifted off on the bed the Quirots had prepared, a series of nightmarish images floated through my mind. Like Satoru, I had felt something was horribly wrong ever since I came to the robber fly colony. But before I could figure out what that thing was, I drifted away into darkness. Chapter 6. The sky was just beginning to brighten when I awoke. The guest house was made of bamboo posts covered by animal skin, more like a tent than an actual house, so once the sun came up, light started filtering in through the skin. Satoru was already up and getting dressed. Morning, I said. Satoru nodded. Can you be ready soon? It looks like they're all prepared to go. I've been hearing them moving around for a while now. Sure enough, a large number of Quirots were bustling around busily outside. Okay. I rushed around getting ready. It took less than 2 minutes for me to put on my winter clothes, lace up my boots, and check my backpack to make sure everything was there. I stepped outside to clear skies and the sun just barely peeking over the horizon. Looking down, I saw a Quirot taking down what looked like dried food hanging from a nearby tree. It was white, about 1 meter long, too big to be a fish. I looked closer and saw that it was a dried Minashiro. Satoru and I glanced at each other. I can't believe they eat Minashiro. Minashiro are considered sacred creatures in Kamisu 66, and it gave me an unspeakably ominous feeling to see them being used as food. Minashiro should be hibernating now. The Quirots probably dug them out intentionally to turn them into jerky. Satoru looked like he had swallowed something sour. I decided not to tell him that the unknown dried thing we had for dinner last night might have been Minashiro. I saw Yakumaru coming towards us. Good morning, gods. We will be departing soon, but would you like to have breakfast first? The thought of having to eat Minashiro jerky made me lose my appetite. What about you guys? We can eat while we travel. It's just military rations, so it doesn't taste too good. That's fine, we'll do the same. As you wish. Yakumaru was wearing a hooded fur coat and riveted leather armor. His bureaucratic air from 2 years ago was still present, but now he looked much more like a general. He blew a whistle that hung around his neck and 200 Quirots lined up in formation. Hey, is it really necessary to send out this many soldiers? Satoru asked, frowning. There might be unexpected dangers on the road. We are prepared to do anything to protect the gods, Yakumaru said reverently. We joined him in the middle of the formation. Apparently being in the rear was just as dangerous as being at the very front. Muscular guards bearing large shields surrounded us on all sides. Most of the snow around the colony had been cleared away and bits of frost crunched under our feet as we walked. As we made our way onto the snowy plains, Satoru and I put on our skis. The soldiers also wore shoes that resembled simple skis, and their short legs worked rapidly to propel them forward. Since we were able to move so much faster with Cantus, Satoru was starting to get annoyed at their slow pace. Can't we go any faster? If you tell us where it is, we can go on ahead. I'm very sorry. We cannot move as swiftly as the gods. But the goat moth colony is not much farther, so please bear with us. If you went ahead, I would not be able to reach you in time should anything happen. So we had no choice but to follow their pace. As we moved slowly over the plain, the Quirots distributed their food rations. They were round, like pills or sweet dumplings, and a little bit sweet. They appeared to be made of rice flour, with honey, dried plums, and nuts rolled together. As Yakumaru said, it wasn't anything delicious, but at least there wasn't Minashiro in it. As we left the plain, we started climbing a series of hills. I wondered why the area was so hilly, but it was impossible to see what was buried under the snow. All I could tell was that the hills were made of a different type of dirt. Even the plants growing on it were different from the norm. A strange image floated through my mind. It was the remnants of a battle between Cantus users, where one side had attempted to annihilate the other in one stroke. They had fired a gigantic boulder, and its impact had caused more destruction than even the nuclear weapons of the ancient civilization. It was like what had wiped out the dinosaurs 65 million years ago, a meteor over 10 kilometers in diameter. I was being ridiculous. Common sense told me something like that was impossible. Of course, in theory, Cantus was an unlimited amount of energy. But in reality, there are a lot of restrictions that control how that energy could be activated. In order to affect something, you needed to have a perfect image of how that object would be changed. So with something as large and complex as a meteor strike, the mind was its own limiter. It was as impossible as trying to create a realistic image of the Earth being split in half. But I looked over the hills overlapping each other like a mountain range. Even novice Cantus users like us were able to start landslides and throw fairly large rocks. It might not be out of the question for geniuses like Shisei Kaburagi to move entire hills. "We will arrive soon," Yakumaru said. "Around the next bend you will see the goat moth colony's stronghold built halfway up the hill." What appeared wasn't so much a hill as a monolith. It was 150 meters tall and 300 meters wide. The rock face was so sheer that no snow accumulated on it, and so smooth that scaling it seemed to be virtually impossible. "It's just a wall. I don't see a stronghold anywhere," Satoru said, squinting. "Over there. Can you see it? There is a hidden cave entrance where that pine tree is growing out from the rock." I couldn't see it even following the direction he was pointing. Nothing moved, and there was only silence around us. The goat moth colony has dug far and deep into the rock over the years, turning the entire cliff into their stronghold. But where do they go in from? I still couldn't see it. I don't know. They must have tunnels extending underground as well, cleverly hiding the entrance. But usually, they drop a rope ladder from the cave entrance up there to get in and out. We can't see it now because they must have retracted it after learning of our approach. They refuse to communicate with the other colonies and hide if strangers approach, but they must know that won't work this time around. Yakumaru called out to us soldiers at the rear of the formation. It wasn't as strange looking as the ground spider mutants, but this soldier had bulging chest muscles and carried a large tube shaped like a megaphone. The soldier listened to Yakumaru for a minute, then turned toward the goat moth stronghold and started shouting its message. It was so loud I thought my eardrums would burst. Satoru and I clapped our hands over our ears, looking in disbelief as the Quirots stood listening as if nothing were wrong. The shouting continued at such volume that I thought it would start an avalanche. The goat moths did not respond. "Well, it appears we will have to show that we are here in earnest." At Yakumaru's command, the archers formed up and raised their bows. "Wait, we're not here to fight," Satoru objected. "I agree. But you can clearly see that they are ignoring our summons. In order to get these lazy, arrogant creatures to obey, you must scare them into submission." Yakumaru gave the order. Instantly, dozens of arrows flew toward the pine tree on the cliff in a beautiful arc. Most of them bounced off the cliff, but a few stuck to the tree, and one embedded itself in a crack between the stone. Still no response. At Yakumaru's command, the archers lined up to shoot again. This time, they wrapped oil-soaked cloth to the head of the arrows and set them alight. Dozens of flaming arrows cut through the air. The pine tree soon started to burn and give off black smoke. Finally, there was movement. I saw a spray of snow. It looked like they were trying to put out the fire from the other side of the tree. I'm sure they understand the situation now. I will try to summon them again. Yakumaru raised his right hand. The soldier with the megaphone started its ear-splitting shriek again. Although I couldn't understand what it was saying, its tone was surprisingly aggressive. Was this really just a summons? Finally, the answer came in the form of a volley of arrows. All around the pine tree, countless arrow slits had opened in the rock, allowing them to send out waves of arrows. The enemy arrows came from above in a straight line, traveling at considerable speed. Having no shields, Yakumaru's archers, and the megaphone soldier were about to become pincushions. The next instant, the swarm of arrows were parted by an invisible force and flew away in all directions. Satoru and I had changed the course of the arrows in the same way we had parted the avalanche. I thought it was impressive how we had sprung into action at the same time. I guess we had known each other for so long that we could almost read each other's mind. There followed what seemed to be a confused silence from the goat moths. A strong wind could blow arrows off course, but having them suddenly part in different directions mere feet from the target was not something that happened naturally. You have my heartfelt thanks. I am overwhelmed with gratitude, for you saved the lives of my soldiers. Yakumaru bowed deeply. But as you can see, the goat moths are a colony of godless heathens. I will advise them to respond to our summons once more, but if they continue to ignore it, more forceful methods may be necessary. Without waiting for us to respond, Yakumaru positioned the megaphone soldier at the front of the troop again. I still couldn't understand the words, but its tone of voice was even more overbearing and malicious than before. I didn't think it was a simple message of ceasefire and parley. No doubt it was some sort of ultimatum. The goat moths seemed to be struggling to respond to this unexpected situation. But just as I expected, the robber fly's message had provoked some of the soldiers. A single arrow came flying toward the megaphone soldier. This time, Satoru and I did not synchronize our movements as well. We both tried to stop the arrow. Space seemed to warp, and in the shimmering light, a strange rainbow appeared. It was the interference pattern of two cantus coming in contact. The result of such contact could be unimaginably devastating. We both stopped immediately. The arrow vanished along with the light. It was an exaggerated defense against a single arrow, but to the goat moths, it probably appeared to be a deliberate show of force. Gods! The goat moths have fired an arrow knowing you are among us. It is blasphemy. Please bring down divine punishment upon them. But it was just a single arrow. Maybe it was an accident. I was reluctant to do as Yakumaru said. Just one arrow is enough. Just drawing a bow on a god is a crime serious enough to bring annihilation to the entire colony. Furthermore, we have reached a stalemate. If the goat moths will not listen to us, we have no way of finding your friends. All right, I understand. Satoru came to a decision first. Don't be too harsh, I said to Satoru. After all, Squonk had rescued Mamoru. To deal his colony a killing blow would be poor repayment for the deed. I know. Satoru turned to face the stronghold and muttered his cantus. The pine tree growing at the mouth of the cave gave a dry snap and fell away. The soldier hiding behind it stood petrified. Then, with a deep boom, the stone cracked as if punched by a giant fist. Shards of stone went flying. Another punch, and another. The stone around arrow slits crumbled and giant hole opened. That's enough. Stop it, I shouted. As I looked around, high-pitched shouting came from above us. Although it sounded the same as the megaphone soldier's screams, these were somehow more piteous. The megaphone soldier responded harshly. Then a couple of Quirots appeared at the mouth of the cave. Over half of them wore scale armor, and I assumed they were high-ranking officers. The one in the center wore a cape. I later learned that he was the regent of the goat moth colony, Kishi. The other Quirots lowered a rope to the ground. Glancing to the side, I noticed Yakumaru standing silently with a strange expression on his face. It seemed to be anger mixed with uncontainable joy. There's probably no point writing down every detail of Yakumaru and Kishi's meeting. Basically, Yakumaru treated him just as a victor lords over the loser. I couldn't understand their conversation, but Yakumaru appeared to be making a number of one-sided demands. No matter how unreasonable the demands were, Kishi was in no position to refuse. Growing impatient, Satoru interrupted their talk and, finally, was able to ask about Maria and Mamoru's whereabouts. At Kishi's command, Squonk was brought before us. Squonk cringed as he came, but seemed to perk up a little when he saw us. Squonk, do you remember us? Ki. Yes, gods. Where did Maria and Mamoru go? Satoru got right to the point. I duty know, gods. You don't know? Weren't you with them? Yes. But they went far away. I closed my eyes, unable to resist the despair flooding my heart. Far away. Where? I duty know. Don't you at least know the direction? I duty know. K-gods. But I have a letter. From inside his tattered shirt, Squonk took out an envelope and handed it to me. I opened the envelope quickly. The letter inside was written in Maria's handwriting. To Saki, my love. By the time you read this letter, Mamoru and I are probably somewhere very far away. I never would have thought I'd have to write such a farewell letter to my dearest friend and lover. I'm really, really sorry. Please don't look for us. Writing this makes me strangely sad. I remember we were so angry when Mamoru left us a letter with these very same words. But I'm afraid I'm not eloquent enough to say it any other way. I'm really happy that you are so worried about us. And I understand how you feel. If our places had been reversed, I would be worried as well. However, there is no other way. We can't live in Kamisu 66 any longer. The town would not allow it. If it were just me, that might have been all right, but Mamoru has already been branded as one unfit to live. There's no turning back once you're branded. Don't you think we're treated more like objects to be disposed of if found defective than like human beings? Once the kill is opened and the pottery examined, all that are found to be warped or cracked are fated to be smashed. If all that awaited us was destruction, then we decided we would rather run away in hopes of finding a different future. To be honest, I wanted to go with you. That's the absolute truth. But you're different from us. I've told you before that you're an incredibly strong person. I don't mean physically, or in terms of will or spirit. Rather, you're easily moved to tears and quickly discouraged. I loved that part about you too. But no matter what difficulties you face, even if every fiber of your being is consumed by grief, you always recover. You don't break easily. I'm certain you can continue to live and become a valuable member of the community. The same doesn't go for Mamoru. And if I let him out of my sight, he will not live long. Please understand. Once I left town, one thing became clear to me. The towns are twisted. Don't you think so? Can towns that kill their children to maintain peace and order be considered a normal human society? According to the false Minashiro, our history is one filled with bloodshed. However, I don't think our current society is any better than the dark ages of the past. Looking back on what happened in the towns, I am beginning to see what it is that warps it. It is the adult's deep fear of all children. Perhaps this has always been this case. It's obvious that seeing the next generation tear down everything you have struggled to build is difficult to accept, especially if it's your own children. The way the adults of Kamisu 66 look upon their children is different, however. It's as if they are watching a row of eggs hatching, waiting anxiously to see if it is an angel, or, in a 1 in a million chance, a demon. Based on intuition and premonition, hundreds upon thousands of eggs are smashed and discarded, and I refuse to be one of them. When I decided that I had to leave the home I was born and raised in, I was overcome by sadness and loneliness. But when I thought about how everyone else would feel, it gave me pause. If I were to be eliminated by the town, my parents would be devastated at first, but forget about me in time. Just as your parents did with your sister. I believe that our relationship is different. If I were to be disposed of, I'm sure you wouldn't leave me to die. If you were in danger, Satoru or I would do anything to save you. We had another friend. One whose name we aren't even allowed to remember. He, X, would have come to our aid too, right? That's why I have to help Mamoru now. But being separated from you and Satoru is so incredibly painful. Luckily, we have our Cantus, a powerful tool that will probably help us survive even if we are cast out into the wilderness. That is the one thing for which I am deeply grateful to the town and to Sage Academy. From now on, Mamoru and I will create a new life together. To that end, I have a request. If the town asks about us, I want you to tell them that we have died. We are planning to go far away to escape the eye of the townspeople, but if they could forget about us, it would help me sleep much better at night. I hope from the bottom of my heart that there will come a day when we will meet again. With love, Maria. My tears continued to fall long after I had finished the letter. Inside the envelope was a sketch by Mamoru of Maria and me, smiling together. As Satoru took the letter and began reading it silently, he put his arm around my shoulder. I tried to stifle my sobs, but the tears just wouldn't stop. The feeling that I would never see Maria again seemed to be turning into reality. After the snow hut was destroyed, the only clue we had to go on was Squonk. So that was what we ordered the robber fly colony to look for. Even though we didn't completely trust Yakimaru, the situation was dangerous enough that we needed all the help we could get. But in the end, we were the ones that had been used. To the cunning Queerat, tricking a couple of blindly desperate kids was child's play. The robber flies from which the colony gets their name are so called because of the vicious way they trap and suck out the innards of other insects. The characters in the name come from the white tip at the end of the male fly's body. Another species with the same characteristic is called the great birdcatcher fly. There are no records of this species in the ancient encyclopedias, so they must have appeared only in the past millennium. Even now they are rarely seen, apart from a small area outside the Holy Barrier. Compared to robber flies, they are much larger, between 13 and 18 centimeters in length, with long, thin bodies like a dragonfly's, lined with numerous spiracles for efficient oxygen exchange. Because of this, we used to call them thousand-eyed dragonflies when we were younger. Great birdcatcher flies tend to lurk behind tree branches, waiting for sparrows, thrushes, white-eyes, Japanese tits, shrikes, starlings, and other small birds to pass by before attacking from behind and killing the bird by severing its medulla oblongata with its sword-like mouth. Then it would gorge itself on the bird's blood until it was so fat it could no longer fly. They have even been known to attack crows. While the robber fly colony may symbolize the bottom of the food chain in name, their penchant for overthrowing their superiors make them more predators, like the great birdcatcher, than prey. After somehow following the trail to the goat moth colony, further clues as to Maria's whereabouts stopped abruptly. Despite Yakimaru's promise to put forth every effort in the search, we had no idea exactly how much we could rely on him, and there was no way he would be able to do it in time. My promise to Tomiko, to find and bring Maria and Mamoru back by tomorrow, was looking more and more hopeless. Satoru and I discussed for a while, and came up with an alternative plan. As you wish. Leave it all your servant Yakimaru. There was no choice but to follow Maria's instructions in the letter and report to the town that they were dead. When I asked Yakimaru to corroborate with our story, he promised to do so without a second of hesitation. I had thought for sure that he would disapprove of lying to the ethics committee, but he agreed so readily it made me suspicious. I think the best story will be to say that they were swept away by an avalanche. Since no one knows where they were buried, it'll be difficult to find the bodies. True, that was the most plausible story. For someone with Cantus to fall to their death was unusual, but saying that Maria had fallen trying to save Mamoru as he fell from his sled would probably work. It might take a bit of time, but I believe we will be able to produce some bones. If those are presented to the committee, it might help the story. We started. What do you mean, bones? Where are you thinking of getting them? Satoru asked, his tone severe. Yakimaru went pale and stammered. No, that is not what I meant. You misunderstand. Of course, procuring a god's bones would be impossible. Forgive me for saying so, but some of our bones are visually similar to yours. An exceptionally tall Queerat is about the same height as a young god. So, if we carefully scrape those bones against rocks. Enough. I get it. I'll leave you to deal with it, I said quickly to shut him up. Listening to Yakimaru made me feel like we were really going to desecrate their corpses. As you wish. Please leave everything to me. I didn't know whether Yakimaru understood my feelings or not, but he bowed respectfully. Our 2-day trip up the river had been for naught. I couldn't help but sigh. We refused Yakimaru's offer to stay another night with the colony and set out for our return. To the place where the snow huts had been. According to Squonk's story, that would have been the place where Maria parted with him. We strapped on our skis and pointed in the direction where we had left the speedboats. Judging from the sun's position, it was just past noon. But I didn't feel hungry at all. And it wasn't because running on adrenaline. Even though I could feel impatience burning inside my chest, my emotions were as cold as the snowy hills around me. There was no way to find out where Maria and Mamoru had gone. And even if I did know, I couldn't go after her. I was like an athlete in a competition against an opponent with an overwhelming lead. Even if victory was impossible, I would continue my futile struggle until the match was over. What, or who, in the world was I trying to deceive? Was I trying to preserve, for my own sake, the image of myself as someone who would never abandon a dear friend? Or was it simply because Satoru was there? I looked ahead at Satoru. He seemed so calm, but I had no way of knowing how he really felt. Was he, like me, trying desperately to avoid the looming pit of despair? Or was he thinking about something else entirely? When I noticed it was just the two of us skiing side by side, I realized what I had truly been afraid of. Excluding my parents, Sage Academy was my entire world. And within it, the only people I could call my true friends were those in Team 1. One by one, those friends had disappeared until only Satoru and I were left. No, I thought wildly, I don't want to lose any more friends. I don't want to lose anyone else I love. Satoru's figure blurred and became someone else's. Without thinking, I stretched out my hand. For a second, a familiar figure that had been sealed in the graveyard of my mind appeared before my eyes. But it was nothing more than an illusion, and vanished as quickly as it had come. I was forced back into cold, hard reality. In this world, it was just the two of us. Perhaps Maria was feeling just as lonely. No, I couldn't even come close to how she felt. She had thrown away everything and run. Unlike yesterday, today the sky was clear and the sun reflected so brightly off the snow I could barely see. But despite the cheery weather, I couldn't shake off the feeling of gloom that covered me like a cloud. Thanks to Satoru's uncanny sense of direction, we soon found the speedboats. As I took off my skis, Satoru pushed the boats out onto the water. "I'll steer, so you can rest a bit," he said, turning toward me. "Why? Aren't you tired?" I asked, but only out of habit. "It's fine." He pushed me away gently. With that, I lost all will to resist and collapsed against the boat after muttering a quick, "Thanks." I dozed off almost instantly. It was as if I were falling through the boat and into the hands of the capper waiting to take me to the bottom of the river. I dreamt. At first, they were only incoherent nightmares caused by my stress and fatigue, but soon, strange monsters started appearing from the depth of my subconscious. There were demons waving long, insect antennae, circling blindly around and around on the ground. A group of one-eyed goblins flew overhead, trailing dust from their moth-like wings. The souls of the damned shamble along, chained to each other. Large cow sacks clung to their abdomen and controlled them so thoroughly that even though they wanted to escape, they could only stare and moan. Half-transparent, pink Minashiro twisted their bodies seductively. Their feelers were erect, and their base opened and closed like sea anemones. On the other side, the god of death, appearing as the shadow of a giant cat, glided past on silent feet. Queerots sniffed their air with their ugly snouts. Their faces were completely smooth and featureless, but in exchange, the folds of their skin held numerous eyes that swiveled about unceasingly and flashed razor-sharp teeth. But scariest were the fiends, children whose faces were gradually covered with sprays of blood, their eyes rolling back until only the whites were showing in the ecstasy of slaughter. The monstrous creatures seethed and writhed. And there he was, at the far end of it all. Half hidden in shadow, the figure of a boy. Everything from his feet to his torso, and most of his neck was visible, but his face was hidden in darkness. The faceless boy. I tried desperately to call out to him, but his name just wouldn't come. He seemed to recognize me, but said nothing. Last time, I could hear him but not see him. This time, it was the opposite. But I could understand the message he was trying to send: anxiety and concern. "How can I find Maria?" The faceless boy shook his head slightly. "I don't understand. What should I do?" He didn't respond. "Tell me, please. What in the world should I do?" He didn't say a word, and I couldn't see his lips, but somehow I knew what he said. Bewildered, I stood rooted to the spot. I couldn't understand why he would say something like that. Then his next words hit me like a bolt of lightning. "No, it can't be. What are you saying? That's so cruel." I tried to protest, but no words came out. "Saki, Saki." A voice was calling me. I suddenly awoke. "Saki, were you having a nightmare?" I opened my eyes and saw Satoru's worried face peering into mine. Yeah, kind of. I was drenched in sweat. I tried to smile, but it probably just looked like an unnatural grimace. We're here. We'll have to use our skis from here on out. He looked concerned. Do you want to wait here? I think I'll be alright by myself. I shook my head firmly. I'll come too. Okay. Got it. He seemed to realize it was pointless to try to talk me out of it. Our tracks were still clearly visible around the area where the snow huts had been. This was the place we had set out from yesterday. All we had accomplished in the past day was to circle back right where we had started. No, it was even worse than that. The day before, we had known we were in for a difficult journey, but we also felt certain that we would be able to find Maria. Now, there was nothing to go on. Still, we strapped on our skis and pushed off, hoping for a stroke of good luck. The second search yielded no results. Maria and Mamoru seemed to have managed to unearth the sled and take it with them. But even after scouring the area within a 10-meter radius, we couldn't find a single sled track. Maria probably anticipated that the town would search the immediate area and levitated it out. Once they were a good distance away, she could set it down and erase its tracks in the snow as they traveled. As I watched the sun sink behind the mountains to the west, quiet despair and resignation welled up inside me. Saki. Satoru put his arms around me from behind. Don't cry, we did all we could. That was when I realized I was crying. Somehow, I hadn't even noticed the warmth of my tears as they rolled down my cheeks. We still have time tomorrow before the deadline. Once it's light out, let's go northwest. Maybe we'll find some trace of their tracks there. I knew he was just trying to console me, but unless we were the three princes of Serendip, we'd never find them. Still, his words were comforting. We prepared to spend the night out in the snow-covered fields. Although we had brought tents with us in the boat, we decided to take a leaf out of Squonk's book and build a snow hut. We piled the snow around us into a hard, compact dome, then hollowed out the inside. Since we had Cantus, I thought we'd do a better job at it than Squonk had, but it was surprisingly difficult. Packing snow was actually easier with a shovel than with Cantus. But the real problem was that neither of us were really focused on building the hut. Once we had shelter, it was time to make dinner. I had no appetite, but we hadn't eaten since breakfast, so I had to force myself to eat no matter what. Satoru carved a nice stone pot, filled it with snow, and put it over the fire. He added miso and rice to make gruel. We ate in silence. Satoru tried to draw me into a conversation, but I just couldn't find the energy to answer. He continued talking anyway. So I want to capture a false Minashiro and see exactly how much of what the book says is accurate. I wasn't trying to ignore him on purpose, but only parts of his sentences made their way into my mind. Isn't it obvious that something as powerful as Cantus can't be powered by the tiny amount of energy released when glucose is metabolized? So the author proposed two hypotheses about where the energy comes from. The first was that all Cantus used in the solar system drew its energy from the sun. I don't understand how exactly the sun's energy is harnessed, but by this theory, you wouldn't be able to use Cantus if you were outside the solar system. Or at the very least, the method of activating your power would be completely different. Isn't that interesting? Though of course, since it's impossible to prove or disprove this hypothesis, he could just be making it all up. So using psychokinesis, Cantus in other words, steals energy from the sun and decreases its entropy, making it age faster. The sun's lifetime is supposed to be around 500,000 years, but if we keep using our Cantus, its death might come much sooner. The second theory is even harder to understand. In quantum mechanics, the observer effect states that simply observing a phenomenon alters it. This occurs on everything from the microscopic to macroscopic scale. It's like the false Minashiro said, the existence of Cantus was first proven in an experiment by that one scientist. In short, time, space, physical substances were all reduced to information. Cantus has the unbelievable power to rewrite the very information that creates the universe. So if you take this idea all the way, it's possible to completely change the universe. That's a huge, circular notion. First the building blocks of the universe are created, starting from quarks and building up to the elements, organic matter, and life itself. Then species evolve and develop a complex brain with which they use to transform the universe. The most fascinating thing is that psychological mechanisms behind Cantus are almost exactly the same as those used in shamanism in undeveloped societies. A social anthropologist named Fraser put magic in two categories: contagious magic and sympathetic magic. The latter one is especially— "Hey, Satoru," I interrupted. "Will we forget about Maria and Mamoru too?" His expression hardened. "Not even if I'm dead. But what if the Board of Education alters our—" "I won't let them do it again," he said. "They're dead wrong if they think they can control my thoughts and memories forever. If they try to force something on us again, we'll just leave town." "You're coming with me, aren't you?" He looked a little worried. I smiled. "It's the other way around." "What?" "I will leave the town. And you'll follow me." Satoru looked dumbstruck for a few moments, then finally smiled in defeat. "Fine. That works too. Hey, if we do leave, let's look for Maria and Mamoru and live with them." "Yeah, of course. 4 are better than 2. "Exactly. And when we find them—" I stopped. I couldn't speak, as if something were stuck in my throat. My body began to shake, and I burst into tears. When I finally found my voice, all I could do was wail. Satoru held me as I cried. That night we slept together in the snow hut. It was my first time, and more painful than I had imagined. Maria and I had experimented with each other quite a bit, but intercourse between male and female was totally different, and it hurt. "Are you okay? Does it hurt?" Satoru asked. Wait a little. I'll get used to it soon," I answered through gritted teeth. Why was life so unfair to women? I complained mentally. In addition to the inconvenience of 40 weeks of pregnancy, we also have to go through pain that a man could never endure in order to give birth. So why does sex have to hurt too? Don't push yourself. It's fine. Doesn't it hurt for you? Not at all. I suddenly realized that although Satoru knew full well I was in pain, he was too aroused to stop. And far from empathizing with me, he was probably getting off on it. What an asshole. But soon the pain disappeared. Instead of feeling like I was being forced into something unpleasant, pleasure began to take hold. I moaned and Satoru asked, "Does it feel good?" "You idiot." It was an unneeded question. Instead of answering, I raked his back hungrily. So I was no longer a virgin. And now I was forced to think about how I would pass our next physical exam. Once again, it was the woman who had to deal with it. I had a moment of panic. If I got pregnant, things would get really complicated. But before I could stop him, Satoru froze. I thought he had finally realized the problem, but that wasn't it. He was looking down at me with an expression of such love and tenderness, I thought he was about to cry. I had a sudden realization. His look wasn't directed at me. I wasn't sure how, but he seemed to see in me the shadow of the boy he had never stopped loving. At the same time, I felt from the bottom of my heart a longing for the same boy. The face I saw was no longer Satoru's, but another boy's. Both of us were using each other to make love to someone who was no longer in this world. It might be extremely abnormal, and you might even say we were cheating on each other, but we both knew and wanted it. For a while, we simply lay panting. Even in the pleasant afterglow of the words the faceless boy had said in my dream went around and around in my mind. Why did he tell me what he did? He told me not to aid Maria's escape, and that she had to die. End of Volume 2.